kati ya kakangu na mpenzi wangu. Mama, are you really okay?
There's nothing you can say to change what I feel.
Sijakuja hapa kwa kuwa nimekumisi. Naona utazipata hizo tabu sana.
Achana kujipendekeza kwa mume wangu.
Umemaliza? Oh, okay.
Good morning, this is KBC Channel 1. You're watching Good Morning Kenya, and I'm Regina Manyara. Being April 20th, the year is 2022. Thank you for keeping us company. We also want to inform you that if you're not able to watch us from the comfort of your home or your office at this morning, we are streaming, so you can get us, at your convenience. You can check us out on Facebook as well as YouTube at KBC Channel 1. We have so much in store for you, including how the political matrix is changing, especially in as far as Nairobi County is concerned. We have a new entrant in the gubernatorial race there. At the same time, hopeful governor, hopeful there, Tim Wanyonyi maintains that he's firmly in the race for the top seat in Nairobi County come August 9th. And why is it exciting that, the thought that Martha Karua might be picked as Raila Odinga's running mate? All that you're going to be putting into perspective as we focus on stories that have been making headlines in the last 24 hours. My Twitter handle is at Ray Manyara. Official station handle is at KBC Channel 1. Now we start off with matters of insecurity, where 5 people were last night killed at Mwenkoronko village in Meru County. Now the raid is believed to be a revenge attack by Somali camel herders from neighboring Isiolo County after locals killed 10 camels that had invaded their farms earlier during the day. Irate locals barricaded the Isiolo-Muriri road, protesting laxity by police as the attackers terrorized locals for hours.
Residents of Meru-Isiolo village in Meru lamented over the government's failure to beef up security in the area, as promised during the Requiem Mass for 7 other people who were killed in the neighboring Mweronkoro village 2 months ago. They complained that the security agencies had not done enough in tracking down the killers, arguing that owners of the slain camels had earlier visited the scene in the company of local government administrators and an area police boss, and warned of dire consequences following the killing of the camels.
Last time watu tulikuwa hapa Mweronkoro, watu wameuawa. Last week bado watu mzozo inaendelea. Kwa hivyo sisi tunauliza kama watu wa Mudhara na watu wa Tigania wote. Watu wangamia waliambiwa wasiingie Meru tena. Last time wakati tulikuwa mkutano ya Mweronkoro, wakati watu 7 waliuawa, county commissioner na pia Mbugua na gavana wetu Kiraitu Murungi alisema ngamia hazitaingia tena kwa hii border, kwa border ya Meru.
Hezron Mageria Dhambura, a village resident and relative to one of the deceased persons, also accused the government of disarming Kenya Police Reservice from the Meru side a few years ago, while a similar disarmament exercise was not conducted in the neighboring Isiolo.
Tumepoteza watu wengi, watu ambao kabisa hawakuwa wanafaa kupoteza maisha yao kutokea na kitendo cha kiunyama kilitendeka hapo usiku. Na ni ombi letu serikali iweze kutimiza maadi ambayo imetuwekea kwa muda mrefu.
The irate locals called on area leaders to stop politicking and instead address security situation in the region that is deteriorating by day.
Tunaomba serikali ichukue hatua, iact on hii maneno na imalize mara moja, kwa sababu tunahitaji amani. Na kama hakutakuwa na hawata intervene, hakutakuwa na amani hii area.
Hawa ndio wanapiga watu mchana.
We're going to be keeping up, with that, or rather latest developments from Meru-Isiolo there to just find out what has the security apparatus have done so far. Now, the government has expressed concern over the caliber of leaders to be elected in the next parliament, owing to the increasing incidence of money laundering witnessed as the country approaches a general election. Interior Cabinet Secretary Dr. Fred Matiang'i said such practices threaten national security.
The Anglican Church of Kenya Bishops and Clergy 5-day conference began in Nairobi on Tuesday, focusing on the role of the church in elections. The chief guest Interior Cabinet Secretary, Dr. Fred Matiang'i, was accompanied by his communication counterpart, Joe Musheru, Inspector General of Police, Hilary Mtiambai, and Attorney General Paul Kihara, who stated the role their agencies will play.
We have seen political leaders moving around, massive groups of people, and giving them money. Some of them are actually caught on tape, asking one inch to queue, and they're just giving them money to attend meetings or to do certain things.
Is it possible we find a way of being able to sanitize most of this information that is out there, so that we have you speak even more when truth is actually not being told?
In his address, Matiang'i cautioned the electorate over the increasing cases of voter bribery and commercialization of politics, terming it a threat to national security.
These people are the only ones who have that kind of money that they will give around like that. They will be in our elective institutions. They will be writing laws for you. And they will allow themselves to allow that gambling and all those things to thrive in this country.
He reckoned that the threat of perverting parliamentary democracy and county assemblies business by having people with questionable integrity is real.
You drive public money in that state. You eat food bought by that public state that you are condemning. You live in a house of that state. When does it become deep?
He challenged politicians to address the dangerous link between corruption and election outcomes on the insecurity in Marsabit. Matiang'i said adequate security will be deployed to quell clashes that are pitting communities against each other.
The things I have heard and collected from people in that county are not spoken anywhere in this country.
You must assist us and this country in keeping the flock together towards the salvation that has been declared by Christ's resurrection.
And we said we are not going to shy away from what's happening in the public. We will engage.
Now, when that is happening in as far as matters graft is concerned, is that a prison supervisor who allegedly embezzled 257 million shillings meant for inmates is in trouble after the High Court froze his properties. We'll be giving you details as we focus on those stories that are making headlines from the corridors of justice. Now we head into matters politics, where Deputy President William Ruto has assured the church of a free operational space if he's elected president in the August 9th polls. He was speaking in Nyeri County, where he lauded the UDA party for conducting what he termed as fair nominations.
The Deputy President was in Nyeri County to condole the family of Kikuyu MP Kimani Ichung'wah, who lost his mother-in-law. Ruto sought to assure the church that he would protect the freedom of worship in the country in the backdrop of calls to regulate the church.
Na msiwe na wasiwasi kwamba kuna mtu yeyote atakuja kufunga kazi ya kanisa. Haiwezekani. It is not possible.
The Deputy President called on Nyeri residents to support his presidential bid, as his administration would prioritize the expansion of the economy to cushion the poor.
Wakenya hawana shida na Wakenya wengine wa kutoka jamii zingine. Ile tatizo kubwa tuko nayo ni tatizo ya uchumi. Na tumesema uchaguzi wa mwaka huu ni uchaguzi ambao tutautumia kushughulikia uchumi wa taifa letu la Kenya.
His allies driving up support for Ruto and the UDA party, claiming it had conducted credible nominations devoid of interference.
Watu wengine ambao hata hawakudhubutu kufanya any of their preliminaries, party preliminaries, wameanza kutulaumu. Ati tulifanya na hawa. I was telling the deputy president, asante ulitupeleka UDA.
In the meantime, Naivasha MP Jane Kihara will now fly the party's flag after she was issued with the party's nomination certificate. This after the UDA Disputes Tribunal overturned former MP John Kihage's win and found that Kihara had beaten Kihage with a single vote. Kihara has also in the meantime blamed Nakuru Senator and gubernatorial aspirant Susan Kihika, accusing her of meddling with the nominations.
Kama naomba kura za Naivasha ama za county, awachane kushika yeyote mkono, ndio sisi zote tumtafutie kura. Lakini akituonyesha kuna yule anapendelea, ujue wengine hatutamfanyia kazi.
The party's National Election Board is in the meantime preparing to conduct repeat nominations in various parts of the country Wednesday and Thursday, after conducting nominations in Nandi Hills constituency in Nandi County Tuesday. Meanwhile, a section of aspirants in the Moses Kuria-led Chama cha Kazi have protested alleged blackmail and underhand dealings that have seen some of them lose out on the nomination certificates. Police officers had to be called in to diffuse simmering tensions, threatening to explode to violence at party headquarters. The party has, however, assured aspirants that it will issue nomination certificates by the 28th.
I want to make an assurance that we shall give every person their certificate, more so those ones who they are not contesting with anyone, isn't it? Most of you here are not contesting with anyone.
Former Kiambu Governor William Kabogo has dispelled rumours that he is being offered a cabinet secretary slot by the Kenya Kwanza coalition so as to drop his bid for governorship. Speaking Tuesday afternoon after being cleared by the Tujibebe wa Kenya Party Elections Board to run for governorship, Kabogo said he was ready for a face-off with his competitors, regardless of their party affiliations.
I am not employable, if that answers your question. I cannot be hired for an 8 to 5 job. I can only be hired by Wanjiko through the ballot.
Still on matters politics, Wiper Democratic Movement has settled on former Kitui Governor Julius Mekau Malombe as its candidate for the Kitui gubernatorial contest in the August 9th polls. The party nominated Malombe through a consensus process that it says has taken over 2 weeks between the former governor and the immediate former Kenyan ambassador to Uganda, Kiema Kilonzo, spearheaded by the leader Kalonzo Musyoka.
Former Kitui Governor Julius Malombe will fly the Wiper Democratic Party ticket in the Kitui gubernatorial contest in the August 9th general election. Malombe was awarded the ticket after consensus with his competitor, former Kenya ambassador to Uganda, Kiema Kilonzo, spearheaded by the Wiper Party leader Kalonzo Musyoka.
And the decision was that this ticket should be given to Governor Dr. Julius Malombe. And NEC unanimously, actually they were clapping, unanimously adopted.
Deputy Speaker Jessica Mbalu also got the direct ticket to vie for Kibwezi East constituency on Wiper ticket after her competitor William Malile agreed to support her bid. Meanwhile, a section of Kajiado Central constituency residents want ODM party to include the constituency in the nominations slated for Wednesday. ODM will be undertaking nominations in Kajiado North and Kajiado East constituencies. The party has already issued a direct ticket to Elijah Memusi for the Kajiado Central parliamentary seat.
Ya kwamba wana Matapato North, sisi hatuna wasiwasi. Tumejitayarisha, tumepiga kampeni na tumeingia mashinani kabisa, tumetafuta kura, lakini haitakuwa haki kama hatutapata mchujo huu ambao uliwekwa tarehe 20 mwezi huu wa 4 ambao tulikuwa tunautarajia kuwa ni kesho.
tumesikia kwamba kutakuwa na nomination, kwa maana jana ilipostiwa kwamba zile vituo ambayo ama zile places ambao kutakuwa na nomination kama pale Kajiado East, Kajiado North na Kajiado West, lakini Kajiado Central particularly Matapato North hakuna nomination ambayo iliweza kugazetiwa jana. Na kwa sababu ya hiyo tunanyimwa haki yetu kama wakazi wa Kajiado.
Baba, you know very much that we love you so much. We love ODM. We are kindly requesting this, that let the people of Matapato elect their preferred candidate.
Meanwhile, ODM Secretary General Edwin Sifuna now says constituent parties in the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Coalition Party will field candidates in Nairobi County.
I think there is agreement that let everybody field their own candidates, because it is going to be very difficult to reach consensus on who drops out for whom. So in the interest of saving all of us unnecessary tears, let every political party, because you see from the side of ODM, we are very confident because of the work we have done as a party, building this party and ensuring that it has support to the grassroots and to have structures all the way to the polling stations, that in fact ODM candidates will do very well in majority of the areas in Nairobi.
On to matters health now is that the Kenya Medical Research Institute will be conducting research to ascertain if the Johnson & Johnson vaccines in the country can still be administered. This follows, the World Health Organization increasing the lifeline of the seed vaccines from 4.5 months to 11 months. That's just a quick update on where we are in as far as the COVID-19 status is concerned. Now, still keeping up with matters health is that the Ministry of Health has launched 3 policy documents on menstrual hygiene management and urban sanitization guidelines. The documents contain a framework that will enable the improvement of hygiene and sanitation in schools and urban areas.
In 2017, a report by UNICEF placed Kenya among 26 countries in the world responsible for 90% of open defecation. 5 years later, the Kenyan government is moving to change the narrative. The Ministry of Health on Tuesday launched 3 additional policy documents to provide a framework for the implementation of sanitation and hygiene interventions. The documents include the Hygiene Promotion in Schools Handbook, a handbook on menstrual hygiene management in schools that will remedy challenges girls face when menstruating.
The menstrual hygiene management in schools, again a handbook for teachers, reinforcing learning and also acting as a reference guide for teachers, such that it will remedy the various challenges that schoolgirls face while menstruating, and will work towards the provision of factual information to break the silence in terms of myths, taboos, beliefs, and misconceptions.
The Kenya National Guidelines for Implementation of Urban Sanitation document was also launched and will help provide direction on safe disposal of fecal sludge in urban areas and sanitation planning under urban development.
These guidelines will ensure that development plans for urban areas have inbuilt sanitation components and sanitation systems that are designed and managed safely to protect human health from microbial hazards caused by human excreta and the consequent adverse health outcomes that come out of that. What are we going to do really truly when it comes to implementation? And we know, I think as county governments, we know you have to have the resources in place.
Now, Katiba Institute has filed a case against Safaricom over the ongoing SIM card registration exercise. In the application, the institution wants the court to order the mobile service provider to delete all the subscribers' photos, saying that the requirement that its customers provide a picture is illegal.
Katiba Institute has asked the court to issue orders barring Safaricom from continuing asking for the photos as a condition to registration. Last week, Communications Authority of Kenya extended the deadline of SIM card registration by 6 months. And also, The High Court has barred a former prisons employee from disposing 3 parcels of land in Kisii, Nairobi and Kericho, and 7 motor vehicles he allegedly acquired fraudulently from the State Department for Correctional Services. Lady Justice Ian Maina granted the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission's applications to have properties belonging to one Eric Kipkirui Mutai frozen by the court for 6 months pending the conclusion of investigations into how he acquired the wealth. Kipkirui, a prison cleaner, was found in possession of property running into hundreds of millions of shillings despite his meager salary. The EACC says Kipkirui is the sole proprietor of 7 enterprises worth a combined 257 million shillings. Elsewhere, prosecution handling graft case against the former governor Mike Sonko has filed an application seeking photocopies of a number of the documents in the 14 million graft case to be used in 2 other graft cases. Appearing before Chief Magistrate Lawrence Mugambi, the defense opposed the application but the court allowed it, stating that the trial court handling the case will determine if they are admissible. Meanwhile, Sheria Mtahani has filed an application for contempt of court against the Kenya Civil Aviation Authority Board of Directors for appointing Emily Ngunza Arao despite a court order restraining them from doing so, pending a case in court. Sheria Mtahani in the court documents accused the respondents of deliberate and contemptuous action intended to bring the court orders. The Kenya Civil Aviation Authority appointed Emily Ngunza Arao as the new Director General, effective 22nd of April 2022. Finally, it's a sign of relief for businesswoman Mary Wamboi Mungai after the High Court lifted an order barring her from accessing 2.5 billion shillings in 13 bank accounts. In a judgment by Justice Alfred Mabea, the court ruled that Kenya's Revenue Authority rushed to block the money without disclosing that she was facing tax evasion charges before a magistrate. Mungai's accounts had been frozen in December. According to the judge, evidence presented before him showed it was the taxpayer who was begging the taxman to accept payment of the taxes, but KRA chose to look the other way.
Now, still keeping up with Martha's security, 3 men who were captured in a video beating up a woman presumed to be their in-law and her son in Ringa, Homa Bay County, were arrested following widespread condemnation by Kenyans after the clip went viral. Meanwhile, a widow in Koroba village in Kisii County has succumbed to serious injuries inflicted by an unknown assailant who sneaked into her house.
According to Homa Bay Police Commander Samson Kine, Dedan Kimathi and also Thiambo and Lukio Okwiri are currently being held at Oriwo Police Station in Kambui, awaiting to be arraigned at the Homa Bay Law Courts to answer charges of physical assault. It was not clear what triggered the assault, but the dialogue in the video indicates the woman was accused of breaking some Luo traditions. The brutality meted on the two has attracted condemnation, with calls for stern action to be taken on the culprits. Elsewhere, a 60-year-old woman in Nyamache sub-county, Kisii County, has been beaten to death by unknown people. The family members, however, claimed that the widow, who was alone during the incident, died in a hospital while calling on the name of the attacker.
Nikampeleka Keroka akaitimiwa, nikaambiwa rudi kesho umpeleke wapi nini X-ray. Sasa kufika saa moja hivi saida ninaita gari, dadangu akanipigia kwa heri na akaniambia mwenye aliua
The old widow was rushed to Keroka Sub-County Health Facility after family members found her unconscious in her living room, where an X-ray confirmed that she had marks of strangulation on the neck and fresh wounds on the chest.
Huyu mama amefariki, ni anti yangu na mshangao mkubwa kwa hiki kijiji yetu.
They condemned the vicious attack and subsequent death, attributing it to a land dispute, and urged the government to launch investigations and bring the attackers to book.
Hiki kisa hakijawahi onekana kwa hii kijiji yetu, lakini hii ndio mara ya kwanza kuonekana. Sasa sisi tunaomba serikali ifuatilie hii maneno ili tujue ni nani alifanya hiki kitendo.
Unfortunately, it has become a crime to actually be old in some communities. I hope that the authorities bring these particular people to book. Now, crossing over to the business arena, coffee trading might be disrupted if the new coffee 2022 regulations are gazetted in their current form. Among other regulations fronted by the Food and Agriculture Authority is the removing of the coffee brokers licensing from the Capital Markets Authority that has so far licensed a number of brokers. This emerged during a public participation forum in Nairobi, marred by disruptions after some farmers were locked out of the meeting.
The standoff between the Agriculture and Food Authority and the coffee farmers concerning the new regulations saw some farmers locked out of the stakeholders meeting earlier on Tuesday. The bone of contention, according to the farmers, is deleting of the brokers and agent terms in the new regulations, which they say is seeking to remove the Capital Markets Authority from licensing coffee traders. Coffee farmers are adamant that the licensing regime should be left to the county governments and the Capital Markets Authority to ensure the licensing is seamless and transparent.
And the county government have its gains, or rather have their part. The national government has its part. So one of the part concerning the licensing and all that is being taken away again from the county.
Farmers are also calling for the expeditious creation of a direct settlement system that will ease the 1 billion shilling requirement that has hindered coffee factories from selling their produce to the market directly.
We want to see these people, with the document they are discussing here now, it is not allowing the members to be able to sell their coffee without, say, paying one Kenya billion shillings. Where do these farmers get the 1 billion?
The Agriculture and Food Authority say there's need for more negotiations before the payment system is put in place to ensure prompt payment of farmers, and is against farmers being paid directly, rather preferring payment through cooperatives.
All coffee sales from the auction floor will be deposited in accounts farmers have conveyed or the coffee estate farmers have given. So I don't see any complexity. It's only that it's a new idea and the change is normal.
It says being a facility should not hold the farmers' money even at a given point. The money, once the money hits the system, is supposed to ensure that all the deductions that are supposed to be made are made and the money is sent immediately to the farmer's account.
The coffee bill is currently at the Senate after undergoing a third reading in the National Assembly, with another government-sponsored bill still at the first reading in the National Assembly.
Now let's speak matters sports there. President Uhuru Kenyatta says the government is committed to support persons living with disabilities shape their careers and achieve their dreams in the sporting arena. On Tuesday, the president flagged off Team Kenya ahead of the 24th Summer Deaf Olympics slated for May 1st to the 15th in Brazil. The first batch of the contingent will leave the country this Thursday, while the second batch will be leaving on Saturday ahead of the global showpiece.
Speaking at State House Nairobi, President Uhuru Kenyatta noted that the government is at the forefront to ensure that they promote sporting activities in Kenya as an investment to the future generations.
Today, you prove that in Kenya, disability is not inability. You will join the ranks of your abled brothers and sisters who have brought pride to this country, and I am certain, as Ambassador Amina has said, that you too shall not fail in bringing pride to your country.
The contingent of 124 athletes is optimistic of staging a good show in the global showpiece.
Kenya, Your Excellency, is sending 124 athletes who will take part in 5 different disciplines: athletics, basketball, golf, handball and football competitions. And Your Excellency, you remember that there was one of us who won one of the golf competitions and you actually awarded him a golf kit.
Team Kenya will be out to defend the men's 5,000 meters and men's 1,500 meters races. Kenya will participate in various disciplines excluding badminton team, which won't travel after failing to take part in the World Championship and Africans Championship, which acted as a qualifier event. Simon Cherono Kibai will be looking forward to maintain a stellar performance in the men's 10 kilometers, with Beryl Otieno eyeing the 200 meters gold medal. The first batch of the contingent will depart to Brazil on Thursday this week, while the second will leave the country on Saturday.
Now, before we close this chapter, someone has just inboxed me and reminded me that we lost to Liverpool yesterday as Manchester United was playing. Well, what did you expect? Cristiano Ronaldo was mourning the death of his son. May his soul continue resting in peace. And the worst case scenario is that Arsenal is the loudest making that noise. But hey, we're waiting to see the turn of events in the course of the week when they finish their game. Well, as we say, we are yet to do something when it comes to Manchester United. Our main problem, as far as I'm concerned, is none other than our captain, Maguire there, who is ever pulling back and doing all manner of things. So tonight, at Stamford Bridge, we expect Chelsea to be taking on Arsenal. Let's have that conversation tomorrow. How about that? That brings a close to matters in the headlines. Remember, further details are still available on our website. Now I'll take a quick look onto what we have on our various dailies this morning. Victor.
All right. Okay. All right. Okay. Yes. All right. So, talk of Manchester United. I mean, let's not just sweep a clear win under the carpet. I stayed up late for nothing. If you get what I mean. I stayed up late for zero reasons. I mean, anyway. That was a good match. But anyway, that is football, all right? So, in solidarity, Regina, hata si pia tunaumia, but hey.
No, tuonge kesho after game ya leo usiku, 9:45.
Arsenal is a team of a comeback. I don't know why people did not even won. But she was just to console CR7, man. I mean, anyway, sawa. On to the papers. The Star newspaper. CS Matiang'i attacks Ruto, tells DP to quit. CS Matiang'i attacks Ruto, tells DP to quit. Interior Chief dismisses deep state narrative, claims second in command is a populist. But Ford Kenya's Wetangula defends UDA leader, saying that there's a plot to rig polls. That is what's on the front page of the Star newspaper. Kalonzo team, Kenyatta and Raila have betrayed us. This is something that we'll be discussing in the next hour with our analyst here. Raila to meet senior US senators and tech giants. He will be leaving the country on 21st, that is on Friday, and he'll be there for 1 week. And for 3 days, the ODM leader will spend 3 days each in Washington and Silicon Valley. Accompanying Raila for the high-profile trip include Governors Wycliffe Oparanya of Kakamega, Ndiritu Muriithi of Laikipia, and James Ongwae of Kisii. Then, on Sunday, there is that video that went viral of a woman who was being assaulted. Yeah, so sad. In my home area, Kaspul Kabondo. So, 3 gentlemen have been arrested. And when you look at the photos of 3 gentlemen who were arrested, these are people who are most likely in their late 70s or early 80s. And my take is that probably they have never appeared on a newspaper for any good or bad reason. But, you know, at their old age, now they're appearing on the newspaper headlines for all the wrong reasons. And perhaps they've never been arrested. Okay. This story of graft. Prisons employees 275 million shillings assets frozen in graft war. His salary is only 20,000 shillings, but he's worth 275 million shillings. Life is unfair. So the High Court has frozen assets worth 275 million shillings belonging to an employee of the State Department of Corrections. The assets were allegedly obtained through dubious deals. Now, Justice Esther Maina granted the order after the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission told the court that Eric Mutai fraudulently acquired the asset through fictitious contracts in 4 years between 2012 and 2016. Now the judge further directed Mutai to surrender the vehicle's logbooks to EACC within 7 days. All right. So according to the story here, the three gentlemen will be arraigned after the police complete their investigation. Now, the story is that the violence began on Sunday when the woman's son was fighting with his sister. Clan members said that he was disobedient and wanted to turn him over to the police. His mother protested the move to surrender him, and during the process, she was accused of removing her undergarment to demonstrate her protest against the clan decision. The woman denied that she had removed her undergarment, and that is exactly. But according to the lady, she said that she did not do such a thing. It was just an accusation, and even in the video, somebody would hear her saying that that is a T-shirt. That is not what you people are talking about. But the lashing continued for close to 6 minutes or so. Yeah. So, Kalonzo team, Uhuru, Raila have betrayed us. According to close sources, that is the Makueni Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr., who has claimed that Kalonzo signed a separate deal with Uhuru and Raila, handing him the running mate slot. Now, the agreement, he said, was in line with the three-legged stool arrangement that placed the three as the key anchors of the Azimio coalition. Details of this is what we'll be discussing in the next segment of in our viewpoint. And ODM leader to meet senior senators, tech giants in US tour that starting on Friday. Raila to give tickets on Bomas despite protest. That is what will be happening. ODM leader Raila Odinga on Wednesday will hand out nomination certificates despite protest by losers, accusing the party of imposing unpopular candidates. Now, the Orange party boss and Azimio presidential flag bearer will first meet nominees at the Bomas of Kenya before conferring the documents on them. Now, the nominees include those who won in the primaries, okay, as well as those who received direct tickets. So that will be happening actually today at the Bomas of Kenya. Raila's presidential campaign secretariat, Dennis Onsarigo, on Tuesday confirmed that the meeting will indeed take place. That's what I have for you on this time. Jen.
Now, let me bring you to the Daily Nation, and we start off with, of course, the main read here on the front page. Now, teachers want 16,000 hike in school fees, and this is what came from the meeting that has been happening for comprising the secondary school head teachers in Mombasa. So they now say that citing the high cost of running schools, and especially amid the hard economic times that we are in, they now want parents to be charged an extra 8,000 per child, and for the government to raise the capitation per child to by another 8,000 from the current 22,000 to 30,000. Will they have their way? We are yet to get the response from the government, and especially so the Ministry of Education. That story has been covered here on this particular daily. This is all in line with making sure that they're able to attend to the kids, and especially so as we are in this crash program to try and get back to the normal academic year that is expected to resume in January of 2023. Away from that, we come to the next story, politics here. It's Igave and Wanyonyi for the Nairobi race. So according to this particular daily, there was a meeting, and the State House brokers deal their clearing the way for former Nairobi DG Polycarp Igathe to be named as the Azimio One Kenya candidate for Nairobi's gubernatorial race, and of course being seconded by Westlands MP Tim Wanyonyi. It is said that this happened yesterday in a meeting that took place in State House, and currently Igathe is the commercial officer. Yeah, the chief commercial officer at Equity Group Holdings, and it is said that yesterday they were in a closed-door meeting and they settled on him being the Azimio flag, to fly the Azimio flag, and of course being his running mate being Tim Wanyonyi. And of course, you still remember we have Nairobi Governor Unconditional, who is also in the race for re-election. Now, away from that, we also have that story concerning the 6-piece vote. And according to the Uhuru camp in the coalition, they tell him it is a no. This has been covered here on page 4 and 5. And according to President Kenyatta's camp within the Azimio la Umoja coalition, yesterday they warned that ODM leader Raila Odinga's 6-piece suit call in Nyanza could upset the voter turnout and could one way or the other be termed as zoning, which is something that they are trying to avoid. So instead, they want Mr. Odinga to let all candidates fight it out at the polls, dismissing this 6-piece suit call and saying that every candidate has a right to go for all these elective seats, and in one way or the other he should stop to attempt to reintroduce zoning through this back door that was rejected by the affiliates. So saying those that are seeking any of these seats should go to the polls and fight it out. And yesterday affiliate parties also demanded that Mr. Odinga retract his statement, which they say could hurt the coalition's bigger picture. So they say he needs to retract that statement concerning the 6-piece suit vote in his home ground. Now, coming to the last story, or rather second last story, concerning the puzzle of yet another athlete killed allegedly by lover. And this comes only about 7 months before, or rather after, the death of Agnes Tirop that also happened in Iten. So according to the Elgeyo-Marakwet County, where she was discovered, the body of Damaris Muthe, according to this particular daily, the officers reported that the 24-year-old's body was found decomposing in a house in Iten. They go on to say that they believe that the boyfriend is the one who committed the act because he has since fled the country after her body was discovered. And again, this comes only 7 months after Agnes Tirop was discovered. And finally, here on the front page of the Daily Nation, this is a story concerning the scandal of a level 5 hospital. It's supposed to be a level 5 hospital, considering it got the certification on the 1st of January this year. This is the puzzle concerning Meditest Hospital, which they go on to give great detail about this particular hospital. And in brief, this hospital does not even have its own kitchen. They apparently get food for the patients across the road because they do not have the facility to have in-house kitchen, and also its capacity does not allow it to have level 5 clearance, and yet it was given this clearance by the Kenya Medical Practitioners and Dentists Council this year, January. So what really happened in regards to this particular case of it being issued a level 5 clearance? Well, that story is here on page 10 of the Daily Nation. Victor.
And very quickly on the People Daily here on this front page, Nairobi seat stars Azimio bosses. Meeting chaired by Uhuru fails to unlock deadlock over who between Jubilee and ODM should contest in the city's gubernatorial race. That is also on the front page of the People Daily. Reality check for aspirants running as independent candidates, something that we'll also be discussing in the next hour. And of course, that story of Ethiopian linked to killing of athlete Muthe, whose decomposing body was found by police in her house in Iten. Shock of 2,000 mentally unfit cops. That is according to Mutiambai. Very quickly, That is on the front page. Now, Raila tells coast to vote 6 for ODM hopeful again. Raila says that Azimio presidential candidate promises residents huge benefits from SGR, promises to improve Mombasa Port, and so much more. That is, again, what is there. Very quickly, Ethiopian link to murder of another female athlete, Damaris Mutua, is said to have been killed by her foreign colleague who fled the country after the incident. And finally, beaten bigwigs rush to ditch parties for independent tags. But stringent rules await them, such as submitting 1,000 signatures and ID cards copies of their supporters. That is what will be happening in the next few days as the race to succeed each candidate intensifies. State releases 16 billion shillings capitation to schools. Head teachers, however, called for a 28% increase of the money to meet growing economic demand. Okay. Matters education, again, something that we'll be handling in the next segment. For now, Regina, what do you have on the Standard?
Skimming through the Standard this morning, it's just about conversations around the political scene. Deep State, Matiang'i attacks Ruto there. No holds barred. That's the Kika Interior CS Defense President's support for ODM leader presidential bid, and accuses the Deputy President of perpetrating a pandemic of lies and complaining of non-existent Deep State for political mileage. I'm sure that is going to be tackled when you deal with matters politics, Victor there. There's that sad story there of the slain athlete found dead in her boyfriend's house just yesterday there. Apparently now information coming in that Kenyan-born Baharini athlete Damaris Mutua was found dead in a house in Iten, Elgeyo Marakwet County, and her death comes exactly 6 months after Agnes Tirops was murdered in the same county. So, according to KO North Deputy County Commissioner Julius Mayo, he said that the Ethiopian athlete Eskander Haile Mariam is a main suspect in this particular murder incident there. And he said that Mutua's body was found in Haile Mariam's bed on Tuesday. The suspect is now in Ethiopia, and he said to have phoned a neighbor to say that he had killed his girlfriend. Now, details of his age are not immediately known. Residents of Iten knew him only as Koki. This is a very sad affair. The slain lady used to train in Iten and Kapsabet, has already been termed to be very hardworking and forward-thinking. She had won the Marrakech 20 kilometers race in Morocco in 2018, and there was a runners-up in a number of competitions, such as the Casablanca Memorial 10-kilometer race. Investigations are underway. I don't know what, as far as diplomacy is concerned, I don't know what it takes to actually have someone extradited from Ethiopia to come back to answer to this issues of murder there. I don't know what happens. This will take quite some diplomacy to have this person tried and possibly convicted for murder. Matters of politics there, we have the negotiations that were made between, Wiper, actually negotiated by Wiper leader there, Kalonzo Musyoka, to have former Governor Julius Malombe carry the flag, or rather is the flag bearer in as far as the Wiper party is concerned in Kitui County for the gubernatorial race there. Also, there's a question of the running mate, and this does not just befall Kenya Kwanza, but also is something that is dogging Azimio. And now there is talk and an announcement from women leaders coming out to say that, you know what, we want Martha Karua to be picked as Raila Odinga's running mate. Well, she comes in with a wealth of experience, and if you go back in history, 2007, there was a Monica that came and said that she's the only man in Kibaki's cabinet, and this is in her defense of Mwai Kibaki there in the disputed elections of 2007. But the question of loyalty, can it be transferred? That's a question. And looking at the voting history of women, women are said to be enemies of their own. Will she bring or deliver the votes in as far as Azimio is concerned? That is, if she's picked as the deputy president, and also, or rather the running mate in as far as Azimio is concerned. And also there's the question of Kalonzo Musyoka, with a rich voting bloc pegged at around 2 million or so votes. Will he be picked? Well, it's a headache indeed in as far as, you know, the race to the top is concerned on the August 9th polls there. There's also an exclusive interview of none other than Toto. She's referred to as Toto because during the UDA nominations that are taking place and are still ongoing in some areas there, as late as yesterday we had the ticket being handed over to Charles Keter there. This lady took the social media as well and mainstream media by storm. Why? Because after she was apparently or allegedly barred from accessing the current residence, well, she is going to be in elective politics. Bomet woman representative flying the UDA flag. There's an exclusive interview here, and her mother Betty Langat has been quoted here, and I'd like to read it out as we bring this to a close and usher in conversations to better put matters of politics into perspective. She says, like any parent, I wanted her to get a job and stop listening to those who are advising her to toss herself into politics. I thought they were all fooling her. So who's fooling who? Toto is Bomet woman representative flying the UDA flag there, waiting for the polls come August 9th. I'm Regina Manyara. I wish you a pleasant viewing ahead.
Much about your son. He's so timid. He wouldn't do anything desperate.
What are you trying to say, huh?
Stop playing the sad card in front of me. What you did is unforgivable. You didn't even get half of what you deserve.
I heard it with my own ears. The woman who looks like Pinky was calling Mrs. Gao mom.
Ah, come on. You must have gotten it wrong. That's impossible.
What I lost was more than my daughter and a piece of land. It's also my 30 years of life.
Assalamu alaikum, alaikum, yeah. Assalamu alaikum, alaikum, yeah.
Pia tunazungumzia fadhila za mwezi mtukufu wa Ramadhani. Wanaombea msamaha watu wenye kutoa sadaka, wanaombea msamaha watu wenye kufuturisha, wanaombea msamaha kila mtu aliyekubali kufuata maamrisho ya Mwenyezi Mungu.
يراني نقولها قدام السامعين واللي متابعين الفرد وسناه يراني لنحاشم.
Sichagua kati ya kakangu na mpenzi wangu. Mom, are you really okay?
There's nothing you can say to change what I feel.
Sijakuja hapa kwa kuwa nimekumisi. Naona utazipata hizo tabu sana.
Achana kujipendekeza kwa mume wangu.
Umemaliza? Oh, okay.
much about your son. He's so timid. He wouldn't do anything desperate.
What are you trying to say, huh?
Stop playing the sad card in front of me. What you did is unforgivable. You didn't even get half of what you deserve.
I heard it with my own ears. The woman who looks like Pinky was calling Mrs. Gao Mom.
Ah, come on. You must have gotten it wrong. That's impossible.
What I lost was more than my daughter and a piece of land. It's also my 30 years of life.
This is what street families call normal. Existing in an urban wilderness where only the fittest survive. Unkempt youth sniffing glue, a deliberate attempt to stay numb from the harsh realities of living in the streets. It's about 5:30 a.m. when we get to Riverside area in Kenya's capital, Nairobi.
One day, I want to make it a better place for everyone on my side, always.
His street name is Pablo. For as long as he can remember, Pablo has called the streets of Nairobi home.
Mi kujipata kwa hii system ya street life, ni mpango tu ya Mungu. Mi sikuwa nimepanga niko hapa, lakini nijipata nikajua kuna something Mungu anatry ku bring out of this street life.
From pavements, under bridges, condemned buildings, parks, dump sites, literally any space, no matter how deplorable, is home.
Mvua ikinyesha kwa inakuanga tafu, napata zone ya kupark ndio ulale na kuwa ngumu. Napata area yote ni maji, unaona. So lazima utafute place kumejificha sana, na huku place mingi kuna kwa kumefungwa. Huwezi pata tika yard penye unaweza tulia na usinyeshewe.
Pablo and his peers are part of the over 46,000 persons who, according to a 2018 national census of street families, live in the streets across the 47 counties in Kenya. The census also revealed several push and pull factors that kept them in the streets, which included, among others, mistreatment by parents and relatives, deaths of parents, domestic violence, and just being born in the streets.
Ananipiga, ananifanyisha vitu ngumu, akanifukuza, akaniambia wewe si mtoto wangu.
Mimi nijipata base mimi nilikosa kuchop ndio masisi na mabro wa chop na cheki.
Shida yenye nilitoa nyumbani ni kukosa chakula, school fees ya form 1 nikakosa. Mimi nishamaliza class 8, lakini mimi nikipata mtu wa kunipeleka form 1 mimi nafurahia.
With lack of basic formal education, they have limited opportunities and are often left at the mercy of passers-by and good Samaritans who are increasingly becoming rare because of the stigma associated with street families.
Kama vile tunaweza patana na wewe, nikuambie, auntie, nibaye chakula, na wewe uniambie, toka hapa kitoto hii, enda kwenu. Lakini mimi nasema, Mungu najua hujanisahau.
Hata ukiangalia watu wengi hapa, nguo na viatu ndio shida, wengine wamevalia ringanisha. Hata kama ni chakula mtakula tu mnatuletea, tuwezi kataa.
For many of them, crime is the only readily available means to survive, which makes them an easy target for law enforcers and mob justice. Their lives can be wiped out in a minute with no questions.
Wengine ni kukufa juu ya kulewa, wengine ni kupigwa. Unaona ile kuwekelewa makosa, amefanya kitu na hajafanya, wapata mraia inachukua action against him na inamjaji, inabaki wanamuua, aidha wanamdiscipline mpaka anakufa.
Na masafara wezetu wanatuacha, wanaitwa na Mungu.
Regardless of these challenges, they are focused on what they want.
Ndio nitoke hapa, useme kufunguliwa biashara aidha ya upishi ama ya sala, unaona. Ndio niweze kutoka kwa hii life, nifike stage next yenye baadaye itakuja kunifikisha kwa dream yangu ya kuachieve music.
It's mid-afternoon at the Koinonia Community Center in Dagoretti South, Nairobi. A center that is now acting as a fountain of hope for hundreds of children rescued from the streets. Here we meet Ndegwa. Today he is leading his peers to rehearse for an upcoming talent show. His great mastery of the art could perhaps obfuscate his former life as a street urchin, a past he chooses not to forget.
Kwa street nimekaa for 3 years to 4 hapo. Na kitu ilituma niingie kwa drugs, kutumia drugs. Yani ni friends wapya. Unajua nimeshatoka nyumbani nimeingia street. Siwezi kaa peke yangu. Kuna ma friends nimepata huko. Hao ndio walianza kunifunza hizi mambo. Sasa unajua ukikaa na msee sana uone anafanya hiki kitu, pia yeye lazima utataka kuifanya ujue iko aje. So pia mimi nikajoin kwa hizo drugs, nikaanza kuzitumia mpaka zikaniaddict, yani singekaa bila hiyo drug.
Ironically, regardless of the tough life, the pull of the streets proved too strong for him.
Kuna venye unaweza kutoa mtu kwa street umpeleke shule mara moja, because lazima kwanza arekebishe ajue nini anataka. So pale kwa rescue unaona sana siku ya kwanza umeingia, bado kuna wale marafiki ulitoka nao street. So bado kuna ile bado mnachochana. Bado ile kiu ijaisha. Unasikia kuna kitu umemiss huko hivyo street. So ndio mnaanza kuchochana, sijui mnataka nini, huku ni kubaya what, ndio muende.
When he finally yielded, he found not just a home but a new lease of life.
Hii center imenipea vitu nyingi sana. Nimegain vitu nyingi sana zenye hata sikuwa najua. Ukiangalia hapa, hii ni group yangu ya acrobat. Mimi nachapanga acrobat na dance. Hizo vitu zote nimejulia huku na nikufunzwa. Arasa hii hata siamini kama mimi ni acrobat, sikuwa najua kitu. Ndio kuna mtu anazali yangu akijua. Hapa nimegain vitu nyingi sana. Nimesoma sasa hivi kuna vitu najua za sikuwa najua. Najua sasa nafaa kutengeneza future yangu, nisiangalie future mtu mwingine.
Ndegwa is a good example of the hidden gems in the streets, which often get wasted away due to lack of proper policies and interventions for rehabilitation of street families. In 2003, the government established the Street Families Rehabilitation Trust Fund, which was operationalized in 2019 with a vision to create a country that is free of street families. But several years later, this urban tragedy is proving to be a hard nut to crack, at least going by the surge, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic. So why is the pull of the streets so strong? Father Renato Cesana is an Italian priest based in Kenya. He is the founder of the Koinonia Community Center, which runs several children homes and academic institutions. Here, the children get access to basic education, health, and nutrition, a pivotal seed of transformation.
Look at the children around you. Look at the children. Look at them. They only need help. Sometimes a little help. because if we help them before they fall into that big hole that is the use of drugs and so on, we help them before that moment, we can really save time for ourselves and for them. We can save their lives.
So what exactly is the best approach of realizing a street family-free country?
For you to see that child in the street, something ought to have happened within the family. So there's this reintegration and the issue to deal with the financial issues, the economic situation within the family needed to be dealt with before we end to the street.
Lakini mimi naweza penda kwa sana nikirudi home mtu asinichukie. Juu si kupenda kwangu. Najua kila mtu anakuanga na maisha yake. Kila mtu anakuanga na life yake, tuseme hivyo. Sisi tunaweza kuambia God blessiwe sana. Juu tuko hapa, tuko uhai sana. Watu wanatutukananga, watu wataongea vibaya, lakini hatufurahii.
Realizing a street families free country is a burden that the government alone cannot carry. It calls for collaborative efforts by multilateral actors who not only need to invest in improving the living conditions of street families, but also focus on preventive measures to curb the surge.
All right. Oh, all right. Sawa, we are on air. All right, welcome to the program. It's a cold Wednesday morning. Yeah, but nonetheless, we have got some hot show lined up for you from now until the end of the program. Welcome. My name is Victor Lowe, and right now on air is The Viewpoint. With me in studio, Kevin Katisia, who is an advocate of the High Court. Yes, there you have him. Kevin Katisia, good morning.
Thank you, Victor.
And with me in studio, I have got Nobat Odul, who is an international relations and diplomacy student, who is also enthusiastic about politics, security, research, and sustainable development. He was also a delegate of Youth Lead Africa Summit 2021 in Arusha, Tanzania. That is huge, man. How are you, Robert?
I'm very fine. How about you?
All these, I'm doing well. All these details about you, fine. You tell us more about this as well. And finally, we have got Dr. Rotich, who is also here with us. He's an economist, but I usually say with a lot of bias in politics. Karibu sana daktari.
Thank you so much.
Gentlemen, we have to get the show on the road. First of all, let me start by asking you this question, Nobat, now that the new kid in the block. There was that video of that lady who was being raped in my home county of Homa Bay. What do you make of that video? And of course, right now I hear that there is a case already,
yes,
which was lodged by Counsel Steve Ogola, who said that he will actually stand in for the lady, and some kind of legal proceedings will be taken against the three gentlemen. What do you make of that?
I think personally, it's even if it's quote-unquote culture in terms of, because they were saying those are some cultural aspects are being broken by the lady. I'd feel it's quite uncouth to just start lashing an old woman or an old lady of that age. And someone actually was taking a video of it, which is quite justifiable because it came to the limelight. But now I think that is wrong in my own perspective. I think there are better ways to solve whatever dispute was between them.
Yes.
Yes.
And what about you, Kevin?
Yes, I agree with my brother here on the same. However, it all depends on how that lady will respond to it, because in some cultures, people even consent
to them being given such punishment.
Yes.
Yeah, because where I come from, like in Ukambani, for example, there used to be those cultural sessions whereby if somebody goes against the clan, then he is punished that way. So the question is, did she consent to that? And number two, if she says she was against all that, I think the law must take its course.
Yes.
And my learned friend Ogola is justified to go to court and fight for her rights, because that is assault.
Yes.
Yeah, there's no way you can justify assault. It is assault, regardless of the reasons. Yes.
But you see, when you talk of culture, you say that in Ukambani, that was way back in the days.
Yes,
you see, it was in a systematic manner. Either you are being given all 6 strokes, 5, 7, depending on what Wazee would decide and say, because this is the mistake that you've done, so we are going to give you 10.
Yes,
and that was it.
It was like that, actually. Yeah. It was actually, there were rules, and there were those people whose the mandate was to now
minister that.
Exactly.
Yes.
But now what happened there, I think it was just being done without any particular structure. And I think, of course, we have to appreciate that those cultures have been overtaken by events.
Yes.
Yeah. And as much as we want to introduce them and also live by them, we must also be alive to the current legal channels. Because in my opinion, whatever happened to that lady, even if she said she consents, then she has a family who can say, no, we are going to take these people to court. So I think we have to be careful. As much as we appreciate culture, we have to be alive to the legal channels which are currently available.
Yes.
Yes.
Dr. that was a clear assault. If you watch the video,
I think although we have the law and order in this country, and the constitution is there to guide or guard everybody. So whatever happened, it was quite illegal. Well, whether you'll accept as a taboo or something, a cultural practice, that is, it cannot be condoned in such a, in a civilized world like now, where, the law is very, very clear, and the rights of every individual must be protected. Where some individual feels that they have a right over others just because of the traditional background, or, that cannot be acceptable. So the law is an equalizer.
All right, so just to put in perspective, the 3 gentlemen are here. All right, and they're in police custody as we speak. I think there's a mug shot by the police. Once they were arrested, we have got one of them, Nokio Okwiri, we have got Enos Odhiambo, and lastly, Dedan Kimathi. The 3 are right now in police custody. There you have it. Shame on you. Okay, and by the way, it was not cultural. It wasn't cultural. The story says that they accused the lady of removing her underpants when she was going to protect her son, who was being, there was a fight between the son, the daughter, so there was came in, so it wasn't cultural per se. So the gentleman, then the law take its own course. Now, moving to what we have today, nominations are still happening, and we've seen many people falling by the wayside that we never expected. Dr. Did you expect the bigwigs, so to speak, not to make a comeback?
I think, if you can remember the discussion that we had last week.
Yes.
And I told you very categorically, let me talk on what we witnessed in the areas that the UDA actually did. And I told you very, very practically that there are no secret or sacred cows in UDA. And you witness what really happened, because no one was protected by any above men or women. What transpired on the ground, is a decision that the Kenyans did based on the kind of democratic space that they were given. And to me, it was one of the best nominations I've ever had. I witnessed personally. I was on the ground in Kericho County, and we had very senior fellows of the persons of Charles Keter.
Even Kericho shocked many.
Yes, it shocked many. We have had a number of MPs. MPs are Inamo Silvanus.
Yes.
MP Kigawet Soin, Gipsengeret Koros. MB Kiburete, Mr. Kiptargech. All these guys were thrown by young and energetic fellows. So in this case, it shows that the nomination exercise was done according to the law. Me, I witnessed a lot of peace that I've never seen it before. And many of you people were expecting big names to come back. You go to the Wasingishu, huge names was drawn out. You talk about Bomet, where we have a young girl at the age of 24,
yes,
being now the women rep of Bomet County. That tells you how, the extent at which democracy can go.
Yes.
And that, although, even while, of course, we have witnessed some hiccups here and there, of course, it is very normal. I also told you last time that we are still a growing democracy. And even the management of these elections are still wanting. Because the people who are managing are the same people who are not well trained. And whatever hiccups that came across, of course, we also expected. But I believe more than 60-70% was done, and it was done rightfully. Yes, we have had those who are now thinking about rushing to be independent candidates. They are claiming that they will, but these are mishaps that some of these fellows are not willing to accept. And the reason behind this, although the register that was used was the IEBC register of 2017. Those who voted in 2017. Were able to vote in the ongoing nomination, because the register comes, is the one that is being used is the 2017 one. Now, when we are heading to the general election, we shall be using a whole register up to the latest. That means there are a lot of people who are locked out in the whole process. So what these independent candidates are banking on is actually the number of people, those number of people who never voted because of the register. That was only to the limit of 2017. And there are those who won by 1,000 margin, 2,000 margin, and I still find that one very risky, although especially for those who will go to the independent, and maybe he will come back, because there are those people who never voted and they will have a chance come the general election.
Of 1,000 in Naivasha, Jen Kihara had a difference of 2 votes.
Yeah, so these are some of we are in fact let me tell you,
a vote is a vote, whether it is one vote.
If these people will be allowed to go to the independent to contest under independent, things may also change, because I feel there are a number of people who never had a chance to vote because of the limitation of the register that only limits to the 2017 general election.
Absolutely. No, but let me get your opening remarks.
I think, first of all, it's a new dawn. Yes, it's a new dawn to the bigwigs. For me, it sends a message that one is the youth are really willing to step into the political space. Number two, track record is very important. Because we're seeing people like the so-called Keter, they're involved in majority of graft issues. I think now it's high time that track record speak. Number two, the scorecard you have on the public. I think for me that is what is making the bigwigs to fall. And now it's a new dawn. So we need to reflect that to now in the national level, in terms of the presidency, the governorship, and all positions across.
Okay, and Katisia, you know, when all this started, people said that it was an automatic kind of a sail-through for all the bigwigs.
Yes.
That's a shocker.
It is. And I think this is democracy doing its job.
Yes.
Because you see some of these old politicians, they have the perception that they have been there, they know the system, and they will be able to sail through smoothly. And especially those who participated in forming these major political parties. If you look at UDA, for example, and what happened, I think many of them assumed that they have all along been friends of the party leader of UDA, and they knew they will sail through.
They've been there for long.
Yes, they've been there for long, and they were shocked because some of them have detached themselves from the ground. Some of them have, after occupying those high offices, they have lost touch with the people on the ground.
Yes,
and I think it was a lesson to these bigwigs, because even if you look at, for example, ODM, for example, and you saw the nominations which happened between Otuoma and Florence Mutua, for example, you know, the women rep assumed that she has been in the party all along. There were all those manner of assumptions, and I think it is a lesson, and all political parties must encourage that kind of democracy, Because what many parties are doing now, this they are calling consensus or negotiated democracy. I think it is denying the people on the ground a chance to elect their own people. Because if these parties are saying that they will rely on scientific polls or maybe what they hear from their people on the ground, I think they are being unfair to the people, to the grassroots people. And Victor, be assured that those people who participated in those nominations and they won fairly, chances are those are the people who are wanted by the people at the ground. Yes. And chances are they will carry the day even in the general election. And now this idea of somebody like, if you look at the case of Susan Kihika, for example, right? Yeah, even though she has been able to sail through, she has been having issues with the main players in UDA. So it becomes a question of are these parties for the people or for the top players in the party? If you look at many parties, even Jubilee, you've seen how there has been chaos here in Nairobi, whereby the senior party officials are proposing a particular candidate. The people are saying, no, let these people come to us and we nominate them. Yes. If you look at Mombasa, for example, of course, the issue of Shabal and Nasri. And Shabal said, I'm not satisfied. I'm thinking of going for independent. So I think it's a matter of nominations are very critical in ensuring democracy in Kenya. But let's not forget that the Political Parties Amendment Act is very clear. And I've heard Daktari saying that for UDA, for example, the 2017 IBC register was used. So we ask ourselves, did UDA comply to the Political Parties Amendment Act? Because parties are supposed to use their party register when they are conducting nominations. Because let's be alive to the fact that an opponent from another party may come and vote in a weak candidate. Yes. So that they meet them at the main election and they defeat them. And that's why the Political Parties Act was very clear on the reason as to why the party's register should be used. So the question is, Victor, and be assured, you will see very many cases being filed by those people who were defeated in those nominations. And we must be prepared for that. And of course, the IBC has given parties time.
The tribunals are actually on in their sittings right now because there's so many complaints coming up. Daktari, you know, when you talk of the party nominations and the big wigs falling by the wayside again, he's also talked about the issue of party register. We've seen the issue of consensus. When it all began, direct nomination was given to Shabal and Abdul Samad now have to square it out in Mombasa because there's that direct nomination. In Homa Bay it happened to Gladys Wanga. People were grieved by that. But then when you look at it, did we not see the flip side of the party leader trying to retain his strong members to the party? Because when you look at what happened to the UDA, they said, we are going to the people, let them go decide. Some of the strong people who were supposed to come back did not make it back. But when you look at the ODM side, they give those direct nominations and he still retained those strong people with him. Was it a miscalculation on the DP side?
I don't think...
Was he ever confident? Or even the candidates?
I think what you need to learn, Olo, what the DP was looking at was a huge disagreement in the event that the wrong people actually... if you impose leaders on the people. Democratically. That is why he was able to negotiate some of the areas. Talk of places like... there are counties whereby he negotiated, like in Kakamega, whereby the guys were told, why did you step down for this one? And then in other places. But to me, I've been against the negotiation law. When you negotiate to give somebody a direct ticket, that in itself, you show some kind of partisanship or prejudice against the other. Look at what's happening with Ngatian and the other gentleman. Why Wanyonyi is saying he has gone far? He cannot retract back. He cannot refuse. He cannot step down for somebody for Ngatia. So in this case, the same thing happened in Homa Bay, where you see people disagreed almost openly with Right Honorable Raila Odinga because he seems to be favoring Wanga. I mean, against the other one. So why are we saying that, Olo? We want to allow democracy to take place. Because when you do that, you are telling the people that you have got all the powers to choose the people of the leaders of your interest. And even if you want yours, there should be a better way of assisting your candidate. If you want so and so, you finance or you do anything that can help. Yeah. But where you pronounce it openly, that also it will be imparted to the majority of the people. Take, for example, you may not really tell what will happen in Homa Bay, my friend, because there are those who are supporting others away from Wanga. They are totally in disagreement with the right honorable Raila Odinga's suggestion that we support this lady. And these other places, look at the Wasingishu, what happened. Most of the big wigs are they are at home. Why? Is because His Excellency the Deputy President said no. You go back to the people. Go back to the people. Omba kura hawa watakupatia. In case they don't want, they will give another person. So what His Excellency the Deputy, he has less problems despite of the complaints and all this and that. Those who are complaints, they wanted backups from the His Excellency the Deputy President. And I'm not saying that will hold water because the people themselves.
It could be democracy. Yes. But somebody like Kositany, nobody expected Kositany to make it back.
It's true.
That's why I'm telling you, Olo.
But it's democracy. You know, the DP needs people like Kositany.
What is happening in UDA, my friend? There are those guys who were discouraged, like Keter of Nandi Hills. But he came back. It was not about a favor from an individual. It is about getting favor from the people. And that in itself, Olo, will go a long way in establishing a strong democracy. And even leadership.
I agree. But with all matters of calculation, you know, as a politician, you have been in the field.
There are those who believe, Olo,
you have been in the field.
There are those who believe
it's about interest.
That if they are not in the system, and nothing will go right. I mean, they have a feeling that they are entitled. They have a feeling that they are indispensable. But they are dispensable. We have leaders. I mean, those people who have been elected by the leaders, they will be groomed. Even if they don't have that kind of expansive experience, they will catch up along with the system because these are leaders. So, although what happened in UDA and what's happening in some parts of the other areas of ODM, perfectly, I am for it. Let democracy prevails in all areas.
Okay. No, but young people came out and boom, you know, they're shining.
Yeah.
In fact, when you go to the MCA level, most of the MCAs have been sent home.
It's true.
What are we getting right or not getting wrong?
First of all, I think I'd go back to my first issue. It's a matter of scorecard. It's high time that, you know, the youth are they miss out on these opportunities most of the time. The youth are being used in this whole election process. The youth are being used. So it means now the youth have, it's high time that we rise up to these positions. We want the things because, we make 60% of the population in Kenya. So we want a position too. We want a share of that cake so that we ourselves can help ourselves to become a better Kenya at large. So it's a matter of scorecard because when you see even the bigwigs, some of them, the big names in the country, they have done nothing. Look at Toto, the 24-year-old. She didn't have even funds to campaign, but she won. It's a matter of,
selling
your idea and bringing change to the society that the bigwigs per se have not.
Then it means that sometimes it's not about money. It's about how you resonate with the local.
It's true. It's true.
And in fact, that if we take an example of Toto, for example, her story is quite unique, so to speak. And she's making it to the history because, number one, she said that she didn't have money. In fact, at some point, some people were even offering her vehicles to campaign.
It's true.
You understand?
It's true.
So it's not about money. You be there as individual. Give us your clear manifesto and we'll vote for you.
That's very true because I think, it's a time of a shift in the ideology. Because most of the time we see most politicians use money to bribe and, to get their way up there. But now it's a matter of ideology because we're in the 21st century, it's 2022. Some places do not have even the basic necessities such as water, schools. So it's a matter of now, what is your thought on bringing change on the society? And that is what now the youth are stepping into. We see the likes of Toto. The other one in 2017, we saw John Murigi in Meru. Campaigning on, I think on a boda boda. Is a boda boda guy?
Actually, it was a bicycle.
Yeah, on a bicycle. So it's high time that the youth sell their idea to the public. And, this is what I have to offer, this is what I bring to the table. Do you buy it or do you not buy it? Because at the end of the day, we see people using finances. They're not
absolutely.
People like, sorry to say this, Kina Kositany. The bigwigs in UDA, we would expect them to be, he's the right-hand man of Dr. Ruto. But then what do we see? It's a matter of now, what idea do you have to sell to the people?
Yes.
Yes.
I know. All right. Dr. in the political arena. He knows the pain of losing an election.
Yes.
He knows. Katisia, when you see people like Kositai, number one.
Yes.
The likes of Mandago made a U-turn and said, you know what, my term is over as a governor, so back to the Senate.
Yes.
A calculated move.
Yes.
And perhaps, what should somebody say? Mandago, governor, you've served just 2 terms. Thank you so much. Let somebody else come in. But this is politics. It's an open field. Were you supposed to see him off and say, Gwaheri, thank you?
I think politics, as you have said, is a matter of strategy. And you must calculate your moves. You must look at the reality. And I agree with my brother here that what you have done for the people is more important.
Yes.
And politics is a matter of convincing the people to put you in that position because they should believe that once you are there, you will fit and help them in the best way possible. And the Mandago, for example, did not shy away a long time ago when the likes of Governor Mutua and Governor Kibwana were saying, after even Governor Joho and Oparanya, when they were saying after governor, you should become president. And they all said they declared their bid for presidency. What happened later? They came and just some of them kept quiet. Others, like Makwende governor, said he will go for senator. Mutua is saying he wants to become Raila's running mate. Oparanya is quiet. But Mandago, from the word go, he said, I want to be realistic.
Yes.
That the seat I can get is that of Senate. And he started planning for that. Long time ago.
And you see, with the Senate doesn't have a term limit.
Exactly, and there's no term limit. So I think, in my opinion, Mandago is one of those few wise politicians. But now let's go to the issue which my brother has mentioned about looking at the youth factor.
Yes.
And nowadays, for you to win a seat, you must consider that the young people, as much as in the past they have been used to also cause all manner of chaos and also to assist in
to push politicians.
Exactly. But now, young people are at the core of politics. Look at this parliament which is going home, for example. There are so many young parliamentarians. And believe you me, in the next parliament, there will be so many young parliamentarians. And actually, even those old politicians, those who are going for governor, many of them are considering young people as their running mates.
Yes.
Because the youth now are coming up in large numbers to vote. And actually, even on the issue of presidential running mates, apart from looking at the tribe where somebody is coming from, looking at gender, I may actually advise the presidential candidates for free that they should also consider the young people, because we constitute more than 60% of this population, and the young people have gone out.
That would look interesting.
Yes, exactly.
You can imagine Katise, the running mate. I'm just imagining.
Amen. Yes, because imagine young people from 35 and below, there are so many, and so many of them have taken votes. They have gone out there and they have registered as voters. So I think it's, and for young people, as much as these old politicians think that young people are only there for the money, I think they have woken up. Because if you give me 1,000 today, I'll use it in the next 1 hour. But young people want something sustainable. Jobs. Talk of jobs.
Futuristic ideas.
Futuristic ideas. But these old politicians, Victor, are used to that idea of doing politics by giving handouts. Because that's what they have been doing. Giving handouts, giving fake promises. But you see now, Kenya, I think the level of literacy and elitism is very high. People are questioning what you are telling them. If you say you will construct a stadium, like you saw what the Jubilee administration, when they were doing their campaigns, they campaigned on those ideas. How many stadiums have been completed? I think the young people are able to interrogate you. Elites are able to interrogate you. Is this realistic? is this possible?
Yeah.
Look at the debts which we have as a government. Yeah. And somebody now comes in and campaigns by saying, you know, when I take over, I'll do this and this. So many promises. And there are those key issues which are affecting Kenyans. Issues, those basic human needs. Look at the housing, for example, as one of the issues. Look at employment. Yeah. Security, and you know, when politicians are doing their politics by advancing ethnicity, tribalism, and all manner of negative politics, Kenyans are watching. And I think, Victor, as we go to 2022, 9th of August, you'll be shocked. Because even somebody who was not even popular, and you have seen this idea of independent candidates.
Yes.
Because some parties, to be honest, and what Dr. has said, want to have their people with them.
Yes.
Like ODM, for example. Look at what has happened in Kisumu. Where can you give the people a chance to choose their governor? Where are you forcing Governor Nyong'o, whom I respect very much, to the people? You have seen there's a large number of people who are opposed to that idea. Even the issue of Homa Bay, for example. So I think it's an idea that people must agree.
But Katisia, legally speaking, it's provided for.
Yes, it is provided for.
As a part of the process of getting the nominations done.
To reduce the complaints, my friend, you allow the people who are supposed to complain to do their job.
I'm saying it's an option.
It's an option, but
it's an option.
But Victor,
which any party, include the DP, negotiated democracy, it's there. You know, the universal suffrage that you're doing right now, happening currently, and direct nomination, is provided for.
It is, but if the other party is not convinced or it does not agree with that consensus, that arrangement. Why can't you allow the people to choose their person? For example, the issue of Caleb Kozitani. Yes, he lost. Did you see him going to UDA appeals board or going to court? Maybe he's convinced that the process was fair. Even though he lost the nominations, he's convinced that it was fair. And he has said there are so many ways I can support the UDA party leader. So I think the idea of consensus is also being misused by some party officials. Look at, for example, the entrance of Igathe to the Nairobi gubernatorial race. And it is so clear, even you see it is being told that State House operatives have agreed that it has to be Igathe.
Which something we'll discuss.
Exactly. Yes. So I think there are some people, Victor, we must be alive to that. There are some people within the party who wants to push their agenda. And influence the party leader. Maybe the party leader is very innocent.
Okay.
Yes.
You know what? When you talk of influence and pushing,
yes.
Is it the same thing, Dr. Because every politician must have an interest. You have had that interest of being a politician and running for a political seat. But having your house in order is equally important. When you have those strong people behind you.
What we are saying, Olo, in areas where you see that there will not be any opposing whatever, you can do a negotiated kind of democracy.
Yes.
But you also have to read the mood of the people. You have to know what the expectations that the people have. People have actually proposed their own leaders. This is the leader that we want to have. And then, instead of now really negotiating with them fast, I don't want to see a situation whereby we have 2 people, 3 people negotiating. I want you to talk to the public. Let the public express their opinion as to among the 2 or 3 who have actually come up for contesting, who is more preferable. That is why I was also refusing the issues of pollsters, whereby you choose somebody because of an opinion which was also formed by people who may have also been influenced by others.
Imagine how chaotic it can get.
Yeah, so now let me tell you.
When you go to the ground and have supporters in a hall and say, these are going... It can be chaotic.
But the best method, Olo, as I've always said, is that it is let the people go to an election. Let the people choose their own people. I mean, the negotiated democracy may not be very good because the perception that people have is that you prefer this candidate because of your interest. In this case, Olo, let me tell you, and I told you during our last election, and just let me repeat again, what I witnessed in the election, nomination that happened in UDA, there was no favoritism. There was nobody who was said, somebody from the head office has actually called that they need so and so. In Kericho, for example, the governor seat, it was contested by people who among these people were very powerful former government operatives.
Yes.
Talk of the person of Charles Keter. He came with bomb and fire. I mean, you saw how he came with vehicles, overall, I mean, billboards everywhere. I never saw small pictures. I saw billboards being placed in every strategic position of the country. But that never count. You talk about the person who won by the name Dr. Eric Mutai. This is a guy who came out from the university, a green fellow. But he sold his manifesto well. He agreed well with the people. He went round. Yes. He got the support from the public. Let me tell you, this is a guy who never gave out even a single coin to the public. Are you imagining? He's contesting for a position of governorship. And he was not dishing out money because he never had. People were actually contributing vehicles to make a convoy to look like this is a big fellow. But he made it. He's now the governor. Elected by the Kericho people. So it is not about money. It is about your manifesto. It is about your willingness and how you sell your agenda. So what happened everywhere, Banaulo, and you talk about the Nandi, you talk about the Wasingishu, you talk about all these places, even Pomet. Even though, of course, we are with the fellows who have actually gone for independent, we don't know what will happen.
Yeah.
But with a range of about 60,000 votes, because Eric Mutai in Kericho got 126,000, while the second strongest contender, who is also a long-serving person, a person of over 20 years in experience in the civil service and in politics, got 60,000. Now, that can tell you that people are serious.
A difference of 6,000. You really go to appeals board.
You cannot. And of course, with a lot of lucratives that he was able to oil up the process. Yeah. But that never changed the mindset of the people of Kericho. That really tells you that Kenyans are maturing democratically.
Victor, on the matter of negotiations.
As you answer that, let me also put it this way. Perhaps the whole idea of I have money, okay, billboards, the way you're putting it, the 4x4s, we all know. You know, a certain brand of vehicle which is commonly used in Kenya, all branded. But that is now changing. When you see a simple man, for example, the lecturer from university, straight to the ground and winning that election, that change of perception, that change of fresh air and giving ideas to the people is perhaps now what Kenyans are looking for. That is the way to go.
Yes, I'd agree with the Daktari here. We are now maturing democratically because for the longest time we are seeing people who, a lot of experience in the civil service as well as in the political arena, a lot of experience, the same time a lot of promises that are empty. So I think where we are heading now into is a space where let's sit down on a round table. What do I have to offer? This is what I have to offer. I offer A, B, C, D. What about you? D, E, F, whatever. Then we see what is more practical, number one. Because I cannot be honest to say, I'll be honest to say, we were promised over 10 stadiums in 2013 and 2017 as well. But now we are seeing the stadiums being constructed out of need because the president needs to go to Kirinyaga, he needs to go to Kisumu and elsewhere. So it's a matter of now an idea. Ideology. That is how we are moving into. Apart from money, money is also important to facilitate, movements and all that, mobilization and all that. But at the same time, we are shifting from that to ideology. Let people come to you because of what you have to say. And now that is, for the longest time, we're seeing the only person I have seen in my lifetime that would bring people out of the ideologies they have. It's only Mr. Raila Odinga. No one else. Then two, in a matter of negotiations, as negotiative democracy, it's also important because one, we also have to further party ideologies. We have political parties, and these are vehicles towards achieving political ends. So therefore, we mean that it is also important that we consider negotiative democracy also becoming important. In this sense, one, from the party's position, who is the best person to further our ideology? Number two, we are seeing, I think Daktari directed this to the Azimio group. It is important we consider negotiations. At the end of the day, if we elect, we negotiate person A from person B. Person A, what will person A bring to the basket? The number of votes they will bring. Aside from choosing person B, he might be the people's sweetheart, yes. but is he realistic in carrying out the party policies? Will he, when going to the floor of the House, conduct and sell through party interests and further party interests? So for me, I think negotiations is necessary, but it's not a matter of imposition of a candidate to the people.
All right.
Yeah.
So, you know what, Katisia? Because there's something here.
Yes.
There is now change of tack. In the US, it's about ideology.
Yes.
Hakuna kupanga laini na nikupatie, wanasema at 1,000 bob is for one person. Hakuna kugawa. Some people say 1,000 bob is for one person and you go.
Yes.
In mature democracy, it's about ideologies. People sit down in a town hall.
Yes.
Give me your ideologies. Give me your manifesto. You have got technocrats right behind you. We have got think tanks right behind you. And you tell me this is what you're going to do. And that's exactly the footprints that people will follow once they vote you in. Those are the footprints you will leave behind, and people will follow as they look at your work and say, this is what you promised and this is what you've so far achieved.
Yes.
Are we getting there as a country?
I think we are trying. As a country, we are trying, to be honest. Because if you look at the kind of leaders who have even been elected in 2017, I think people who are looking at the ideology. And I think Dr. can agree with me, even how Uhuru and Ruto were even elected in the first place in 2013 and 2017.
Yes.
People who are looking at what they were telling Kenyans. To be honest, Victor, those two gentlemen and their party, they had very, very good ideas, which they shared to the Kenyans. And Kenyans bought those ideas. In 2013, they sold so many ideas, and they also tried to achieve some of them. That's why Kenyans in 2017 re-elected them. Remember, in 2013, Raila was a prime minister.
Yes.
And Honorable Kalonzo was a vice president. They had big positions. Uhuru was a deputy prime minister. Ruto was just a minister. Yeah. And they sold ideas to Kenyans, and the Kenyans bought the ideas. Yeah. Now looking at 2022. Yeah. And looking at what Kenyans want good ideas. What will you do for us? Yeah, I was actually amazed to see residents of Lavington interviewing MCA aspirants. Yeah, they are going to those town halls and conducting a proper interview. Yeah, for an MCA, because an MCA is very important in a ward. Actually, the most people normally say the most important person in a particular area, is an MCA, an MP, and a governor, because those are the people who are on the ground. Yeah, the ideas of the people are streamed to now the top level, where the president is, from these people at the grassroots. So I think as a country, we are trying, but now the old political bigwigs, I think they also need to be alive to the fact that politics in Kenya is changing. Yeah, there's somebody who has been in politics for 30 years. And they want to apply the same ideology which they applied 30 years ago. Now, it is not possible. And that's why you see so many of these successful politicians, they always have a team of strategists and technocrats who advise them on what to say, on what to do, what to tell the people. Because the issue of having somebody who can deliver is very important. Let's not also forget that a party needs somebody who can defend it. But how can a party also be properly defended if it has lesser numbers in the House? So I think as a country, we are trying. There are all manner of factors which are interfering with our democracy, like tribalism.
Yes.
Because if you look at, for example, the issue of running mate, and I must go back there again, Victor, the main factor which is being considered is which tribe do you come from? You see Mount Kenya saying, in Azimia, they are saying, we must produce the presidential candidate. Even in UDA, Mount Kenya have said we must produce the presidential candidate. Tribalism, which is actually affecting democracy.
Let's take a break.
Yes.
But when we come back, close allies of Wiper leader Kalonzo Musyoka have accused President Uhuru Kenyatta and ODM leader Raila Odinga of betrayal. The Wiper leaders, mainly from Ukambani, insist Uhuru and Raila are reneging on a shrouded deal that makes Kalonzo an automatic Azimio second in command. Details when we come back after this break.
know much about your son. He's so timid. He wouldn't do anything desperate.
What are you trying to say, huh?
Stop playing the sad card in front of me. What you did is unforgivable. You didn't even get half of what you deserve.
I heard it with my own ears. The woman who looks like Pinky was calling Mrs. Gao mom.
Ah, come on. You must have gotten it wrong. That's impossible.
What I lost was more than my daughter and a piece of land. It's also my 30 years of life.
Chagua kati ya kakangu na mpenzi wangu. Mama, are you really okay?
There's nothing you can say to change what I feel.
Sijakuja hapa kwa kuwa nimekumisi. Naona utazipata hizo tabu sana.
Achana kujipendekeza kwa mume wangu.
Umemaliza? Oh, okay.
Jimmy Havoc, you and old Manser, we've been dancing a long damn time now. You beat me, I beat you.
Heart Foundation. Very, very impressive.
There are only two choices in this match are to get knocked out or to tap.
Rolls into the ring. No! Puma King, Irish whip stopped. Taken down. Knee right to the temple. And a headbutt than we expected. Oh my God! Nobody home on the moonsault.
And welcome back, Daktari. Yes, endelea. You are talking about the issue of running mate. Welcome back. You're still on the show. This is The Viewpoint. Let's talk about the issue of Kalonzo Musyoka saying that he has been betrayed by Uhuru and Raila team. Just take it away, Daktari.
I think before we go blaming people, look at Kalonzo Musyoka in his own eyes. When he claims that the agreement that they signed, along with Right Honorable Raila Odinga,
yes,
and His Excellency the President, contained the position that he was going to be given a direct ticket to be the running mate of Right Honorable Raila Odinga. That in itself, although is quite betraying. The word itself is betraying. That he was told, he signed, and sometimes these people are saying they were not clear of what they signed. And there was a small clause that would have enabled Kalonzo to have a direct being nominated as the running mate of Right Honorable Raila Odinga.
Yes.
But in this case, I think the problem is bigger than that. Look at the utterances of Charity Ngilu, Mutua, Kibwana. When Kalonzo decided to come to join Raila Odinga, they were not happy. They came up with all the claims and everything. And even when you saw this women caucus that they met, Ngilu herself was in record saying, proposing Martha Karua to go for the slot. Now, what does that mean? Ngilu comes from the backyard of Kalonzo Musyoka, and Kalonzo Musyoka seems to be fighting as a lone ranger. He is not with the rest of the people from Ukambani.
Is he a lone ranger?
He could be a lone ranger because who else is he with? The only person whom I've heard of is this Kalonzo Jr. He's actually supporting him. Who else? And if that is an indication to go by, it means that even Right Honorable Raila Odinga is already having a strong support.
Yes.
From the major part of the main people in Ukambani. Talk of Mutua, talk of Kibwana, talk of Charity Ngilu, and then who else? So what I'm saying, I think this issue of running mate should be left open. I know negotiations could be taking place behind the scene. That is very good. I just entertain that. But in this case, what we should be having in our minds, Olo, is that when we talk about the running mate, what is she or he bringing on board? Is it adding value to the race of the president? So when I'm talking about the president, I mean talk about Right Honorable Raila Odinga. If we say today Kalonzo is going to be his running mate, is Kalonzo going to add value in the number of votes that he's going to get? Now, when if he will in any way decide that he will have Martha Karua, how many followers what value would Martha Karua bring on board? So those are some of the things that we must consider. I mean, we are not in a beauty contest. We are after adding value to the main person whom we are actually contesting with.
Yes.
So whoever you are going to have as a running mate must bring on board maturity of those whom you need to to enable you to win in the presidential race. That is the bottom line.
No, but
yes,
your point.
Now,
betrayal in the city, betrayal is the parties.
Do I really call it betrayal? No, I think it's a matter of just consideration. Because one, whatever they signed, he says that he claims, let me call allegations, that they signed, he was supposed to be given a direct ticket for the DP position. What we as the people, or we, members of the Azimio group, one, is there such an agreement? I don't know. That is what he claims. Two, is there, we don't know the clauses that were there in that whatever they signed.
Yes.
So number two, that does not give him a direct ticket to that. Then we must consider his entrance point to Azimio group. Because as we're seeing, it happened as if he was being tuned to enter into Azimio. But it took a very long time. And he was amongst those people who were, pointing fingers to, he's saying that I will not join Azimio group if not until certain needs are met for me. Which is quite, I think it's quite, let me say, it will take some bit of time for that to be considered, because at the end of the day, we bring also the aspect of value. What value does he have? Because we are speaking here, it's a matter of grooming Raila Odinga as the president.
Yes.
That is the end goal. That is our main primary goal, making Raila Odinga the president. The votes that he comes with, does he have votes? Does he have numbers? Does he have numbers? Because we are seeing even, his own people, the likes of Ngilu, Mutua, and Kivutha Kibwana, they are controlling the Ukambani region. If they say, Ukambani to go west, the Ukambani will go. So he only has the likes of Kina Malombe, the likes of Mutula Kilonzo Jr., who might not quite be very vocal in terms of bringing value to the table. Number three, let's consider the gender issue, the gender aspect of it. Because now where we're moving at, we don't want a scenario where we are having to give certain tickets to, as freebies.
Yes.
So that to fulfill the gender aspect in this contest. So let's consider that. So for me, it's not betrayal, it's a matter of just consideration of who brings value to the table at the end of the day.
It's saying it's all about betrayal now.
That is his words, but for me, no. It's not betrayal. It's a matter of consideration.
What do you think about this, Katisia?
Thank you, and I've keenly listened to my senior Daktari and my brother Norbert.
Yes.
And clearly I can see where...
Is Kalonzo being betrayed?
In my opinion, Victor, of course, this is not Kalonzo speaking. This is his people, his lieutenants, his followers, who are saying, our party leader is being betrayed. You haven't heard him anywhere say that I'm being betrayed. He has always insisted that himself, Raila and Uhuru are at the table discussing how to structure and form the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya government. And this issue of running mate is very emotive to very many people. And it's also very critical into determining who becomes the next president of the Republic of Kenya. The same issue is also affecting Kenya Kwanza, for example. But now, since we are discussing Kalonzo, and I think I've heard my colleagues talking about what value does the running mate bring to the table.
Absolutely.
That's the most important thing. Actually, don't look at where somebody comes from.
Yes.
Don't look at, of course it's good to consider gender, but look at the value. Look at, for example, the top contenders for Azimio running mate is Mheshimiwa Kalonzo and Mheshimiwa Martha Karua. Look at the value they'll bring to Azimio. How many votes will Kalonzo bring to Azimio? How many votes will Martha Karua bring to Azimio? Remember, even in the structure of Azimio, we see President Uhuru Kenyatta being the chair. It is assumed that apart from being the president, he is representing Mount Kenya.
Yes.
As the chair.
All right.
we see Raila as the party leader. Of course, he has his larger following from Nyanza. Yeah, we see Honorable Kalonzo, who is still the leader of Oka, coming to the table, and of course,
is One Kenya Alliance discreet right now?
One Kenya Alliance is still in existence in the hearts of the principles of One Kenya,
but not in Azimio.
That's why we have Azimio La Umoja One Kenya coalition. It is now part of Azimio.
Okay.
It is part of Azimio, so it is in existence within Azimio. Even Azimio is in existence within Azimio La Umoja One Kenya. There is now one thing. They merged. So One Kenya is still in existence. And remember, even when it came to the issue of the Azimio Secretariat coming up with another council, yeah, the one which was deposited to regional political parties, they changed. You saw One Kenya Alliance writing to the registered political parties and also to the Azimio Secretariat. So, Victor, what I'm trying to say in a nutshell is that Kalonzo is a key factor in Azimio La Umoja One Kenya. Is a key factor because
this sounds like double speak, because when Kalonzo was in Ukambani with Honorable Raila Odinga, he said, I am with my brother Raila Odinga to the wire. Whichever position I'll be given, I'm okay with that.
I am getting there.
You get what I'm saying?
Yes, Victor.
Here we have got his lieutenant, Mutula Kilonzo Jr., saying that there's a betrayal in the party.
Yes. Victor, I was trying to build my case, but I'm getting there. I am getting there. You know, if you look at the composition of Azimio La Umoja One Kenya,
just kicked in. Right.
Yes.
Build your case.
Yeah. And if you look at all these 28, now I think there are 28 constituent parties to Azimio La Umoja One Kenya Alliance. And of course, let's be alive to what is happening in Ukambani, for example. Yeah, we are seeing the 3 governors who are openly against Kalonzo Musyoka. Politics is about interest. They have their own interest. Of course, Charity Ngilu knows if Kalonzo Musyoka is the Azimio La Umoja One Kenya running mate, he will have the political muscle even in his own Kitui backyard to make sure that all the leaders in Kitui, including the governor, are from Wiper. So if he is not, she still thinks she has a chance of becoming a governor of Kitui. We see Professor Kivoda Kibwana, who wants to become the senator of Makueni. He knows for sure if Wiper is there as number 2 in the structure, Honorable Manzo will take the seat. So he has to weaken Wiper by whatever means. And you know, you weaken a party by weakening the party leader. But I've heard Noba talking about the 3 governors fully controlling the 3 Ukambani county. That is not true. Even there's a reason why Raila and Uhuru had to convince Kalonzo to join them. Remember, One Kenya was also very determined to go to the ballot. We saw the sacrifice by Honorable Kalonzo. I think it's also high time that instead of the ODM and also these other parties who are opposed to Kalonzo attacking him, let them also see the value he's bringing to the party. He's a top diplomat. Yeah. He also has his own political strong voter base. More than 2 million votes is not a joke.
Then why are we not seeing Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka coming out openly and telling his foot soldiers, hold on, this is the agreement we have? Why is he speaking through Mutula Kilonzo? It's Mutula Kilonzo Jr. who is speaking. Let me ask this Dr. this one. I know you'll not.
I know.
I will certainly respond after.
I think let me tell you, although it is not wrong for Mutula Kilonzo Jr. to talk on behalf of the Wiper Party. Because he's a very strong, he's a powerful man.
Is there something that you don't know about this agreement?
He's a legal expert.
Right.
And he knows what he's doing. And let me tell you, if you have ever studied the politics of Mutula, this Junior, he's a shrewd man. He's somebody who is very particular in his aspiration. And he doesn't lie. I've followed his utterances in most places. This is a guy who speaks the truth, always. So by speaking on behalf of Kalonzo Musyoka, I think
there might be some
he's better placed. And even let me tell you, he's privy to all these agreements. Kalonzo never did it alone. Even though they are saying there were 3, he's like the president, Right Honorable Raila Odinga, and Kalonzo Musyoka. I mean, this Junior knows very well what was signed. And that is why he was somehow jittery at some point. But in this case, for the senator to speak on behalf of the Wiper, and not, Kalonzo, I think he's rightly placed to do so. He's a legal expert. And let me tell you, as my brother said about the numbers that Kalonzo will come with, we are also comparing. You see, when you talk about those who are seated at the table, you talk about His Excellency the President, and you talk about the Mother Garo. His Excellency the President now is playing passive politics. He's not active because he's actually on exit. Now the person who is now anticipated to play very active politics, even she will ever become the deputy, the running mate of His Excellency, Right Honorable Raila Odinga, is Mother Garua. But the question that we are holding today, as my brother said, what is she coming up with? How many people is she coming up with that will make or rather enable Right Honorable Raila Odinga to win the next election? So that is a basic question that we must ask. Because if Kalonzo is holding up the key to Raila's success, the same deputy president will still go back to Kalonzo Musyoka. Those are some of the mathematics that these people must calculate. But you know, Olo, again, you must know that His Excellency, the Deputy President, has also penetrated quite deep into Ukambani. And we are expecting more than half of the total force of Ukambani going to UDA. So that is basically what I'm almost convinced. So in this case, as much as my brother is talking about pushing Kalonzo to become the Deputy President, but of course, we must know that the backlog of Ukambani people are with the Deputy President.
Victor, if I may briefly respond.
But Ukambani is 3/4 in UDA. It's about politics, and you know the people who will determine are the voters here.
That's true.
You know what happened when you talk of betrayal? First of all, Kalonzo Musyoka, you said, took his sweet time to join Azimio.
That's true.
Perhaps it was just a ploy, delaying tactic. But later on he said, you know what, whatever I signed, I don't know what I signed. Then why that long time for him to join?
Okay, I think now he was trying to get a footing on where his interest will lie mostly, where he will have some bit of weight in changing, in benefiting politically. But at the same time, I'd say it's so sad to see a senior counsel say that he doesn't know what he signed. You know, as we know, Kalonzo Musyoka is a legal, practitioner, expert. So it's so sad for him to say that. However, I think by him, using the time he took as a ploy, I think that is where the train left him. Because we'll see Oka shaping up very fast, Azimio also shaping up, thinking of how can we come up together, how can we come together. By the time he's coming in, the train is far gone. So I think by this time he has some feeling of entitlement because he thinks that he controls some bit of Ukambani, which I take a different opinion. So for me, I think the train left him.
The train left him?
Yes.
Katisi is not happy about that sentiment.
Yes, I am not. And with all due respect, Norbert and Daktari,
Katisi is not amused.
We must be realistic.
But you have a next stage. We can still wait. We can still wait for him. Bored.
We have to be realistic, Norbert and Daktari. And also know the dynamics of Kenyan politics. And to be honest, when people are politicizing some issues, like the issue of whether Kalonzo knew what he was signing.
Yes.
And I think people have deliberately decided to take him out of context for political reasons. Because I was there when he was making those statements.
Where?
In an event in Sekuru, where he was launching a chapel. And he said, actually that was a day after signing the agreement. He said some people, some people, even his own Secretary General, because of the time, the little time which was there, were not even aware what they were signing. Some people were not even aware what they were signing. Him, of course, himself, Honorable Raila and President Uhuru, the three of them knew the document which they took to the SGs to sign. Even Sifuna himself, the SG ODM, he did not know what he was signing. But of course, he trusted his party leader that this document is good. And he signed. So people have said to take him out of context politically, but it's okay. But the issue of whether he's not able to bring numbers to Azimio, if for sure, and as a Kenyan, who comes from Kitui and I have a vote. If for sure as Mio thinks Kalonzo will not bring anything to the table, let them tell him to go, and he will go. No, some rude ODM and other people are rudely telling Kalonzo, no, you have no other option. You can't go anywhere. People should know that this is politics. And Kalonzo has an option. Whether they give him, and of course the issue of running mate himself, he even said that he sacrificed to support Raila to make sure that Raila becomes the president, because according to him, he thinks Raila will make a better president than William Ruto. He sacrificed.
What if he doesn't get that seat? Let
me say something.
Let me answer that question because it
let me answer before you. I think what I'm foreseeing, Olo, about the lack of decision by the Kalonzo himself. I believe he knows what he's saying. I don't want to believe the fact that
this is just
he knows what is happening. But what is actually worrying me, Olo, if you know what you sign, because he has also bear witness that he was not all alone. He signed that in the presence of His Excellency the President. He signed also in the presence of Right Honorable Raila Odinga. And if he is actually convinced that he signed the same thing, why is he worried? Why all these shenanigans up and down as if things never worked according to the agreement that they signed? Why is it? Why? I mean, because I'm becoming a little bit uncomfortable, Olo, because the people who signed the agreement are very, very senior citizens of this country. You talk of His Excellency the President, you talk about Right Honorable Raila Odinga, and then the whole thing was actually deposited at the registrar parties of the agreement that they agreed. Now, why is he worried that that thing may not be considered? Why is he worried? Number two, no, let me also ask you. Because there are these things that I think Alonso, I'm saying Alonso, he must be very right. He must be very right. Because of what's actually happening or transpiring in the boardrooms, these people are discussing about a different person altogether. That is why they are floating somebody like Martha Karua, who is also equal to the task. I have no problem with
they
her.
They have representatives in these boardrooms.
Of course.
Yes.
And that is what is causing a lot of
We have got minutes taken in each and every boardroom. They have got minutes.
Now you are asking a question.
Yes.
In the event that Kalonzo will not be rewarded as promised, what will happen?
That's the question.
That's the question I was trying to answer.
And that, the possible answer, Olo, is this.
Yes.
His Excellency Kalonzo Musyoka, if the agreement will be dishonored.
You see, time is running out.
Rightly,
yes, time is running out for them to name their running.
Yes, I'm foreseeing a situation where he will go direct and back the deputy presidency. Even in any position that he has, he will not now demand, he will not give conditions the way he's giving conditions to Asimio. He will say, yes, because of my disagreement, my displeasure about these people dishonoring the agreement, I will totally support His Excellency the Deputy President for the position of presidency. That is definitely what
I think there's one thing that you're really forgetting here.
Yes, no, but I'll come to you, Katisia.
Okay, there's one thing that you're really forgetting as to why time is being taken, and for him calling all this betrayal, the central factor.
What about central factor?
As we're seeing right now, we're seeing that Central at some point is a bit divided. They don't have, a strong person to control that backyard. So this is one of the factors
that is making... The president said that he's still the man to watch.
I think that is words.
Central is not divided. They are only supporting, His Excellency the Deputy President. They are not divided.
It is divided.
Yeah, they are not.
It is divided. For me, I think it's divided because we're seeing why are we seeing situations, the likes of Deritu Murithi backing up Honorable Raila Odinga publicly. So this factor, that the central factor, is what is, I think, taking time for at least the Azimio group, the Azimio Oka group, to decide on who to take for the position. Because we must also consider Central is one of the biggest voting blocs in this country. So that is also a factor to this. So it must be considered in this debate. So that is why time is running out, 9 days left for them to mention. But this factor must be considered.
The factor might be considered. Remember, the president is the patron of the Azimio Oka team, all right?
Yes.
So whichever way, so to speak, they are covered. Mount Kenya is still covered.
Yes,
because the winning team is still in government and the patron is now
That is not true. That is not true. That is not true. The president is going home. That is why I was saying he's a passive. His participation is passive, not active, because he's not contesting. So he's only giving the direction. So in this case, the next government must be formed by somebody else other than His Excellency the President himself.
I disagree.
So if now,
being a patron of a ruling party,
if they will succeed in bringing people like Mother Garua on board,
government.
If they succeed by bringing people like Mother Garua,
yes.
Mother Garua is going to be an active politician because being a running mate of the president, of course that one she will be the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya. So in that case, I call that one active politics in the mainstream.
Yes.
So when you look at the president who is now retiring, or rather his tenure is gone, he's only giving, is maiding, to give the direction of where the next government will be. That is his aspiration, which can either be accepted or rejected by the public.
Yes, yes.
So in that case, those options are open. But in this case, what my friend is saying about Kalonzo is actually from the ground. He's saying Kalonzo has the majority of the people behind him. I don't know, but why Ngilu is jittery, why Mutua is jittery, and Mutgifuta Gibwana about the coming up of Kalonzo Musyoka as the deputy president, I don't know. We don't know. We are yet to know. But of course, it would qualify the fact that my brother is saying they are divided. So Mount Kenya is not divided, but Ukambani is divided. I think my brother can prove that.
Victor,
you have got a lot of
and give me some extra time to respond to these issues. And there are three issues I'll respond to.
Starting
issue
right
number
now.
one
Yes.
is why is Kalonzo worried? And issue number two, what will happen if he is not given the running mate position? And of course, issue number three, the issue of President Uhuru Kenyatta, whether he's in active or passive politics. Why is Kalonzo worried? When you are entering into an agreement, and especially a political agreement, you enter into such an agreement with a lot of expecting good faith from the other parties in that agreement. When Kalonzo was entering into this Azimio One Kenya coalition agreement,
yes,
he entered in good faith, believing that Raila and his people, President Uhuru Kenyatta and his people, are also entering into this agreement in good faith. What happened a few days later? The agreement, which was deposited with the registered political parties, was amended and another one was deposited, whereby the number of even the positions which were given for the council members were changed. Yeah, there are people who did that without his knowledge. Yeah, let's also bear in mind that the top players in Azimio One Kenya.
Do we have evidence to that?
Of course, there's evidence to that, Victor, and you have seen it being spoken by these various political players. You also saw Tuju himself responding to that. Yeah, the top players in Azimio One Kenya are people aligned to Raila and those aligned to President Uhuru Kenyatta. You see, they have also formed another group, which will now determine who is the running mate.
Yes.
Of course, you see names. If you talk of Jeremiah Kioni, you see of Kenya, you look at the other side, you see Raila's people. And Kalonzo, remember, he was, by changing the name itself, Azimio One Kenya, it means you are having Azimio, the way it was before, with Raila and Uhuru, then there is One Kenya, with Kalonzo and his team. Yeah. Of course, he is worried because why are the few basic issues which they have agreed upon being amended without him being involved? Remember, Victor.
What are some of these issues which are amended?
Of course, the structure of the coalition, the coalition party. Yeah, the members of the coalition party. After the Rio Kambani governance, of course, they managed to also get the team of the other affiliate parties to Azimio. They said, this is not the three-legged stool. These are four-legged table.
Stool.
Table, actually, because now it's four-legged. And of course, they were the likes of Mutua and Kibwana and Ngilu were complaining that they felt they have been sidelined by the entrance of Kalonzo. So they were playing politics. And of course, they even issued the ultimatums. And I'm sure Dr. would have been very happy if they went to Kenya Kwanza. Dr. would have been very happy. And the same Dr. now, Victor, as I go to the other question of whether what are the options for Honorable Kalonzo if he's not given the running mate. You have said, you have heard Honorable Kalonzo himself say that, and I was actually following what was happening in Jacaranda. That he endorsed Raila unconditionally, Rosafi. Those are the words he used. After considering Raila and and Ruto, and also looking at the interest of Kenyans, is sacrificed for Raila. Yeah, when he was in Mwingi during an event where a bishop was being consecrated, and Raila was there, yeah, he even responded and said, whichever position I am given, yeah, I want to support Raila and make sure that Raila becomes president. But of course, let's also give his people a chance, yeah, to fight for him. Even
so
Raila's people.
What if he doesn't get that position his lieutenants are fighting for?
Of course, it is not over until it is over, Victor. These people are fighting for their party leader.
9 days to go.
No, 9 days, even 1 day can make even 1 hour can make a difference. Yeah, it is not over until it is over, Victor.
Yes.
These people have a right to fight for their party leader. That is the ideology of the party. Wiper, one Kenya, Wiper is a party. They have to make sure that their person is there. But this notion that if he is denied the running mate, he will go to Kenya Kwanza. I think, Daktari, I'm sure very many Kenya Kwanza people are waiting for that. They are hoping that he joins Kenya Kwanza. But I think, of course, this is politics.
Yes.
I think that is should be the list of the worries of the Azimio Lomoja Kenya. But there should be a question, a lesson, which Azimio also needs to learn. Remember, this fighting for power, because now clearly they are fighting for power, will give advantage to Kenya Kwanza. Let them quickly sit down and agree on a running mate who will deliver victory to Azimio la Umoja One Kenya coalition. Victor, looking at the role of President Uhuru Kenyatta, and I want to disagree with my senior, Daktari. President Uhuru Kenyatta is playing a very active role in Kenyan politics right now, not passive. You know, Azimio la Umoja One Kenya is a political party, is a coalition political party, not an alliance. He is a chairman of a political party. Are you saying that a chairman of a political party is not playing an active role? He is the one. Actually, if you look at the people who are governing Azimio la Umoja One Kenya, his main people are there. Even this team, which is being used to pick the running mate, his main team is
sits
there.
at the executive board.
Exactly.
Right.
Even when it comes to forming the government, I'm sure very many ministers, CSs will come from Mount Kenya. Yeah. But the question is, doesn't Uhuru Kenyatta believe that he can deliver Mount Kenya for Azimio? Why do they think that they need to get Martha Karua so as to get to deliver Mount Kenya votes? And that time Mount Kenya is divided. Yeah, you know, of course, Uda Kenya say that, you know, all Mount Kenya belongs to Kenya, but Mount Kenya is divided. So, if already Uhuru Kenyatta is delivering Mount Kenya to Azimio, Mheshimiwa Kalonzo also has a very large following in Eastern and also even in the coast, Northeastern. Yeah, he should also be given a chance to deliver to Azimio, because all they want is to form a government. I heard sentiments of the likes of Atoli and of course Charity Ngilu, of course when they are trying to fight Kalonzo being a running mate. These people of course are fighting for positions. Yeah, they are fighting for their own political interest. But the truth is, even every Kenyan is aware that Kalonzo will make the best running mate to Raila. But of course, looking at the issue, the past issues between Raila and Kalonzo, of course, how NASA fell out of mistrust, ODM supporters and also Wiper supporters, there were a lot of mistrust. You saw how...
Okay. You know one funny thing, let me just put this question this way. All right. So when One Kenya Alliance came to Azimio, we've never had Honorable Gideon Moi giving ultimatums. We've never had... All other, chiefs giving ultimatums. It's only Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka.
You are forgetting that Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka is the leader of One Kenya Alliance.
Yes,
is the leader who makes a statement, and of course Kalonzo has never given
Azimio as a team.
Yes, but
which means they should be having a common demand from Azimio wing.
Yes. But
why him alone?
But even in Kenya Kwanza, do you see Mudavadi, for example, and Wetangula and all the other parties who joined Kenya Kwanza having who is the spokesperson of Kenya Kwanza mostly? It is the the president who is the party leader, who is always speaking on behalf of Kenya Kwanza mostly. So Kalonzo is speaking on behalf of One Kenya. Have you heard Gideon Moi contradicting Honorable Kalonzo? Have you heard?
No.
Exactly. So he's speaking on behalf of Gideon Moi and all other One Kenya Alliance parties.
Somebody saying that Kalonzo Musyoka is going to rock the boat. Daktari.
No. Let me tell you, the formation of the Kenya Kwanza, as it was, it was meant to do, a stronger bargaining power in entering into, in forming a bigger coalition like Azimio.
Yes.
So actually, the basis of coming together was to form a strong bargaining power, so that they can now demand what they are demanding now, the position of the deputy president.
Yes.
So in fact, what Kalonzo is demanding is actually what the Kenya Kwanza was actually, was eyeing from the very beginning. And in this case, what Kalonzo is reading is the previous mistrust. The way they were, the very mistrust that broke the NASA as a team is what Kalonzo is still reading. He's still reading the mischief in the whole process. So in this case, for him to trust that the process was, because after signing, I could not see the reason why he should be worried. So there are so many things that are playing in Olo, the interest. Now that Azimio, something that they were fighting for, is now in existence, and the direction is already visible. So whatever these people are doing now, they only wanted Kalonzo to give them the company, which of course they already have. And of course, that was a way of disarming Kalonzo.
Yes.
So the Kalonzo is already disarmed. He cannot run anywhere. Even if he runs, he's all alone. Are you getting what I'm saying? Because already Mutua is there, already Ngilu is there, already Kibwana is there. So the backlog of Ukambani is with him. Even though Kalonzo refuted in one of the charges recently that I don't need this type of tribalism, that I'm beyond the tribe. That he has also translated to other places in the Republic of Kenya, that he has, elected positions in most of the places that my brother has actually said. And of course, this issue of tribe is what Kalonzo hates.
Yes.
I overheard him actually talking loudly that these things I should not be tucked into a tribal, gagund. But basically, although what we are actually saying in playing in Mount Kenya region, it is not about the division. Mount Kenya has actually has actually decided. The only problem that is there is that these people feel that they are entitled to have a slot, the second slot, the number 2 position. Yes. They have that stake. Because that is what is also the UDA, that is what the people, UDA membership is actually pushing Ruto to get somebody from Mount Kenya. So it is not all, it's not about Mount Kenya alone.
I will just ask you this question now, all right? So over the weekend, or actually so on Monday, they fronted Martha Karua as the running mate, the Women League, and they said, we believe in Honorable Martha Karua to take that position. So what if Martha Karua is picked, and why now Martha Karua is being picked?
What I expected all along, the big fighter who has been fighting for Right Honorable Raila Odinga has been Ngilu. And when I saw Ngilu the other day proposing Martha Karua as the running mate of Right Honorable Raila Odinga, I wonder where she failed. Because she has been at the forefront supporting Right Honorable Raila. And if I was to be asked in about a month or two,
yes,
I would have said Ngilu is actually the one who can fit to be the deputy to deputize Right Honorable Raila Odinga.
Yes.
Because she has been a strong person. And if the Kamba people and the likes were actually after the number 2 position, they should also be pushing Ngilu. But the other day, Ngilu seems to have abdicated. She seems to have actually the idea of running mate is not in her mind anymore, and that is why she's coming out with Martha Karua. But of course, you don't have to forget, that these people are fighting for the gender equality. Yes. So they are pushing this lady because they found it to be more, favorable. To bull Mount Kenya because they think that the backyard of Bukambani is already safe with the Ngilu, the reliance of Kibuta Kibwana and all those. So we need to have somebody from Mount Kenya who will bring more votes, and that will form actually a strong team to make Raila win. And that is actually the strategy. So it is not about being very competent. It's about who will bring who.
It's about who will bring who.
Yes.
No, but you know what happens in this situation? Because I'm still asking this. Honorable Martha Karua was fronted, and the women leaders came out and said the only lady who has all the chances and all the probabilities of being a running mate is Honorable Martha Karua.
Yes.
Somebody would argue this was meant to start up the whole matrix of who is going to be the running mate. So you have got Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka on this end, and you're dangling Honorable Martha Karua on this end, and you are Raila Odinga. It must be a very hard point for you to be a Raila Odinga right now.
That is very true, because we must all agree to one point, one thing, that in politics you have to show A, card A, then you pull B, so that we confuse. And there is that hidden one. At the end of the day, it's a matter of we are trying to play different. We can say different agendas here. One, we must consider gender, so that for it to be seen as Azimio to be, one of the political groupings that consider gender as one of its key things. Two, I'll go back to this point. The central factor is also important. Also, we saw the Women League fronting Martha Karua as their candidate.
Yes.
But we must also see that Peter Kenneth might also be in the picture of that from Central. So it's a matter of trying to disarm Kenya Kwanza in terms of not fronting, not showing the card that Azimio will play on the deputy president position, so that to stir up everything that Kenya Kwanza thinks, so that at the end of the day, when they pull the card, it already disarms Kenya Kwanza. So yes, it might be a stir up for me.
Must be a stir up.
Yes.
We are running out of time, so let me get you closing remarks at this particular point, Katisi, because number one, so a day has come, and people are sitting, the country is watching, and Kalonzo's name is not there as a running mate. What next? A minute after that.
Yes. First of all, I will respond to the issue of how the likes of Ngilu and these women, League of Azimio, came together and proposed Mother Karua.
Yes.
Honorable Mother Karua is a senior counsel. I respect her a lot. But Daktari was very right by asking, why didn't Ngilu support Mother Karua? And clearly, Ngilu has a more national appeal, according to many people, than Karua. It is political. Number one, Ngilu knows that she has no numbers, even from her own county, where if she vies now as a governor, she will lose. She knows she has no numbers, and that's why she shied away from proposing herself as a running mate. The other issue is tribalism, because they know the preferred person as running mate by many people in those structures is from Mount Kenya. They said, why can't we put Mother Karua there? The issue of gender is just being misused. We all know that between Honorable Mother Karua and Honorable Peter Kenneth, putting gender aside, Peter Kenneth would have brought more votes to Raila than Mother Karua. Looking at how she lost in Kirinyaga County. Issue of now trying to compare Kalonzo and Mother Karua. I think Kenyans are watching. Those people who are comparing Mother Karua and Kalonzo, they are not being realistic. They are playing politics. But now to respond to your question and give my final remarks, Olo, is that in the event that by 28th of April, Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka is not announced as the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Alliance running mate, there will be political consequences. Whether he chooses to stick to Azimio la Umoja or go out of Azimio la Umoja, that's his own personal choice.
Yes.
Because he has a choice. Those people who are telling him there's no way you can go, they are very wrong. He has an option. They should know that. If he can even go all the way to the ballot, he has an option. Remember, he has the Wiper which endorsed him as the presidential candidate. The other issue is that, and if he decides to stick to Azimio, as an ordinary member, because that's also another option. The question is, would he have brought more value to Azimio as a member or as a deputy president?
That's the
big Q. That's the big question.
Yes.
Truth be told, that UDA and Kenya Kwanza have traversed this country. They have also tried to intrude into Ukambani, for example. That is the truth. And we need somebody who can stop Kenya Kwanza from successfully intruding into these the regions. Remember, in 2013 and 2017, Raila and Kalonzo got so many votes. Now that they have the support of President Uhuru Kenyatta, it's just a top-up, and they will win. But my advice to Azimio la Umoja presidential candidate, Honorable Raila Odinga, is that he is the leader of Azimio. He is the party leader. Let him put all these political interests of his people aside and make a sober decision and lead this coalition. And number two, I want to urge Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka. Yeah, he also has a role to play by bringing his people together. If he brings Ngilo Mutua and Kibwana and all Ukamba leaders together, and they speak with one voice, I'm sure they'll negotiate better that way.
You know
but when they are fighting,
Dr. says that
yes.
Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka should just cross the floor and come to the UDA side.
No, of course that's what Dr. wants. But as I conclude, Victor,
there's more room for him.
Yes. As I conclude, there will be more harm to Azimio if Kalonzo is not running it. There will be more harm. Let the Azimio, that team which is speaking the running mate, know that. There will be more harm. Because this guy is bringing a lot of input to Azimio, a lot of value. He can bring votes on his own. He has once voted as a president. He was number 3 with so many votes. He has once brought so many votes to Raila. So he is more valuable compared to these other people. But of course, the decision, as many people have said, lies with the presidential candidate. You know, Raila will choose, no, I'm the presidential candidate. Allow me to choose my own running mate. Of course, they have their own history. They have had conflicts before, especially in the NASA fallout. Of course, they are mature politicians. I'm sure Raila will grow from there and manage his team and be able to make good leadership for Azimio One Kenya coalition. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You know what, gentlemen, I'm told we are running out of time. Of course, we are eating into another segment. Promise me that we'll be back here next week so that we can, time is running, and in the next 9 days, Honorable Raila Odinga will be flying out of the country on 21st, and once he'll be back, then a lot of political realignment will also take place. Just a quick update is that we have in Kisumu County, Professor Tom Ojienda will fly that ODM Senate ticket, and Ruth Odinga has clinched that woman representative ticket in just concluded Kisumu County nominations. And one funny thing, only 12 MCS out of the 35 retain their seats. Something we're talking about, that most of these people have been voted out. So we all agree that Kenyans are now voting out leaders. It's all about manifesto and ideas. All right, gentlemen, thank you so much. We'll be speaking to Kevin Katisia as senior counsel, so to speak.
Aspiring.
All right. And that is our Wakili, Kevin Katisia, and of course, Norbert Odulu is joining us for the first time. Thank you so much for joining us. He's international relations student with a lot of focus on politics. Thank you so much for joining us. Of course, Dr. here, Dr. Otich, always having you on the show is a pleasure. Gentlemen,
thank you.
Tuende tukunywe chai sasa, ndio?
Asante.
Tumemaliza hii kazi. Thank you so much for watching. Bye bye.
Thank you so much.
All right.
legendary run to Olympia Stadion in Berlin is now less crowded, with only 4 teams out of 64 still in contention. Something more outstanding is that all of the sides to have won the DFB Pokal over the last 29 years are already out this year.
And Leverkusen are knocked out by a Bundesliga 2 side.
In the first DFB Pokal semi-final, Hamburger SV will face Freiburg on Tuesday, the 19th of April 2022 at 9:45 p.m. While in the second semi-final, RB Leipzig will lock horns with Union Berlin on Wednesday, the 20th April 2022 at 9:45 p.m. Having braced the turbulent journey and buoyed up with the trophy in sight, no team want to go down without a fight. You don't want to miss this adventurous football show, live and exclusive on KBC Channel 1. KBC Channel 1, your true sports partner.
A true love in which family will be the main hardship to achieve happiness.
Well, I understand it, Mom, but I don't want to break up with Adrian.
Paulina will have to confront her own father. And Adrian will suffer due to his sister Julieta's obsession.
No! Not with her! No! Not with her! No!
Paulina is the woman I truly love!
No!
But regardless of jealousy and intrigue,
Karen, open the door, please!
they will fight for their love until the end.
Chagua kati ya kakangu na mpenzi wangu. Mama, are you really okay?
There's nothing you can say to change what I feel.
Sijakuja hapa kwa kuwa nimekumisi. Naona utazipata hizo tabu sana.
Achana kujipendekeza kwa mume wangu.
Umemaliza? Oh, okay.
You don't know much about your son. He's so timid. He wouldn't do anything desperate.
What are you trying to say, huh?
Stop playing the sad card in front of me. What you did is unforgivable. You didn't even get half of what you deserve.
I heard it with my own ears. The woman who looks like Pinky was calling Mrs. Gao Mom.
Ah, come on. You must have gotten it wrong. That's impossible.
What I lost was more than my daughter and a piece of land. It's also my 30 years of life.
Pia tunazungumzia fadhila za mwezi mtukufu wa Ramadhani. Wanaombea msamaha watu wenye kutoa sadaka, wanaombea msamaha watu wenye kufuturisha, wanaombea msamaha kila mtu aliyekubali kufuata maamrisho ya Mwenyezi Mungu.
يراني نقولها قدام السامعين واللي متابعين الفرد سنة يراني لنحاشم.
Welcome back. Thank you for staying with us this far. You know, I'm just smiling because of what is going on behind the scenes. There's one man by the name of Kinyi. Anatembea akipasha watu maneno. Ametoka kuuliza watu kwani ilikuwa kifo yako ama ya Yesu? But nonetheless, we still love you, Okinyi. Thank you for being the best version of yourself. But in case you are just joining us, karibu tena sana. This is Good Morning Kenya. My name is Jane Womboy. We want to now move on to the next segment, as we always do every Wednesday. And this is all about women. This is Women at the Forefront. All about breaking that glass ceiling and just championing for all things women. And with us in studio today, we have Maria Opondo, who is the administrator working with Mana Ministries International. Good morning, Maria.
Good morning.
Thank you so much for making time to be with us today.
Thank you for the invite.
Are you on the social media platforms?
Sure, I am.
How can our viewers be able to interact with you?
On my Facebook page, I'm Maria Achieng Opondo. You can also find us Mana Ministries on the Facebook page also. Mana Ministries International, and our website is www.mana.or.ke.
All right, so she is the administrator at Mana Ministries International, and she's also the founder of a community-based organization by the name Blessed to be a Blessing, which we'll be getting to in a bit. But let's first start with understanding a bit about more of your role as the administrator at Mana Ministries International. What is the organization all about?
Mana Ministries International is a non-denominational charity organization that partners with churches and individual groups and other individual partners just to serve humanity. Our vision is serving the church, reaching the world, and our backbone is discipleship. So basically, whatever we do, there is someone that we point out to, and that is Christ Jesus, because we are a Christian-based organization. And at Mana Ministries, we have different programs. One of them is Shelter a Widows program, where we have built over 600 houses for widows across the country. We also have school scholarship program, whereby we have a primary school academy back in Kisumu, which has over 400 pupils.
Beautiful.
Where we just teach them free of charge and sponsor them to high school. We also do seminars, conferences in partnership with churches, just to spread the grace and the knowledge of Christ Jesus.
Oh, that's fantastic. And you know, just early on, you were talking a bit more about these programs that you undertake under ministries, the Mana Ministries, and you mentioned the aspect of mentorship. And whenever we talk about mentorship, it is always an area that most people feel they can venture into. But looking at how you have approached it as the ministry, how does it look like?
For us, we tend to believe that despite of our background, despite of our challenges, we need to live in a healthy society. And because of there's so much things that are going on in the 21st century, we believe that for us to be able to achieve a healthy society, we need to do mentorship program, because there are very different views and perspectives about life. And that's why our target is the young generation, because as they grow up, they face obstacles, they face challenges, they come across people who teach them on different perspective of life. So if someone doesn't get the right mentorship program, they might find themselves at a place where they are going astray or working against the society and the kingdom of God at large.
All right.
Yes.
And you know, whenever we talk about mentorship and the aspect of religion coming into play, and especially focusing on the youth, it always becomes a sensitive area. Now, given you're also approaching this particular aspect of mentorship from a Christian-based point of standing, has that had a different impact from what you have seen with the youth that you've interacted with?
Sure, yes, it has.
And in what way?
In this way, you know, when you go to meet a youth, you already have a target, which I've said for us it is the discipleship. So when I set my principles and my goals right, for me to be able to conquer the heart or the soul of someone that I'm going to mentor, I must have a goal. And for us, the goal is to point them to Christ. And that's why when we go out to the when we go out to the youth to help them with mentorship and how to approach life and everything, we just don't look at them in a religious way, because we tend to believe that just apart from the religious thing, there are other aspects of life, and when we open up to other aspects of life, it is easier for us to reach our goal.
That's fantastic, because that's one area that most people just focus on. We're going to teach you about religion, and we focus on that because that is what your life is all about, forgetting all these other aspects of an individual, which again, you've pointed out, everyone is an all-rounded person.
Yes.
Now, let's come to your CBO, the Blessed to be a Blessing organization. Tell us a bit about, what it does and when it was founded.
Blessed to be a Blessing was founded in the year 2016, and we came as a group back in the slums of Dandora. That time there was so much wrangles between the youths and the police. So many killings were going on, and people were protesting, and so we thought that because we've been raised in this slum, I think there is something that we can do. So we came up as a group of few friends, and then we began the mentorship program, looking for a group of youths, just talking to them. But then again, because of some other reasons and personal reasons, some people left, and because I was the founding director, I was left with the group alone. So from 2016 to 2018, I was just doing some few outreach with my 2 or 3 friends. But then again, in 2018, now we met with Mana Ministries International, and now we became active more than ever. And through that partnership, we've been able to reach more than 1,000 youths in the slums of Nairobi, in the informal settlements, in Mombasa, in the interior areas, in Kisumu, in Kajiado. So we are just traversing the whole country doing this mentorship program.
And what has been the main driving factor or the main objective under Blessed to be a Blessing, considering the background and the area? Looking at the space that you founded this CBO was based on the hardship that the youth are facing in Dandora. So after the 2 years that we went back to the books to sort of strategize, then you got to work with Mana Ministries. What was the end goal? What was the objective there?
To preserve the dignity of the young people in the slums. Because, in the slums, life is different from other areas. Because many young people are living a disadvantaged life, and they tend to feel like they have lost their dignity. They do not have any value. We are living just on a daily survival. So for us as Blessed to be a Blessing, our main goal is to preserve the dignity of the young people in the slums and beyond. Yes.
And what are some of the projects that and programs that you've been able to undertake under Blessed to be a Blessing, and of course later on in partnership with the ministries?
Through the mentorship program, we were able to dig deeper and know and find out the needs of the young people in the slums. And one of them, we came to realize that most young girls are engaging in very bad activities just because they cannot afford a sanitary or rather a feminine hygiene pack. And so through the mentorship program and in partnership with Mana Ministries, besides just going and using our voice, we've been able to put resources together. And so every time we do the mentorship program, if we have the boys, we have something that would help them even with their hygiene, because we believe that when somebody is clean from the inside, it helps them even to see the world in a different perspective. So we do give hygiene pack that contains sanitary towels, soap, panties, boxers, and also vests for the boys.
All right.
Yes.
And looking at the time that you have been working with Blessed to be a Blessing from 2016 when it was initially founded, and now we are in 2022. Those are 6 years since. What are some of the challenges that you've encountered, and especially so going back to your target group and your target environment?
One of the big challenge is funds, because for you to be able to reach out and conduct the meeting in an ample manner, you need funding. you need funding. And you know, with the support that we get from Mana and one of our partners, All for His Glory, yes, we tend to feel that we use what we have just to reach those who are available for us. But the dire need is so great. So one of the challenges is funding. We have not encountered any challenges with the government, but we tend to think that at some point, if also the government can be supporting the things that the charity organizations are doing, it will be a great deal. Yes, it will go a long way.
Now, this brings me to now understanding or how we can bring in the parents of these kids that are in these informal settlements, because you know these kids found themselves there, yes, because they didn't choose to be there, some of them, and some of them also still live with their parents, and others may not be living with their parents. Yes. But how then do you think you can also just bring the parents on board to be part of these programs that you do, and especially when it comes to mentoring these youth in these environs?
For now, we have a plan, you know, because when you gift a child, if a parent is responsible, once they go with the gift back at home, the parents ask, where did you get this? So because of what we've been doing and with the support for the girl child and the boy child, many parents have been asking, even they've been coming to us asking, but why do you do what we do? And so we've been thinking that instead of just working with the children alone, yes, if we can incorporate the parents through seminars and conferences, it will be a great deal. Now, but I'm coming back to what the challenge is. When you don't have the resources, you just do what you can at the moment. But in the future, we plan to be bringing this teenage youth together with their parents. Even if it is for a seminar, the parents can speak out their heart, and the children also can speak out their heart, so that we may be able to bring them in one connection. Because you know, sometimes the children that we serve, most of them, especially those that are in the slums, do not have a good relationship with their parents. Yeah. Because you know as a parent, you are struggling to feed your children all the stresses of life. So if you're not careful, you end up hurting your children, yes, without knowing. So they will come and share with us and say, hey, I'm not in good terms with my mother. He keeps on bashing me every time and then. But because now you understand it on the psychological aspect of it, you understand, because of the stresses and everything that the parent is going through, and they do not have someone to mentor them, to advise them, they end up piling burdens on the child. Yes, on the children. Yeah, and that can in one way or the other be counterproductive. You know, on one end you're working to empower these youth, but yes, they go back to the same home. Yeah. And the same frustrations are still meted on these children. That's right. So now, looking at such aspects and also still being part of the challenges, what forms of assistance do you think would be necessary to the cause to just make sure that when it comes to the mentorship program, it is actually effective? When it comes to getting this menstrual hygiene management products, it is also effective. Getting the decency packages for the boys is also effective. And also the personnel that could be involved in just making sure that you are sending out and sharing the proper forms of assistance. So I think because we have contacts, the biggest thing that anyone or any person watching us today can do is to just support us with the resources that we need. We need fundings. We need these hygiene products. Even if you cannot afford to give us the money, you can supply us with sanitary packs, because the need is so great. But as much as we do not have enough for everyone, we will just work with those that we can serve. So the thing is just getting the material things that we need, and also putting up the logistic aspect of everything to ensure the mentorship program is running, and also getting good mentors, good teachers. You know, sometimes, you know, if you are the one who keeps on doing the same things at the same time, you might end up teaching these children the same things. So we need more facilitators who have different mind, who have different experiences, to come together to help with the mentorship program.
All right. Yes. And have you have instances where, you know, the youth that you have mentored have, you know, undergone these transformative phases in their lives and just turned their whole lives around and came back to just assist in Blessed to Be, a Blessing, or the ministries?
Yes. We for now we have just one lady, and this lady is in the university. One day she came to our mentorship program, and she was going through a period of let me say depression.
Yes.
And when we spoke to her about self-esteem, she had everything, and after a few months, he called me and said that because of the mentorship program, now I've been able to come out of this cocoon that has been making me feel like I am not living in a free world. And because of that, I will be sharing the smallest thing that I can get. So because of the mentorship program, we have a girl, just a university girl, that every month supports us with one box of sanitary towels, and that's give us the encouragement to keep on doing what we are doing.
All right.
Yes.
Now, we are ripe in the political season,
Yes.
and we always know whenever politics come around, the youth tend to be sensationalized, and they're given little money here and there to just, create chaos in one point or the other, or actually support politicians. And you find most of the youth that are involved are those in vulnerable situations, in informal settings, because yes, they do need the money, and at the end of the day, somebody is offering.
Yes.
Now, looking at this particular situation, the politics that is currently ongoing in our country, have you guys factored it in terms of guiding the youth during this time?
Yes.
And how so?
Just last Saturday, we had the mentorship program, and because just like you're saying, we knew it's political time, and everything is going up. We had the mentorship program with the girls only. So we talked to them and shared out that yes, we understand we are in a political season and we will be doing campaigns, but we taught them that they need to take their stand, because some of them have ideas and they've come to an age where they can vote. We talked to them, and we showed them that as much as they have the people that they are supporting, they need to take their stand and also campaign responsibly. They do not need to run after handouts and at the end of the day end up causing chaos. Yeah, they can just do a simple thing: campaign peacefully and also vote rightfully for the people they know that they want. Yeah.
So campaign peacefully, make sober decisions.
Yes.
All right. And we do hope they actually take this to mind, because we understand politics can be very sensationalizing, and especially so for the youth. You can be used for the wrong reasons, and at the end of the day, you as the youth are the ones that are going to suffer the harshest consequences of this politicking. Now, this brings me to now the aspect of women also in this environment, in this informal settings, because we always find there's so many single-parent households, and most of them involve women. And you had mentioned there was a program that involved widows.
Yes.
In as much as you said you build houses for them, was it so?
Yes, we do.
How are we also empowering these women to establish themselves economically, such that they can be able to sustain themselves and these homes that you're actually setting up for them under the ministries?
So, apart from just building the houses for them, we have a monthly feeding program that we feed all the widows who are in our program. And for that reason, in this program, we have widows who have come together, and we've helped them to register different groups, and we are trying to help them know that as widows they have their rights. There is a certain way and there is a certain level that the government can help them, even to purchase grants and loans.
Yes.
And with that, they've been able to start up small businesses, and most of them are catering for their families through the small businesses that they've been able to put up.
They've become self-sufficient.
Yes.
That's beautiful. And you also brought up the aspect of schools that you have built, and especially the one school that you have set up in Kisumu.
Yes.
Education is also another area that so many of the young people get to suffer due to the state that is, and especially so in the country. And when it comes to this aspect of setting up schools, and this is a project that is under the Mana Ministries International, how can also the ministry and the county governments be brought on board to factor in this aspect of setting up more schools for the less disadvantaged children in informal settings?
When our founding director was putting up the school, our founding director is called Maurice Odhiambo, together with his wife Benta Odhiambo. When they came together to put up the school, their main objective was to be able to help the children who are around Seme area to get what? To get education. Yes. And because of that, over 400 children now are getting education through free sponsorship. So I tend to think that if we can get more people, just like the way our founding director thought of bringing up a vision of putting up a school, not he overlooked the space that he had. He could have chosen to put something else. So if we can get more people who can come on board, who have spaces that schools can be put up, it will be a good thing. If we have a person in Seme, we have another one maybe in Kombewa, we have another one in Olo. If we have a person in Madare, in Kebera, who has a space where somebody can put up a school, because I tend to believe that if we do not have a space for putting up the facility, it will be hard for you to start a school. Yes. So if we can get more people to volunteer to build up facilities, through now in partnership, if I have a space and I talk to the county government and they agree to help me with building up a school, I think it will be a great idea.
All right.
Yes.
Now, as we draw this conversation to a close, it now brings in the aspect of those children and the youth that do not have a safe space to go to. You know, they could be homeless or they could be in abusive household setups, but they also want to be part of this mentorship. And, you know, they come there, get the knowledge that they can, but they also have to go back to this maybe toxic environment or no home at all. How can they also be assisted? This particular group that don't have a safe haven to fall back to.
What we do for us now as Mana Ministries and Blessed to be a Blessing is that we try to follow up with children who are going abuse. And because we've connected with orphanages and homes, children's home that are secure for children and convenient for them, if we find a case where it is possible for us legally to take this child and take him to a safe haven, we've done that to several children, just coming together with the government and taking this child out of this toxic environment and taking them to a children's home. And with that, we have a vision. In 2023, God willing, January, we will be putting up a children's home, a very big children's home.
That's
back in Kisumu, where we can be taking children who are going through who undergoing a rejection and everything, maybe living in a toxic environment, and be able to help them to live there and find a safe place for them.
All right. And what about those that are, you know, living with abusive parents who are abusing them, or relatives and caregivers? Could be sexually, could be mentally, could be psychologically, and yet they keep reporting, but nothing is being done. How can the police and the service be brought to ensure that these kids, when they actually speak out, they get the help they need? Because we have seen time and again when young people speak out about violence that has been perpetrated against them, most of the time they're not believed, or some are not believed, and they have to go back to the same vicious cycle.
That is where now it takes us to a point of taking action. You know, sometimes because you understand that you are the voice to the voiceless, and you are the leg to those that cannot walk or run. We take action and do the follow up to the latter end, even if we have to take this child, as long as we are in the right position with the government. We do that. We just take the child through the local authorities and help them to do, or rather to live a healthy life.
All right.
Yes.
Now, as we close the conversation, you know, so many people are watching us today, the youth, their parents, the caregivers. What would be your call to action message or your word of advice when it comes to taking care of these children that are considered to be vulnerable? Yes, there's your camera. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. The advice that I will give to the youth first is that you need to be your brother's keeper. You know, so many people are dying because they do not have someone who can speak to them. If you have a voice and you have a sense that one of your fellow youth is undergoing through a very difficult challenge, speak up and be their voice. Even if you have to speak up to the local authorities, even if you have to go to the churches to get the help that they need, be their voice. And to the parents, it doesn't matter what challenge you may be going through, because your children are the future, are the future of this country and the society. Just ensure that everything and every challenge that you are going through, you do not put this burden of the challenge or difficulties that you are going through and instill them on your children, because it ends up affecting them negatively, and they will not grow up to be positive people in the society.
All right, there you have had it. We have been speaking with Maria Opondo, who is the administrator working with Mana Ministries International, and she's also the founder of Blessed to be a Blessing, which is a community-based organization that was established back in 2016. Thank you so much for making time to be with us today.
Thank you.
Remind us of your social media handles once more.
My Facebook account is Maria Atieno Opondo. For the organization, Facebook page is Mana Ministries International, and Blessed to be a Blessing is our Facebook page for the other organization. And you can also find us through our website www.mana.or.ke.
All right, so if you want to get in touch, you can do so via those social media platforms. For now, we want to bring it to a close. My name is Jane Wamboy. Thank you so much for being with us. Be sure to catch us again tomorrow morning. Bye-bye for now. I'll see you tomorrow.
Na hii ni Mitikasi Leo, makala kutoka BBC yaliyomo. Tunauliza iwapo wazi wa malipo kazini utasaidia kupunguza pengo kati ya wanaolipwa fedha nyingi na wale wanaopata pesa kidogo. Baadaye, sabuni inaiga mtindo wa vyakula vitamu ili kumfurahisha mnunuzi, kisha matumizi ya makumbi ya nazi katika kutengeneza kamba na mchanga wa kupanda miche. Mbashara kutoka Nairobi, Kenya, tuende kazi. Masalamu na karibu katika toleo la leo. Makala yanaangazia habari za biashara zinazokuhusu. Uchambuzi wa kina na mahojiano ni Telinas Mwashigadi. Na bosi wako analipwa hela ngapi kwa mwezi? Natumai hujui. Je, wenzako mlio katika daraja moja kazini wanalipwa hela ngapi? Je, ungependa wajue hela unazolipwa wewe kwa mwezi? Hebu tuzungumzie uwazi wa malipo ambao ni mkakati wa kuzungumzia mishahara ya wafanyakazi ndani ya kampuni. Janga la COVID-19 linaongeza pengo la mapato kati ya maeneo yaliyo kusini mwa jangwa la Sahara barani Afrika na ulimwengu kote. Na kulingana na PricewaterhouseCoopers, wastani wa mshahara wa mkurugenzi mtendaji nchini Afrika Kusini ni $357,057, huku wastani wa mshahara wa mfanyakazi katika kampuni ya nishati ya Eskom ni $31,000 kwa mwaka. Hii ina maana kuwa kwa kila dola mfanyakazi wa kawaida anapata, mkurugenzi mkuu analipwa zaidi ya mara 12. Makampuni kama vile Tesla yana mapengo madogo ya mshahara uwiano wa 1:1, lakini hiyo sio habari kamili, kwani Elon Musk anamiliki 17% ya hisa za kampuni hiyo iliyo na thamani ya trilioni ya madola. Uwazi wa mishahara huongeza ufahamu wa kupunguza upendeleo katika malipo. Kampuni ya PayScale iligundua kuwa wafanyikazi wengi hawajui jinsi wanavyolipwa kulingana na soko. Kando na hayo, watu wanaohisi kuwa wanalipwa hela kidogo wana uwezo wa 50% kutafuta ajira kwengineko. Tumeuliza wataalamu wetu chini ya nembo ya 100 bora iwapo uwazi katika malipo itatoa suluhu kwa swali hili. Walikuwa na maoni mseto, tusikize.
Ningependelea makampuni yanapotangaza kazi waweke wazi masuala ya mshahara, kwa sababu mara nyingine unaweza kaomba kazi ukawaambia mshahara kidogo lakini kazi zikawa nyingi. Wanapotuambia mshahara utalipwa kiasi gani, itakuwa rahisi pia na mimi kuambia, kwa sababu nitakuwa najua kazi zangu.
Ni bora iwapo hii mishahara itakuwa wazi ili kuwa na usawa, ushirikiano uongezeke na pia vile watu wawe na motisha pale kazini.
Awali nilizungumza na Richard Magoma, mtaalamu aliyobobea katika usimamizi wa wafanyakazi. Nilianza kwa kumuuliza iwapo kuna manufaa ya hatari yoyote ya kuwa na uwazi kuhusu mishahara. Tumsikize.
Kuna manufaa na kuna upungufu fulani wa kuonyesha watu wanapata mshahara gani, kwa sababu kuna sheria ambayo inasema information, habari ya mtu ambaye kupokea mshahara fulani isipatikane kwa kila mtu. Manufaa yaliyopo ni inaleta ule trust, ina increase uaminifu. Watu wanajua ya kwamba nikifanya hili nitapata pesa fulani. Kama niko na education fulani, niko na elimu fulani, niko na ujuzi fulani, niko na ustadi fulani, nitapata pesa fulani.
Na je, pengo la malipo kati ya anayelipwa zaidi na anayelipwa chini kabisa linaweza kupunguzwa kivipi?
Kidogo tu, lakini sio sana, kwa sababu wafanyikazi wana elimu tofauti, wana ustadi tofauti, wana ujuzi tofauti, wana tajriba tofauti. Pengo linaweza kupunguzwa wafanyikazi wakiwa na elimu sawa, wakiwa na ustadi sawa, wakiwa na ujuzi sawa, lakini hatuwezi fika ile hali ambao watu wanaweza kuwa na education, experience, ustadi, ujuzi sawa. Kwa hivyo sio rahisi sana. Kupunguza inaweza punguzwa, lakini iwezi fikiwa kabisa.
Na je, mtu anaanzaje mazungumzo ama mchakato mzima wa kuhusu swala zima la mishahara, hasa wakati unapoajiriwa sawa na kuambatana na majukumu ambayo umepewa?
Jambo la muhimu ni utafiti wa mshahara. Lazima ufanye utafiti. Hiyo industry inapatiana mshahara gani? Wafanyikazi wa kiwango fulani wanapata mshahara. Kwa hivyo jambo muhimu sana ni utafiti wa mshahara kwanza kabla uingie katika mahojiano. Kabla uingie mahojiano umefanya utafiti, ndio umekaribia karibu na ule mshahara wako nao, ile budget wako nayo. Usipofanya utafiti wa mshahara huwezi most likely huwezi sema ile mshahara wanataka. Kwa hivyo lazima ujue ile budget, ukaribia na budget. Na hii budget ukikaribia ni lazima ukuwe umefanya ustadi fulani, ufanya research. Kuna zile kampuni huwa zinafanya research za mshahara, usome kabisa hizo vitabu ndio ujue imefikia hiyo kampuni inaweza kupatia mshahara gani kabla hujaingia kwa meza ya mahojiano.
Na hii ni Mitikasi Leo kutoka BBC. Takaangazia hivi punde matumizi ya makumbi ya nazi katika kutengeneza kamba na mchanga wa kupanda miche. Haya, katika maeneo mengi dunia nzima makumbi ya nazi hutupwa kama takataka, lakini kwa sasa kampuni moja katika maeneo ya pwani mwa Kenya imezindua njia ya kuzichakata na kuzigeuza mbolea ya upanzi wa miche almaarufu cocopeat. Limepata soko nono katika mashamba ya maua na sekta ya matunda. Tusikize simulizi yake.
Kwa majina naitwa James Kapombe, miaka 29, mimi ni mkurugenzi na mwanzilishi wa kampuni hii ya CocoGrow. Katika kiwanda cha CocoGrow tulikuja na njia mwafaka ya kuongeza value katika makumbi. Makumbi ni ule kovu la juu linalotoka katika nazi. Baada ya kufua ile nazi unabaki na ile kumbi. So tunakusanya makumbi na kuyasaga katika kiwanda hiki. Tukishasaga makumbi yale, tuna bidhaa aina mbili muhimu ambazo tunapata hapa. Bidhaa zile ni cocoa pit na coir rope. Makumbi kwa muda mwingi yamekuwa tatizo kubwa hapa pwani. Yamekuwa yakiangushwa ovyo ovyo, na yapata kwa bahari, unapata mtaani yameangushwa tu bila kazi. Wengine wanayachoma. So tunakusanya makumbi yale kupitia vikundi vya wakulima na wakulima binafsi, ambao wakishatoa nazi zile sana sana wanapeleka nchi jirani ya Tanzania kuuza nazi kule, ama sokoni huku Kenya. Wanabaki na maganda yale ama yale makumbi. Hili ni eneo ambao tunakusanya makumbi tukishaleta kutoka kwa wakulima kule mashambani. Eneo lenyewe mnaona haya ni makumbi karibu 50,000 ambayo yanaweza kutumika kwa muda wa wiki 2 hivi. Maana kwa wiki tunatumia kiwango cha 25,000 makumbi kwa kila wiki. Tukishaleta hapa, kabla yaende kule kusagwa, tunaangalia kama rangi ni ile ya brown, na pia tunaangalia ndani kama yako na ile nazi, ile shell kama imebaki hapa. Ikiwa imebaki tunaitoa, hatulitumii, lakini likiwa hivi basi litaenda kuvikwa katika maji, alafu litaenda kufanywa kazi ambayo ni ya kusagwa. Tuna uwezo wa kuchukua makumbi 25,000 kila wiki ili kusaidia katika kazi zetu. Tukishasaga makumbi ile kutumia mashine zetu ambazo tumezitengeza hapa Kenya, tunasaga kumbi lile na kupata bidhaa aina mbili, ambao ni mchanga ambao inaitwa cocoa pit na fiber ama nyuzi kutokana na mnazi. Baada ya hapo, ile mkusanyiko wa cocoa pit ambao ni mchanganyiko wa cocoa pit na nyuzi fupi, tunapeleka katika kichungio, ni mashine ya kuchunga ambayo inachungwa. Tunapata cocoa pit ama mchanga ule katika grade aina tofauti. Cocoa pit ni mchanga ambao unatumika katika upanzi wa miche na maua. Bidhaa hii ambayo tunatengeza hapa, hiyo mchanga ama cocoa pit, iko na uhitaji mkubwa Afrika na sana sana Kenya kwa upandaji wa mboga na maua. Sana sana bidhaa hii inatoka nchi za bara Hindi, ambayo ni India na kule Sri Lanka. Hivi sasa hapa nchini Kenya, utengezaji wa bidhaa hii Kenya bado ni kwa 1% tu ya ile bidhaa yote, ya ile uhitaji ambao tunahitaji hapa Kenya. Na si Kenya tu peke yake, ni bara lote la Afrika.
Tusonge mbele. Je, sabuni yako ya kuoga ina harufu nzuri ya kuvutia na sura yake je? Mbunifu mmoja ameanza kutengeneza sabuni zinazoiga mitindo ya vyakula vitamu, akinuia kufurahisha sio mwili tu kwa usafi, lakini pia macho na mapua. Hizi si pipi au chakula mtazamaji, ila ni sabuni. Tazama.
Hi, my name is Blondie Akuza.
Jambo, jina langu ni Blondie Akuza na mimi ni mwanzilishi wa Bath Candy. Nilianzisha Bath Candy mwaka 2015. Ilianza na mimi kuanza tu na mizio, yaani allergy. Bidhaa za ngozi nilizokuwa natumia sikuweza kuzitumia tena. Kwa hivyo nilianza kujaribu vitu ambavyo vilinituliza.
I consider myself an artist.
Mimi najiona msanii kwanza. Kwa hiyo nadhani kitu cha kwanza kwangu ninapotengeneza sabuni ni kuwaza nataka kula nini. Napenda chakula, kama nilivyosema, kila kitu kinapatikana na chakula, lakini nje ya hapo, moja ya viungo naweza kupenyeza ndani ya sabuni ambayo itaongeza thamani.
My inspiration is really desserts.
Msukumo wangu ni kitinda mlo, yani dessert na chakula. Napenda chakula, kwa hivyo nitajaribu kuiga bidhaa zangu ili zionekane kama kitinda mlo kwa sababu kadhaa. Moja ni kuwa chakula huleta watu pamoja. Kwa hivyo kwangu ilikuwa ni nini kilikuwa rahisi zaidi kutengeneza ambayo hutalazimika kuongea sana. Watu wanaiona na kuipenda mara moja, na hapo ndipo msukumo ulipotoka. Haja ya wakati huo ilikuwa hasa kwa watu ambao walikuwa na mzio ama allergies, watu ambao walikuwa na mahitaji maalum, na watu ambao walitaka vitu vya asili sana, na pia watu ambao walitaka vitu vya kupendeza. Na wakati nilipoanza, unaposikia asili utafikiri ni mbaya sana na haipendezi, na nilitaka kubadilisha hilo. Kwa hivyo hiyo ilikuwa asili yangu, kutafuta watu au kuwahudumia watu ambao walitaka vitu vinavyoonekana vizuri, ambavyo vinapendeza, lakini walikuwa tayari kulipia bora. Kiuhalisia haziliwi. Bidhaa hizi ni sabuni. Haziliwi kabisa kwa sasa.
So now, yeah. So we use a lot of natural butters found on in this.
Tunatumia bidhaa nyingi za asili zinazopatikana upande huu wa Afrika. Tuna mafuta ya nazi, tuna shea butter, tuna cocoa butter, tuna mafuta ya babasol, vitu vya asili kabisa. Viungo ambavyo vinatumika ajabu. Kwa hivyo tunaingiza vitu hivi kwenye sabuni na hivyo kuongeza kiwango fulani cha kupendeza, lakini faida ya ngozi ni ya kushangaza. Hii ni pambo inayoliwa. Unaweza kuona hii inapandisha ubora wa sabuni hii kwa kiwango fulani. Kwa hivyo sio sabuni yako ya msingi tu, lakini sasa ina muonekano wa kuvutia.
Hata mimi nahisi kuzila sabuni hizo. Mwisho mwa mitikasi hii leo, makala kutoka BBC. Iwapo hujapata kuona taarifa zetu leo na juma lote, tembelea mtandao wetu wa BBC Swahili YouTube. Kwa niaba ya wote walioweza kufanikisha makala haya na kutakia wakati mwema, ni Selina Smoshigadi, panapo majaliwa.
Chagua kati ya kakangu na mpenzi wangu. Mom, are you really okay?
There's nothing you can say to change what I feel.
Sijakuja hapa kwa kuwa nimekumiss. Naona utazipata hizo tabu sana.
Achana kujipendekeza kwa mume wangu.
Umemaliza? Oh, okay.
Much about your son. He's so timid. He wouldn't do anything desperate.
What are you trying to say, huh?
Stop playing the sad card in front of me. What you did is unforgivable. You didn't even get half of what you deserve.
I heard it with my own ears. The woman who looks like Pinky was calling Mrs. Gao mom.
Ah, come on. You must have gotten it wrong. That's impossible.
What I lost was more than my daughter and a piece of land. It's also my 30 years of life.
Remember that where there was fire, ashes remain.
Yes, but she's in love with someone else.
With whom you forced her to get married.
You're a murderer. My father died and it was all your fault.
I didn't kill your father. You're crazy.
I am not crazy.
Move away.
He's your son. Don't you treat him like that. I will protect you.
You know that I'll ruin you if I open my mouth.
Our dad ordered you to leave him, but you're rolling in the hay with him.
Just leave us alone. You know you never change.
I'm sure that their love won't last too long. It's because of her, right? You leave me because of her.
Please leave your brother alone.
Someday you'll accept her.
What are you doing here? Get out of my house and get out of my daughter's life.
Gonzalo, please stop.
Get out of here.
Everyone is against us, but they can't make us stop from loving each other.
Dare to leave me.
Pia tunazungumzia fadhila za mwezi mtukufu wa Ramadhani. Wanaombea msamaha watu wenye kutoa sadaka, wanaombea msamaha watu wenye kufuturisha, wanaombea msamaha kila mtu aliyekubali kufuata maamrisho ya Mwenyezi Mungu.
يراني نقولها قدام السامعين واللي متابعين برضو سنة يراني لنحاشم.
Are you an aspiring candidate in the upcoming general elections? Do you want your agenda and manifesto to reach your voters effectively? At KBC, we have the most comprehensive and credible online platform that has profiles of all prospective candidates. Log on to www.kbc.co.ke/2022 aspirants and let Kenyans know more about you, your past achievements, your manifesto, and your development agenda once you get elected to office. What's more, the website is easy to navigate. We will create your profile, post pictures and short videos with your campaign messages at affordable hosting fees. Log on to www.kbc.co.ke/2022 aspirants today and establish your brand authority as we lead towards the forthcoming general elections.
Much about your son. He's so timid. He wouldn't do anything desperate.
What are you trying to say, huh?
Stop playing the sad card in front of me. What you did is unforgivable. You didn't even get half of what you deserve.
I heard it with my own ears. The woman who looks like Pinky was calling Mrs. Gao Mom.
Ah, come on. You must have gotten it wrong. That's impossible.
What I lost was more than my daughter and a piece of land. It's also my 30 years of life.
Good morning and thank you for creating time for us this morning on News Check. 20 days into the fourth month of the year 2022 and the countdown to the August polls continues. Today we have just about 111 days to go and Kenyans will be making that big decision on who is going to be part and parcel of the leadership in the next 5 years. They'll be electing their leaders from the ward level to the member of parliament to the senators, the governors, the woman representative, and of course also the governors, the president, and I can go on and on about what is expected of Kenyans. But most importantly, there is a lot that is to be considered when it comes to what should inform that particular decision. That is why here on News Check we have dedicated a better part of our discussions to center around some of the issues emanating as Kenya gets closer to that general election, just to open up your mind so that you can make informed decisions come that particular day. And this morning we are going to be staying on that particular note as the first hour is dedicated on looking at Kenya's political journey. We assess the developments on the campaign trail. So recently we have seen talks now shift from the nominations to the running mate headache for the main contenders in this particular general election. It's going to form a very big part of our conversation this morning, coming just 2 days after we saw women, a section of women in the country coming out very strongly and making calls for those who are in this particular race to consider a woman running mate in case they want to clinch power. We are going to break down the journey and the history of women leadership in this particular country and why it is pivotal for us to begin thinking towards that particular direction. So I'll be having that conversation plus much more that has characterized the campaign trail in our country on News Check this morning. On the second hour, just before I let you in on my guest, we're also going to be talking about gender-based violence. I'll be having a panel of two, a lady who has quite an impactful story on how she survived gender-based violence and of course how she went ahead to pick up the pieces and move on. We'll be talking about GBV, the underreporting, delayed justice, and how this affects how we are managing this vice in our society. But let's get a little bit political in our first hour, and I'd like to introduce my guests on the panel this morning. I'm having a panel of two, a lady and a gentleman. I'll start with the gentleman because today seems like gentlemen are the minority. So let me start with the gentleman on set. His name is James Wambogo. James is a political analyst and a strategist. Thank you, James, for creating time for us.
It's a pleasure having us, and I'm grateful, at least for the first time on NewsCheck, and I think at the end of the show, we shall be able at least to digress on a few issues as far as our political terrain is concerned.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you so much, James. Of course, we also have Beth Achieng. Beth is, at least I would say, a woman president. For now. She's the president of the ODM Women's League, and of course now also playing a pivotal role in the Azimio Women League, of course, as well. Thank you so much for creating time for us, Beth, this morning.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having us, and I'm happy that I'm going to speak to Kenyans today, and more so about women in leadership, inclusivity, and the part that women play in leadership.
Okay, thank you both of you once again. And I'd like us to start straight away on to our conversation. We're having this just at a time when just the other day the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission gave a directive that running mates, the names of the running mates are to be submitted before IEBC before Thursday 28th of April 2022, which means any person who has any ambition or desire to vie for presidency has less than 10 days to submit that name. But we've seen, you know, the main contenders in this particular election are yet to make a decision or come out clearly on who is going to be the running mate. So I'd just like to begin from a general perspective. Let me start with you, James. Why is this such a big decision for whoever wants to be president?
Of course, thank you. Of course, it's a tall order for most political parties that we do have. Bearing in mind now, we are no longer on political parties. We are on the pathway of coalitions, and coalitions, as you can see, they are constituted of principles, and each principle is coming as an equal partner. So once you have like 3 or 4 people coming in as equal partners, that's now where you start thinking of as to how you can have a compromise candidate. That's why it becomes a bit of a tall order to automatically elect somebody or select somebody who can be a preferred candidate. But all that said and done, the other issues that also come at play, you'll talk of issues of capability and capacity. There is also the issue of what are you bringing as far as these coalitions are concerned, because when you talk as what you're bringing on the table, you're talking of issues of numbers. So, and you know, politics is an arrangement of numbers. So if you happen to select somebody who in one or another is not contributing to your vote basket, then you find that tendency that you're going to lose. And based on what we have experienced under the new Constitution 2010, this time we have had a presidency where you have the president of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, not having a good relationship with the deputy president. So in this time, these people are carefully going to select as to who is the best person that they can work with first in terms of submission. And you'll agree with me that most nations, African nations, you really know the deputy presidents of those particular countries. Mm-hmm. It's only in Kenya who people at least are much more conversant with the deputy president. Mm-hmm. So that tells you that you see, when you go through the books of 48 laws of power, you are told there's no way or there's no day that the neck will supersede the head. Mm-hmm. So I think this time around, all those candidates will not want to have or to be in a position or situation where the president and the deputy president were there before.
All right, thank you, James, for that opening remark. So it's not just about numbers this time around, it's about who are you going to have a good working relationship with. All right, so Beth, from your wing, the Azimio wing, which is having Raila Odinga as the preferred, a person for this particular position, the candidacy of presidency. Considering the factors that James has brought out, are we edging closer to hearing or getting an announcement of who is going to be the running mate of Raila?
Oh yes, within Azimio, actually we have a technical team that is working towards meeting every deadline, and I'm sure that we are more than ready to beat the deadline. We will submit the name of the running mate and all the candidates for every position.
Before Thursday, we will know, because that's what IEBC has stated.
Yeah, before they are given timelines, it will be done. We have a technical team that is working 24/7 to make sure that we meet every requirement. Yes.
All right. We hope to see that happen. But of course, there is a lot that has been put out there coming from the Kenya Kwanza also side. We are having quite a number of names that have been fronted to be the, people who are looked at as the potential running mates for Deputy President William Ruto. It's a coalition that brings together about 12 parties. And just to cite some names we have seen, scattered across, we have seen a proposal there for ANC leader Musalia Mudavadi, National Assembly Speaker Justin Muturi, Kirinyaga Governor Anne Waiguru, Madira MP Rigathi Gachagua, and Kiharu Member of Parliament Ndindi Nyoro. These are just proposal and talks. We are yet to get clear confirmation on who exactly, it may even not be among this. But if you look at the Kenya Kwanza Alliance, let me just come back to you, James.
Yeah.
What are some of the, big issues that they could be facing when it comes to making this particular decision? What could be the some of the things they're trying to balance out, even looking at the names that I've just cited?
Yeah, so generally Kenya Kwanza has something to work on, and if just the way you have enlisted their candidates, the three or four things that I had reiterated there before, you're looking on issues of capabilities first and competence. So out of those people that we have listed, amongst them, who's much more competent than the other? On top of that, we're also talking on what are you bringing on the table? And there's also another aspect that has cropped up as far as our judicial system is concerned. Somebody may go to court and contest that a candidate X, Y, or Z does not or is not fit to occupy a certain position because of maybe graft issues or graft allegations. So those are things that they have to be careful as far as their technical team is concerned, because you will not want to select somebody and then you have a drawback from our court systems. And this time round, at least you are seeing each and every step that political parties are taking, they are careful, because you do not know whether tomorrow the High Court or the Court of Appeal may nullify the nominations or appointments that you have made. So they are jungles that UDA, or rather the Kenya Kwanza team, has to check out. If you look for maybe a classic example of if they were to select, let's say, who's this guy, Musalia Mudavadi. Remember, he had the deputy president had made a lot of inroads at Mount Kenya. So there are those demands that Mount Kenya want. There are also those demands that the Western people want. So in a nutshell, what the team, the technical team, will be having a hurdle is trying to balance in a way that the party or the coalition is not going to have a fallout, because the moment you please one, then you have a fallout on the other. So they have to be much more careful. I think, which is a tall order, not only at Kenya Kwanza but also at Azimio, because also at Azimio you have heard of Kalonzo making his demands. We have had Women League supporting Martha Karua. So these are those things that it's not just about fronting names. It's about assessing the nitty-gritties of what will help a particular candidate to clinch the seat.
All right. Yeah. I'm coming to Azimio in just a bit, but just to query you on something. What if you were to offer free consultancy? What is likely to be the winning formula for Ruto? Looking at the names that I've just cited, and he has to do something about this.
I will not offer the deputy president free consultancy because I think he has so many consultants, of which are in his payroll, so I wouldn't offer free. But generally, just to give a highlight as to what they're supposed to factor in. First and foremost is numbers, because politics is about numbers. Number two, capability, because you will also want somebody who's going to help you at least achieve some visions. Let's say, for example, you have a vision, let's say like now they have the bottom-up economic model, isn't it? So somebody like Musalia Mudavadi, who they purport to be an economist, will be fit at least to help him on issues of economy. Because you have to align whatever vision and manifesto that you have to align with people who have the capacity and the technical know-how as to how they are going to implement the manifesto that you're fronting to the general public. So first and foremost, issues of competence. Secondly, numbers. Those are the key indicators that are going to guide him as to how to go about in electing a suitable candidate as a running mate. Yeah.
All right, thank you. Now, on to Azimio One Kenya coalition, which brings together about 20 political parties. We have ODM, Jubilee, Wiper, NARC Kenya, and KANU, just among these parties. There are some names that have also been, fronted as potential running mates. We've seen standing out very strongly is Wiper leader Kalonzo Musyoka, who has been categorical in public, saying that he actually desires the number 2 slot. NARC Kenya's Martha Karua, who joined the Azimio One Kenya Alliance, also is a name that has been fronted as a possible running mate. CS Peter Munya and former Gatanga MP Peter Kenneth, and I can go on and on about this. But what are the dynamics here? If you look at these names, what is it that is going to be the crucial thing that the Azimio One Kenya coalition is going to look at before settling on one person? It may even not be in this list. Let me, be realistic, but what is it that they're going to consider?
Thank you. Let me start by saying that we are in Azimio One Kenya Alliance. We are not short of people, and good people for that matter. And as you have read from the list, there could even be more out there.
Yeah.
But as Martin said, it is true that one factor to consider is the numbers. 2 is competency of people to be picked. And in Azimio, yes, His Excellency Kalonzo Musyoka has come out to request or to demand. But choices are to be made. Because when it comes to numbers, where do we look at? Is it Ukambani or is it Mount Kenya? 2, then the numbers of voters. I want to be very categorical here about women. For women, we have made a proposal and we are making a request that a woman is considered for this position. Yes.
This happened, was it 2 days ago, when we saw the Women League of Azimio come together and make that public request, let me say request. Why a woman and why Martha Karua?
Okay, a good question.
Yeah.
As Women League of Azimio, we came together and we made this request. It's because looking at Kenya, the Kenyan population, 52% is women. And actually the voters basket, 52% are women. And we know women are the ones who are willing to queue and even withstand hot sun and beat all the odds to make sure that they elect their leaders. And for that reason, we feel that a woman deputy president will be very good. 2, we have been talking about the 2/3 in this nation, and actually it has become elusive. Even in parliament, we know as it is unconstitutionally fit to be there because it doesn't have the 2/3 gender rule threshold. So we feel as women in Azimio, if a woman is given this position of deputy president, it will be very easy for women to say, yes, we can, and will come out to vote in large numbers. And in terms of representation, for real, we need 50-50 representation. We are not yet there, but we are working towards 50-50 representation of either gender.
I'm wondering how possible that is if we have not even attained the 2/3. How is 50-50, attainable?
It is not rocket science. It can be done. if I may give my journey for 3 years as women president in ODM. I started about 4 years ago and made deliberate efforts to encourage women to come out to fight for all positions. And for real, women have come in large numbers than before, and they have offered themselves to be elected as MCAs, members of parliament, senate, governors, and we are trusting that the numbers will go up. However, it is a journey, and because it is a journey, our eyes are fixed on the ball. We really want to get to 50-50.
50-50.
Yes.
All right. So the other part of the question was, what makes Martha Karua a suitable candidate for this number 2 slot?
For me, Martha Karua has all it takes to be a deputy president. One, we know she is competent. From my experience, she has been a minister. She is a party leader. She has all the experience as a mother, as a leader, and as a woman for that matter. She qualifies to be a running mate. Mother has never been associated with the scandals of any form, and we feel she beats the bill. Yes.
All right. James, looking at a Raila Martha Karua ticket, is it sellable from where you sit?
First and foremost, let me just take you a bit back on the issues of women. I don't have anything personal against women, and in fact, I encourage them at least to come out and contest. Initially, we were clustered as women, youth, and people living with disability. The women found their way out, and they left the youth and people with disability. But that's a topic of another day.
Yeah.
But if we look at the aspect of women, I don't think we should maybe try to push Raila to select Martha Karua. A woman, for this case, let's try and isolate Martha Karua, because there can be other women, not necessarily Martha Karua. Yeah. There is also Charity Ngilu, who is also a formidable candidate. People who have done some sterling jobs. You remember Charity Ngilu, who was at one particular time, I think it is 97, as she was contesting as a president. So Martha Karua also the same. So these are people who have been tested. For somebody like Martha Karua, you can see somebody who has been elected 4 times in a row as a member of parliament, Gishogo. Remember, he has been contesting against men for 4 times. I think if you can be able to secure a parliamentary slot for 4 times, that's like 20 years, isn't it?
Yeah.
Then you can just be said that she's an extremely sensational leader. But what I'm against is that the fact that just because by the virtue that she's okay, she wants to be fronted as a deputy president. Remember, just look at the composition of our judiciary. We have number 1, who's a lady. Number 2 is also a lady, isn't it? So they got those positions by the virtue of merit, isn't it? Because for you to secure the position of a chief justice and a deputy CJ, it's not about being a man or a woman. And the best candidates gets the position out of meritocracy, isn't it? So what we need to do is that this thing that we have been calling about affirmative action, like we have a few women reps, there's people who you cannot even talk about what they have done for women in this particular case. So what we need to do, yes, we have Martha Karua, yes, we have Charity Ngilu, but apart from that, other than us saying that we need 50-50, because Martha Karua and Charity Ngilu have fought their way up, let also the other women fight their way up, so that at least we can say that all of us are being given an equal platform. But we should not be viewed in the sense that just because men are there, also women should be there. Let's get people who are competent. I think if we have a competent man, he can serve both men and women. If we have a competent woman, he can serve both, isn't it?
Right.
So let us look at the issue of what do we call it? Intellectual capital of a person.
All right.
Yeah.
Now that you've cited competency, and you have also gone ahead to cite the competency of Charity Ngilu and Martha Karua, a Raila Martha Karua ticket or a Raila Charity Ngilu ticket, is it sellable?
Yeah, for Raila Martha Karua is very much sellable by this fact. you see, we have to look at the demographics the way they are in Kenya, isn't it? And Kenya, we vote in our ethnic blocks, isn't it? So it was a bit hard for Honorable Raila to penetrate in Central, and they managed to penetrate to Central. Now I'm talking as an analyst, not as an Azimio follower. I'm talking as an analyst.
And that's
he
why
has
you're
managed,
here.
yes.
That's the title you wear.
Yes, but you see everybody, including the press, have their own political affiliations. So what we think is Raila has managed to scoop a bit of Mount Kenya votes, but with the coming of Martha Karua, you see there are some people in Mount Kenya who are a bit skeptical. They were a bit afraid of Raila, isn't it? But with the coming of the Iron Lady, it's like he has affirmed the solidarity of like Raila. The Kikuyus, or generally the Mount Kenya people, feel that there's somebody who can be able to who cannot be swayed left, right and center. There's somebody who's an Iron Lady who can stand by his word, and who can push things, especially the interest of that place that she comes from. And that is what Azimio really wanted, somebody who can affirm to them that Martha Karua or any other person can make sure that under the umbrella of Azimio, their interest can be factored. Yeah.
Okay. Beth, he has brought out something pivotal about, competency vis-a-vis because I'm a woman. And this has been a debate, not just here, but, severally there's been that question of, should we then just open up these spaces of leadership just because women need to be on board? Let's just have them on board anyway, whether they are competent or not. Has this worked to your disadvantage as women pushing this agenda?
It hasn't worked against us. And actually, let me comment here that a woman should not be elected or maybe appointed just because she's a woman, but should be a woman of substance, a woman of integrity, a woman who is capable. And for that reason, Women League have been going out building capacities of women. Actually, we developed a training manual to make sure that we go around, get the right women, build their capacities so that they, as they go out to contest, then they are refined and they are the right women to go for leadership. So for that reason, it is very important to consider competence. We know Mother Karua is a senior counsel in this nation. And those are some of the reasons why Women League feel that she is the right one. Yes, we have my sister Charity Ngilu. She is also capable. But for this reason, for regional balancing, that's why we feel Mother Karua from Mount Kenya would be the right choice for His Excellency Raila Amolo Odinga.
Okay. I'll come to the question of regional balancing and the ethnic factor in choosing a running mate in just a bit. But let me just stay on that particular question. If we have, and I want to believe we have, women who are competent and are qualified and skilled for different positions, not just even the presidency, they've been there, they have what it takes. Why do we still talk about women being marginalized, women not being given these chances, women not being present at the decision-making table? What is the problem? Is it society? Is it, the women themselves? I'm just trying to find out where this problem could be emanating from.
I would look back to political parties. Actually, political parties should give women space and equal opportunities with men. Even within the government, women should be given equal opportunities. We have very capable women, competent, out there, even from the grassroots. But when they have no space, when they are not being given that chance, you may not know somebody's value until you bring them to the front. So if they are not given a chance, that's why they remain behind. And again, not forgetting that in Kenya, we live in a patriarchal society. And within the Women League, we have another program because we noted all that. that we call he for she, where we want to identify male champions who can for real support women to get into leadership. And this is very key, to have men realize that women are able, women can make it, women are good leaders, and so they support them and allow them to get into leadership positions. That's why we can't get the two that, because men feel that leadership belongs to men, and maybe women also feel that we are not yet there. And so that's why we don't have more women in leadership. So we are appealing to Kenyans and to our dear men, who are our husbands, our brothers, our fathers, that they also consider women as leaders and give them opportunities, give them chance, give them space, so that we look at leadership, not the gender.
James, is what she's citing the strategy that will work for women, looking at our political terrain and how murky it is, and sometimes it is just survival for the fittest? Saying that women should be given these spaces, is it going to work? Is that a strategy that is going to work?
I think women have been given enough, ample and sufficient positions. Just to touch a bit on the corporate world, I think you have been visiting banks of late, isn't it? And you find like in the banks, you find in a branch of left, let's say 50 people, there are only 10 men, 40 are women. So these are people who have been slowly and gradually making their spaces. And I'm not against that, because also women are a bit competent. That's why for somebody to be employed maybe in a banking sector, at least your degree of integrity has to be up. So they have slowly grasped some particular institutions like the banking sector. I've mentioned to you the judiciary. You find there are almost 50-50 magistrates, almost 50-50 in the Court of Appeal. And these are statistics that you can check. You can see even the composition of Supreme Court. Out of 7, you have 3. You see that is almost even, it's above even the 2/3, isn't it? It's almost 60-40, because you have 3 and you have 4 men, isn't it? So I think women are slowly and gradually taking these positions without the position of men knowing. And it's just to alert the men. If you check at the composition, let's say, for example, for the nomination slots, let's say for the composition of like Senate, there are 20 nomination slots. I don't know if you know that out of the 20 nomination slots, 16 are supposed to be women. Now, out of the 16, you have a youth, and the youth has to be 1 man and 1 woman. You also have another one. Those are 17, isn't it? Then you have somebody, a pair of persons with disability, who's an elderly man and an elderly woman. So how many women do we have at that particular level? Out of 20, 18 are women. 2 are the only one who are men. The same applies to National Assembly. You have 12 slots, isn't it? Out of that, maybe 2 or 3 are the ones who are going to be men. The rest are women. So I think even the Constitution and also the advancement of Kenyan politicians, we have accepted the leadership of women. There are those places that culture had also hindered women, especially in these parts of Northeastern. But as time goes by, and as education, education is we call the equalizer or the stabilizer, whereby at least all of you are taken through a process and you can be able to appreciate somebody's capabilities and skills. That's why at least any place that there has been good and sustainable education, at least you find women coming up at a very fast rate. Look even at our schools. These days you'll find that maybe in a class of 50 people, you find like 32 are girls, 28 are boys. So women have really embraced education, and I think we are not as bad as we are. I think we are almost getting
Beth, what do you think, though? He seems to be suggesting that this subject of women inclusion is not as elusive as you put it, that women have actually done quite well when it comes to inclusivity and being accepted as part and parcel of the leadership of this country. From where you sit, what do you feel as a woman?
I feel we are not yet there, because
not enough.
Not enough. As I indicated from the beginning, it's a journey.
Okay.
I have said it is a journey, and again, we don't want women to hold second positions, or maybe the deputy or lower kind of positions. We really want women to be at the top. If we are talking of bank managers, we want them women. We are talking of those parastatals, we want to see women heading them. We want women to be at the decision-making table. And as I've said, it's a journey. We have seen even from the political parties' positions where women are given to be deputy chairman, deputy this, deputy that. Why can't they be given that first position? That is what we are pushing for. And because it's a journey, we really appreciate the gains so far, but we want to retain the gains and get more.
And push further.
Yes. Okay, I'm coming back to continue this conversation, but I just want us to listen into something. This is what was said at that meeting by the Azimio Women League concerning their request to have their candidate Raila Odinga consider a woman as the number 2. Let's just listen into what the Nyeri Deputy Governor, Honorable Caroline Karugu, and Kitui Governor Charity Ngilu said at this particular forum.
Article 3 that states that women are exposed to 50% of chances in this nation. So we are not demanding, we're just asking our candidate to refer to that article and be generous and kind enough. And because we know he's a man for women, he's a he for she, that he gives the deputy president role to the women of this republic, and women of this republic will forever be grateful to him.
Women issues are very different from other issues, and that's why we are appealing. Where you find men meeting, if you don't find woman's face, then you do not have proper representation of the nation. And this is representing half the nation.
Right, that's Honorable Charity Ngilu, the Kitui County Governor, and also the Deputy Governor of Nyeri County. There earlier you saw her, Caroline Karugu, just requesting that the number 2 slot on the Azimio side should go to a woman. It's a request, they have underlined that, it's not a demand. But what if it's not granted? What is the likely consequence?
Well, if it is not considered, of course, we'll move on, because we are in Azimio, because we believe in the leadership. However, as she has said, and I'm repeating, it is a request. Because women are more. If you don't women are the voters. Women are more. We have the numbers.
But
my brother here said in politics we talk about numbers. And women in this nation, we are more. And we are asking for that representation. Actually, because we make the bulky or the big numbers, then we need that position so that we feel we are really represented at the topmost position in this country. So if a woman is given a deputy president position, I tell you, this will be an inspiration to the girl child. It will be a motivation for the women in this nation, and more so, it will also bring that uniqueness in leadership and in approaching issues and taking care of women matters. Just as my governor said, I come from Kitui County, so Charity Ngilu is my governor. Just as my governor said, women issues are unique. And it's only a woman who can understand what a woman goes through.
Okay, but if you say you have the numbers and a majority of voters are women, and you believe that you have the numbers, and both of you have agreed in this choice of a running mate, numbers play a very big role. How many people are you bringing on the table? Why not just go ahead and demand and say that it is this or the highway? If you believe you have what it takes, and you can actually bring the numbers.
We are kind of trying to preach peace. If it is on demand, then it is whether we get it or not, then this is the consequences. We don't want to get there, because Kenya is a peaceful nation, women are peaceful people, and we want peace. So we are just making a request.
Okay, I know of someone who has made that demand, and that man is Kalonzo Musyoka. Until the last time I checked, he has stood his ground and said he wants the number 2 slot. It was actually part of the reasons why he agreed to support Raila Odinga one more time. James, what do you think about Kalonzo's,
demand?
Yeah.
First, I find it interesting. My sister is saying that women's needs are unique. The same applies as men's needs are unique. Because I think you're handling a show after this called the SGB.
Yeah, we are going to be talking about GBV.
Yeah, you have had men being battered.
Yeah, true.
They can never share with anyone.
Percentage.
They have their own.
Very small percentage.
So let's check it this way. And first and foremost, for the kind of request that my sister is coming from, first and foremost, I have to congratulate Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. He's been known for a track record of supporting women.
Exactly.
You have had the issues of Pasaris. Pasaris has been nominated by ODM. You have had issues of like Rachel Shebesh before she went to Jubilee. It's Raila who brought her in politics. The likes of Margaret Wanjiru. So Raila has a track record of at least empowering women. So at least first and foremost, their demands are squarely placed. They are placed whereby people at least can hear. And if you look at the composition of Azimio, I think out of the 11 people, the council that they formed, I think we have 2 or 3 women there. So unlike the other side, you see like Kenya Kwanza is like a barrage of high school boys. There is no even woman there. All of them are 14, all of them. You may think it's a high school of boys. So first and foremost, where they are placing their request, they are requests that at least can be heard, and somebody who has a track record of empowering women. So coming to Kalonzo, first and foremost, the reason as to why he's making demands is just because of what I told you there before. Issues to do with numbers. And he has around 2.1 million. And out of the 2.1 million, you see, with this kind of a contest, every vote counts. So, and there are logistics, and you see like, okay, who would want to sacrifice 2.1 million votes just go down the drain? So even as much as he's making his own demands, what we need to think, what we need to do is that the technical team that is responsible in checking out the best appropriate person who can be able at least to propel the agenda of Raila Odinga, that is what is going to count. Because on this side, we have the women who have the numbers. On this side, we have Kalonzo who also have numbers. So that which can be able to separate these two people, let's talk issues of capability and competence. Yes.
What if he is not, the preferred for this particular number 2 slot, and then what happens after that? Because from the background, from what we understand, even there was discord between these 2 gentlemen before when NASA, the marriage of NASA went sour.
Yeah.
But we saw that reunion of the brothers, and there was this condition that I'm supporting Raila one more time, and there were talks of that promise for the number 2 slot.
Yes.
And from what we've been, following, it seems like that was the condition why Kalonzo Musyoka decided to support Raila one more time, even after saying he's not going to do it. So what if he is not the preferred choice? What happens?
You see, this time around, with the passage of the political parties bill, the political parties amendments bill, initially you see they used to enter into some agreements in a way that let's say they were not legal, or they were not legal binding, isn't it? So you could not have presented such kind of a document in courts. And with this kind of the passage of this bill, whatever kind of agreements that you agree, it's going to be deposited with the register of political parties. So this time round, there's no that business whereby you just decide to bolt off. People at least know, and the agreement is clear that these are the roles that you are going to take as far as this coalition is concerned. And just to go a bit on issues to do with Kalonzo. Kalonzo said he's not negotiating with Honorable Raila Odinga. He said he's negotiating with President Uhuru Kenyatta. So, and President Uhuru Kenyatta is supporting Raila Amolo Odinga. So in one way or another, the president has been very instrumental in trying to bring these two together. And if they have been at one point together working, I don't see the reason as to why they cannot work together. In politics, we say there are no permanent friends and permanent enemies. So what will count is what is at stake at this particular time. There are those people who are going to make some compromise for the sake of this nation. Just it not to go through to the dogs.
Yeah. Just as you add on to that, I mean, what if there is a fallout?
Thank you. I would say that first of all, I start by appreciating my brother, His Excellency Kalonzo Musyoka. He worked with His Excellency Raila in 2013. They worked together in 2017, and now they are together in 2022. But I would say the demand might not be placed at the right time, because those 2 times that they have worked together, they didn't make it. And they were together with the numbers that he feels that he has, but they didn't make it. So now we have gone ahead and meant, and God has granted us an opportunity to climb the mountain. Surely we should consider the mountain. Yes.
What if there is a fallout? I mean, are you ready as the Azimio One Kenya Alliance to risk losing 2.1 million? 2.1 million.
Yeah. I want to say that Kenya is bigger than any of us. I'm quoting some people said it before, that Kenya is bigger than any of us, and I would say that they should not fall out, because a fallout will make Kenya go the wrong way. And we don't want to get into chaos, we don't want to get into violence, we don't want to destroy Kenya. We want Kenya to be united. That's why even from the name, Azimio la Umoja, One Kenya Alliance, we really need that one Kenya. So my humble request to His Excellency Kalonzo Musyoka is to remember the name, that One Kenya Alliance, Azimio la Umoja, means that we must have a united Kenya. So we don't want anybody driven by any desire whatsoever to sacrifice this unity of Kenyans. So we need the unity of Kenyans. We need Kenya united. Moving forward, Kenya must remain one.
There's something that I also wanted us to talk about, and it seems like it's a very big issue when it comes to the choice of a running mate, and this is climbing the mountain. And you have just said God has given you a chance to climb the mountain. Why is this important, James? The ethnic dynamics when it comes to the choice of a running mate. Seems like this is a very big issue on the table.
Yeah, for this time around, you will appreciate that we do not have any, let's say, for example, good candidate as far as the mountain is concerned. The only 2 horses that have been defined is Raila Amolo Odinga and William Ruto. So, of which they all know the importance of having the Mount Kenya vote. And any of these people cannot risk to select somebody who's going to be different not from the mountain because of the numbers. Just as we had reiterated before, numbers are what that counts when it comes to politics. You see, like even Kenya, we have even segmented Kenya itself. We have dissected it to, we know the kind of even votes that somebody like Honorable Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka is bringing on the table. He's bringing 2.1 million votes. People in Mount Kenya are talking of 6 million votes. So that's why the factor of the Mount Kenya is becoming a bit of a tough bone to crack. So it's something that I know it's giving them, both of them, sleepless nights. That in the event none of them decides to select somebody from Mount Kenya, then there might be a shift in terms of the voter patterns, voting to the other side. Yeah, there will be some difference in voting patterns.
But even if you say 6+ million votes from the Mount Kenya region, whichever direction these main contenders decide to go, and even if they opt for a number 2 from the Mount Kenya region, they don't come with a solid 6 million votes, do they?
True, they don't. And this time around, there are also, as time goes by, the other factors that are going to be considered. First and foremost, just the way you're saying, 6 million votes, take it to the bank. The vote that will come from Mount Kenya, first and foremost, we are not going to have a turnout like the way you saw for President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta up to 98%, or rather say above 90%. This time round there will be a voter apathy, so you will expect somebody like a margin of around 65 to 70% is the one which is going to go to vote, and it has been evident with the UDA primaries. You saw just a sheer 10% is the one which participated for these nominations. So if you only have a section of only 10% coming to vote, that's just a reflection as to what you expect in the national day of polling, which is on August 8th. So the factor of 6 million votes this time around, people are not going to come close to that. And these are factors, even those people who are laying strategies, first and foremost, let them budget with 70%, because just as the UDA has been, the Kenya Kwanza UDA branch, which conducted some nominations, which at least they were fairly spread in Mount Kenya, only 10% showed up.
Let me say this. Actually, it's good that you have brought this angle of coming as a bloc. When we are talking of these numbers, when I look at also Kalonzo Musyoka, when he talks of 2.1, it doesn't mean that it will come as a bloc. Actually, looking the journey Azimio has gone, even when we were doing Azimio gatherings and rallies, remember that we had the 3 Ukambani governors with us, even before His Excellency Kalonzo joined us. We had Ngilu, we had Kibwana, we had Mutua. The 3 governors had come together and they are elected. They have their followers. They have their blocks also. So it doesn't mean that 2.1 is carried on the shoulders of Kalonzo alone. So I would say, as we look at the numbers, let's know that it will not come as totally together,
as it was
in one basket.
Yeah.
So looking at Mount Kenya, yes, the 6+ million voters, yes, we are looking for a percentage that will make sure that we get to State House.
That is going to be a winning formula.
Yes.
There's something that is, concerns me, and I don't know whether it will concern you both as well. We saw the cracks that existed within the Jubilee party, which was a dominant party in the Mount Kenya region for quite a while. And then these cracks graduated to a divorce. We saw the UDA party and the Jubilee party, there was the Tanga and Kieleweke went different directions, and that birthed whatever you saw in the political terrain. This, I want to believe, must have shaken the Mount Kenya base and the solid, voting bloc that probably went to the Jubilee party in 2017. So, I mean, does it concern you that the United Democratic Alliance, to be specific, might have made quite a number of gains in the Mount Kenya region, and does this stand a chance to have any impact on the presidency and how people are going to vote in that region? Any of you can jump on this. We are looking at UDA, we are looking at Jubilee in Mount Kenya. In 2017 it was a big percentage was Jubilee. I mean, are the dynamics likely to change this time around?
Let's reflect it this way. The deputy president has been campaigning for the last 1.5 years, and he managed to make some inroads, and not just inroads, but he managed to go, let's say, at the core of the mountain. But at that particular time, you see, we also had President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, who's trying to make sure that he has accomplished his legacy. So he was trying to see which fire can I serve, because he cannot serve 2 fires. Do I finish my legacy and avoid politics, or do I play politics at the expense of my legacy? So first and foremost, what I think the president prioritized was the issue of his legacy, of which now you can see it is taking shape. And we have had over 12,000 kilometers of road, over 30 irrigation schemes coming up. You've heard of 6 million titles. These are things that if you decide to play politics or to engage politics, you will not have an achievement whereby 6 million Kenyans have been titled as of today, you see. So it is a choice. It was a deliberate choice as to what or which road that the president wanted to serve. And because he decided to serve the fire of development, at least we can see the kind of transformative agenda that he has been able to accomplish. But all that said and done, Jubilee, as it was propelled, or people were meant to understand, was that it's a dead party. And it surprised many, because there are even those people who had decided to form their own political parties to see if they can succeed, or to be the Mount Kenya spokespeople, the likes of Chama cha Kazi. But not knowing that Jubilee, at least it's coming back to its people with the things that it had been mandated or by the people to go and serve. If you see, let's say for example, when Jubilee is going to Mount Kenya, it's saying these are the issues that you sent us to go and look for, and we have brought them. If you look at, let's say for example, the Ken Omarwa Road under construction, the price of coffee have been revised to 120 shillings. The price of tea has been revised. The price of milk at around 40 shillings. These are things that initially they were not there. So, and gradually you can see the inroads that UDA had made. Remember, Raila is also coming from a background whereby for the last, I think, 20-30 years, the mountain did not accept him. So this is somebody who has been branded afresh, somebody whose messaging has been changed, somebody who, let's say, for example, his strategy has played a critical role to be accepted by the people of the mountain. And Azimio, you could never hear anything like Azimio in Nyeri, but today you can hear Azimio in Nyeri, you're hearing Azimio in Kirinyaga, you're hearing Azimio in all parts of Mount Kenya. And you can see, initially Raila never used to go past Thika because the ground was hostile to him. But today, even as we have seen, he has never been taken even a single day by the president at Mount Kenya. And he's able to call, let's say, for example, you have seen meetings in Laikipia, Nanyuki, and you see masses and masses of people turning up or just showing up. So, as we can see, Jubilee has started gaining ground. And do not be surprised, in the next 3 months, don't be surprised that those people who are saying Mount Kenya is UDA, they shall be saying Mount Kenya is UDA, but the voters, the people they shall elect, they shall be Jubilee members of parliament.
You know, there is that fear that, okay, at the top level, maybe Azimio may carry may carry the day, but then kwa ground vitu ni different. On these local seats, you know, considering the inroads that UDA has made, things may just be different. Does that concern you, Beth?
Thank you. On this, I will start by thanking and appreciating His Excellency Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, the President of the Republic of Kenya. Because if you look at the founding spirit of Jubilee was to bring Kenya together. And he did his part at that time as they were serving with his deputy. However, somebody had a strategy to divide the mountain. And that's why he started making inroads as early as immediately they got into office. And it was a political strategy for someone to make sure that he gains ground from the presidential ground, home backyard. But I would say that it was done wrongly because people cannot undermine their own leader. So as we know in Kenya, we are in ethnic groups, and it will be unfair to make sure somebody at home is not respected. However, I would say that the president has done very well to make sure that Jubilee is not dead, and Jubilee is the party to watch, because it has been rebranded and it is coming back very, very strongly. And I would say that getting to the mountain, for us, those in Azimio, and particularly under the leadership of His Excellency Raila Amolo Odinga, we really thank God that the handshake came, that again is uniting Kenyans, and that has given birth to Azimio, One Kenya Alliance. That's why I go back to my words. It is very important to have a united Kenya. Concerning the issue of getting at the top, the leadership of Azimio, and the ground is different. Mambo kwa ground ni tofauti.
Yeah.
I want to say, watching from the past experiences, I would say mountain goes the same direction. They will remain united. That's my prayer. the way they have been in the past, and they will speak in one language. Today, I want to borrow somebody's saying, and that was Governor Waiguru. You can rent a Kikuyu, but you cannot buy a Kikuyu. So I know for some time, because they were looking at the succession politics, and they didn't know who is to come next. But now, I think they know.
All right. Thank you so much, lady, gentlemen, for creating time for us this morning. That's how we wrap it up. Perhaps 30 seconds for your final words. It's just 9 days, and the contenders are supposed to be, submitting the names of their running mates. What's the way forward as we close this conversation?
Let just for 30, it will be unfair for me that I've been called to represent as a political analyst at KBC, but I have not talked about people with disabilities. So let me talk of even these political parties that we do have, the way women are agitating for their positions as deputy president. Why also don't we have somebody who has a disability who will deputize any of those people, but out of merit, not out of just by the virtue it has a disability. So let's see and look, even in Kenya, the general Kenyans, let us interrogate people. Let's not be carried away by the euphoria of your political party. We would not want to have a chart come 9th August or 10th August that the kind of people that we elected are not up to their task. So let us interrogate, let us listen to their manifestos, and where you are not able to understand, call for experts to elaborate to you so that you can make a decisive decision come August 9th. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Beth.
For me, this is my appeal that on 9th August, let's all come out in large numbers and vote for His Excellency Raila Amolo Odinga to be the 5th President of the Republic of Kenya. My second appeal is that I'm making a fresh request, a woman to be considered by Azimio as the running mate to become the deputy president for the first time. Let's make history. Let's copy other countries. Even in Kenya, in the United States of America, USA, we have Kamaris. Can we have a Kamaris moment in Kenya to have a woman deputy? Finally, women come out in large numbers, contest for different positions from MCA all the way to governors, and let's women support one another. We need a peaceful Kenya. Kenyans, let's remain peaceful. Choose the person we feel will all be safe in his hands. And that is none other than Raila Amolo Odinga.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Beth Siengo, the president of ODM Women's League. And of course, also I was having a sit down with James Wambogo, a political analyst and strategist. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your time this morning.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you. All right. So we're going to be shifting gears from politics. We're going to be talking about gender-based violence in the second hour of this program. I have a lady by the name Virginia Wangari, a survivor of GBV, a powerful story she has on how she picked up the pieces and how she's moving on with her life. And we'll also be talking to Alberta Wambua, the executive director of the Gender Violence Recovery Center, to look at the status of this particular menace in our society and what options do survivors have out there in seeking justice and also moving on, just like Virginia did. That will be coming up in just a bit. Do stay with us, but for now, we take a very short break.
Thank you.
Much about your son. He's so timid. He wouldn't do anything desperate.
What are you trying to say, huh?
Stop playing the sad card in front of me. What you did is unforgivable. You didn't even get half of what you deserve.
I heard it with my own ears. The woman who looks like Pinky was calling Mrs. Gao mom.
Ah, come on. You must have gotten it wrong. That's impossible.
What I lost was more than my daughter and a piece of land. It's also my 30 years of life.
Chagua kati ya kakangu na mpenzi wangu. Mama, are you really okay?
There's nothing you can say to change what I feel.
Sijakuja hapa kwa kuwa nimekumisi. Naona utazipata hizo tabu sana.
Achana kujipendekeza kwa mume wangu.
Umemaliza? Oh, okay.
Jimmy Havoc, you and old Mentor, we've been dancing a long damn time now. You beat me, I beat you.
Heart Foundation. Very, very impressive.
Your only two choices in this match are to get knocked out or to tap.
Rolls into the ring. No! Puma King, Irish whip stopped. Taken down. Right to the temple. And a headbutt that we expected. Oh my God! Nobody home on the moonsault.
Much about your son. He's so timid. He wouldn't do anything desperate.
What are you trying to say, huh?
Stop playing the sad card in front of me. What you did is unforgivable. You didn't even get half of what you deserve.
I heard it with my own ears. The woman who looks like Pinky was calling Mrs. Gao mom.
Ah, come on. You must have gotten it wrong. That's impossible.
What I lost was more than my daughter and a piece of land. It's also my 30 years of life.
Log on to the KBC website at www.kbc.co.ke to get the latest breaking news, entertainment, sports, politics, lifestyle or business trends from Kenya and around the world. Never miss new episodes from your favorite TV shows, reruns and movies. Just stream online or watch live on your YouTube channel at KBC Channel 1 TV shows. For the day's biggest stories, trustworthy news and family entertainment, log on to KBC Channel 1. Watch what you want anytime, anywhere.
Jimmy Havoc, you and old Mentor, we've been dancing a long damn time now. You beat me, I beat you.
Heart Foundation. Very, very impressive.
Your only two choices in this match are to get knocked out or to tap.
Rolls into the ring. No! Puma King, Irish whip stopped. Taken down. Right to the temple. And a headbutt that we expected. Oh my God! Nobody home on the moonsault.
All right, thank you for staying with us and welcome to the second part of the program, News Check. It is a show that we always look at issues shaping the news and talk about, things that matter to you and I as we bring in studio experts and people who know more about these issues just to help you understand and have a deeper perspective on some of the things that affect us as a society. Today, we want to talk about gender-based violence and specifically intimate partner violence. We have seen on the news unfortunate stories about people who just went through so much in their marriage. Some do not even live today to tell the story. Others live with scars of pain, emotional and physical. And that is what we want to talk about. What is it that you need to know? What are the red flags? What are the options in case you want out? And is there life after you leave your marriage? And in studio with me to help me have that conversation is a panel of two ladies, and I'll start from the lady on my far left. Her name is Virginia Wangari. Virginia is a survivor of gender-based violence, and she is here to tell the story and how she's wearing her scar of courage. Thank you, Virginia.
Thank you.
And we have Alberta Wambua, the Executive Director of Gender Violence Recovery Center. Thank you. It's always a pleasure to have you, Alberta.
Thank you for having me.
All right. So I'd like us to start, tuanze tu na kujua mengi kuhusu Virginia. Virginia, utatueleza tu kidogo kuhusu Virginia ni nani, ni mama, tujue tu kuhusu.
Wow. Thank you so much. My daughter, you are my daughter.
Yeah, thank you.
And I'm so humbled to be in KBC Live. I want to appreciate all Virginia Wangari TV family, sababu najua wako in. I want to appreciate my family. I want to appreciate my firstborn Davis, mwenye tuko na yeye. Otherwise, I'm Virginia. Virginia is a woman. And tuseme yeye ni CEO wa Virginia Wangari TV. Mimi ni mama wa watoto 12. Niko na watoto wasichana 7 na vijana ni 5. And Virginia, right now I'm turning 48 years. And nilikuwa nimeoleka because nimetoka kwa familia ya watoto 4. I'm the second born. My mom was a single mother. And kwa hivyo nimelelewa na maishosha. And nimesoma up to form 4. After that mimi nilikuwa nataka kuwa sister, but wakati nilifika form 2 nikageuka, nikaokoka na nikaona sasa nitaoleka. So nikamaliza school on 1994. Then 95 nikaoleka na bishop mmoja mwenye anaitwa Samuel Kamabo kanioa, na nikawa wife yake for 20 good years, na tukazaa na yeye watoto 12. Then after that, after kukaa for 20 years, nilikuwa by that time nilikuwa Mokorino. Kwa hivyo nilizaa watoto wote. Kwa hivyo because hasigetumia ile dawa ya family planning, hatukuwa tumeruhusiwa. Kwa ile kanisa bado kulikuwa na prophecy, sababu watu wengi sana wanajua about the prophecy, Mungu unena. One time nikakaa after 20 years, kukaja na prophecy that after 20 years alioa the wrong number, the wrong person. And after that mimi na wale watoto wangu 12 tukawa nje. But before nifike kufika nje, wakati kulikuja prophecy, kwanza nilitawanishwa na watoto wangu.
Acha nikurudishe nyuma kidogo. So umesema ulioleka for 20 years.
Yes.
Before your prophecy unasema ikakuja, wewe si ndio yule alikuwa anafaa kuoa.
Yeah.
Before your prophecy, ndoa yenu ilikuwa vipi? Within the 20 years?
Within your 20 years.
Kulikuwa tu sawa ama kulikuwa na issues?
Kulikuwa sawa. Sababu hata kama kulikuwa na ile dogo, hakukuwa ile gumu nimeona. Before ile prophecy kuje, at least kulikuwa na tushangamoto tule unakaaga, unaona itaisha. But wakati prophecy ilikuja, ndio mambo yangu iliharibika sana. Hiyo wakati nilikuwa na mimba ya mtoto wangu wa 11, nilipitia mambo mazito. Sababu that is when prophecy ilikuja na watoto wote wangu wakaitwa. They were told that mimi sasa sio mama wao tena, na kusiwe hata mmoja nitadiscipline. na by that time ndio waliita my best friend, the woman mwenye nilikatisha keki kwa harusi yake. Alikuwa bwana yake alikuwa mdogo wa my husband kwa kanisa. Akawaita wawili na akasema Mungu amesema how ndio watakuwa wana take care of my children. Kwa hivyo mimi nikaambiwa sina hiyo jukumu na sina kuangalia. Na wakatoa prophecy mingi sana that hata last week ningekuwa nimekufa, nilikuwa nimeonekana kama nimeanguka kwa stairs. Tulikuwa tumejenga nyumba mzuri na watu walikuwa wanauliza nimeuliwa nini na sikuwa nimegojeka. Kulikuwa na prophecy mingi. So one day ndio nikaitwa hapo, watoto wangu wote wako hapo, ndio waambiwe that sasa nitafugiwa na nikafugiwa.
Haya yote haujakosea mume wako, haja kukosea, ni prophecy.
Kuna prophecy ndio zinakuja.
Nimesema wewe sio mke wake,
sio mke.
Wewe alifaa kuoa.
Sio mimi alifaa kuoa.
Mambo ikaanza kwenda mrama.
Mambo ikaanza hapo. Na hapo ndio walinifungia kwa study room. Kuna room ilikuwa hapo inaitwa study room. Hapo ndio nilifungiwa kwa hiyo study room. Hapa ndio wakati nilienda kupewa hii prophecy ya kuwa hakuna mtoto hata mmoja nitadiscipline. Nilikuwa na mimba ya miezi 8. By that time sababu niliitwa mahali nilikuwa ndio nikuja nipewe hiyo prophecy. Na sababu walizoea kunitusi, nikasema hiyo siku sitamwaga machozi mbele yao. Kwa hivyo wakati nilikuja hapo nikakuta everybody is there, nikapewa the prophecy and nika pretend like sijasikia, nikafaa kama nimesmile kidogo, nikatoka. Kufika kitchen, mzee alinifuata. Akakuja akanislap nikaanguka. That when mtoto alikuwa kwa mimba huyo 11th born.
Was that the first time? Alikuwa violent ama alikuwa amekupiga before?
Alikuwa ameanza vita. Sasa vita ilikuwaga pale. Hii ndio ilikuwa kali. Sababu hii ndio niligogwa mtoto akiwa kwa mimba, akiwa kwa tumbo, akapiduka akakaa chini kwa tumbo. By that time nakumbuka my best friend huyo sasa mwenye alirudi alikuwa pale. Na kageuka, yeye alismile. Mimi nikajikokota nikaenda kwa husband sasa ya huyo mama. Nikamuuliza kwa nini amenishapa na sijafanya kitu. Kaniambia wewe toka. Unaona Mungu anaongea tu mambo mabaya kukuhusu. Kwa hivyo mimi nilifika hata wakati wa kujifungua, yule mtoto alikuwa amekaa chini. Ilikuwa kazi gumu sababu ilikuwa kufuruta, very painful. Lakini sikuumia, mtoto hakuumia. But pale kwa hospitali hakuna mtu aliniangalia. By that time sikujuaga kama wako na uhusiano. Lakini huyo msichana mama bado ndiye nilita, wakanipeleka na mzee wangu hospitali.
Kwa hivyo huyu ni mle msichana ulikuwa unaenda kwake kuelezea shida unapitia kwa ndoa?
Ndio huyo.
Hata rafiki yako ulikuwa unaenda una open up kwake, unamuelezea changamoto unazopitia kwa ndoa. Huyu ndiye alikuja kugeuka na wewe akaharibu ndoa yako?
Hata wakati nilikuwa na sababu mzee kuna wakati alikuwa ananishuna vibaya sana huko. Yeye ndiye nilikuja na mwambia mzee amebadilika. Sijui kwa nini mzee amebadilika. Hivyo ananichapa siku hizi, ananiumiza bila kujua yeye ndiye analikula. Ndio nilikuwa namwambia kama mambo yangu yote. Na the same woman ndio alirudi pale kwa nyumba yangu. Lakini hata wakati nilijifungua hakuna mwenye alikuja kuniangalia until nikarudi nyumbani. Hapo ndio nilikuta watoto wangu washiwa wote na wakaambiwa hata nikija na mtoto wasiniangalia. Nilitafuta tukutuku ya kunipeleka nyumbani. Na wakati nilifika pale nikaona kila mtoto, hata wale wakubwa, hakuna mwenye ananiuliza mama umekuja na mtoto nini. Wakanionyesha mahali nimeambiwa nikae. Kwa hivyo mimi nikakaa na kale katoto for 3 good months. Lakini hapo sababu mzee hakuniangalia, nilipigia huyu tu msichana. Nikamwambia huyu mzee hajaniangalia, na umwa na tumbo, niko na shida napitia na haka katoto, lakini hajaninunulia hata supu ama nini.
Kwa hivyo wakati yote ulikuwa unapitia, apart from huyu rafiki yako ulikuwa unamuelezea changamoto unazopitia, kuna mtu yeyote uliripoti kwake ama kwenda kwa polisi kuandikisha statement, wazazi kuwapigia simu kuambia kenye unapitia kwa ndoa?
No.
Kwa nini?
Sababu unaona sasa hapa tuko hapa na bishop. Huyu rafiki yangu ndiye anakuja hapa. Na sasa hii changamoto, unaona ile ya kunyamazia changamoto zenye unapitia kwa nyumba, sababu this is a bishop na utaki kumtoa nje, utaki kutoa mambo yako nje yenye inatufinya kama wamama, sababu huyu ni kiongozi wa kanisa. Kwa hivyo mwenye nigeshia na yeye ni yule tuko na yeye kwa kanisa.
Nitakuja kwako utuelezee mengi kuhusu yaliyotokea baada ya hapo, lakini tukiangalia tu Alberta, if you look at this situation, unapata kwamba mwanamke pengine kuna mambo mengi hufanyika, kama nasema walikuwa wanaishi tu vizuri, kulikuwa na changamoto hizi ndogo ndogo zile alifikiria zitakuja isha. I want you to talk about that. These things, these red flags we see as women and we say, these ones are normal issues in marriage. Do we have anything normal when it comes to somebody treating you in a way that you do not deserve? Is it normal?
No, it's not normal. I mean, if someone, we're human beings, you know, and someone should treat you right. If anything, they should treat you way better than what we call normal, because it's someone that you're in love with, you know, this is a partner. So a lot of times is that would assume, and society would also place it as normal, as you say, normal. So things happen and we do not address the issues, and then they keep escalating. There's also the aspect of, and she's also mentioned a lot of it, you know, issues of we're in church, our marriage to the bishop, what will people say? So you also do not have an avenue to be able to speak out and share and get that support. So you're there being mistreated. Again, something also that happens is then you also cut off from ties. That's what classically would happen. So you also cut off from friends, from family, so that then you're not able to share and they're not able to enlighten you. At times also, listening to Virginia, and you're a very strong woman, is we get married when they're pretty young, or rather the expectations are not, you know, we've not said each other's expectations, because we're different human beings. And then there's the individual. So there's the individual aspect, and then there's you in that marriage. So that guidance in terms of, first, are we mature enough, you know, to have this marriage? Then again, that guidance in terms of the preparation before, and this is what I see normally a lot of times now, the pre-counseling that happens. Is it really happening, or is it just a tick, you know, box? Another thing, and Virginia also mentioned indirectly, is that when people are in marriage, there are different needs for each partner at different stages. The needs when I was getting married and 5 years later, and you know, later, and everything else for individual of us also changes. So that support into that marriage has to be a continuous process, because these are individuals who with different expectations, with different stages of lives and what's happening around them. Yeah, so there's nothing as normal. I have a sister who I keep telling her the red flags are usually there in the marriage, and when we talk, and she'll joke and say, no, they were pink, you know, or rather they're pink. And the bottom line, and we'll laugh at it, but the point is, you are so blinded that you keep hoping and wishing that this person would change. Yes.
What is the best you know, space to share what you're going through? Because Virginia anasema there is that friend she used to open up to, and from what I understand, the couple would even visit the family at some point. I mean, what would you advise people out there in terms of where to go, who to see, who to talk to when you're going through something in your marriage? Because there's even fear of the bishop. Sasa utaenda kuongelesha nani? You see, so what do you do when you're caught up in such a situation?
Yeah, tough. So one, it even starts with just being aware, you know, aware that this is not normal. And at times, we just have to speak out. Interestingly, I can't give you a definite way of this is where you need to share. She went to her best friend. She went to this couple that was in church. That's where, of course, most of us would go. So there are different options. It's where then you'll feel safe to have that discussion. Is it your parents? Is it the church? Nowadays, there are hotline numbers that you'd call and get professional advice, and the hotline numbers at no cost. There are professionals, you know, organizations like GVRC and many other organizations that you can even just walk in and have that conversation. So when you say that's a friend, then I realize a lot of us and how we are desocialized or conditioned is that when we are hurt, when things are really on the rocks, you know, you're beaten up, as you said, you're killed and all that. Just recently, less than 3 days ago, I think we got an athlete who's just been killed. Hardly 6 months after Tirop's death. So we should not wait for that. We should not wait for, because the idea is not to end the marriages. The idea is Hizi vitu normal, hizi vitu vidogo, can we start conversations from then? Can we share and see what is it that we need to do?
Ignore.
So there are hotlines, there's the church, there's friends, there's family. It's whoever you feel trusted. But a lot of times, I'd say also for women is also making sure that it's not only when I'm hurting that I get out for help or to get a breather. It's also how do we create these safe spaces so that then also as women we're able to vent. Our mental wellness, it's not necessarily when you're being abused, but that's one area that's, and both men and women actually, getting those spaces that you can actually take a breather from all these roles that we have. You're a mother, be a bishop, we are working, we are what. So this community service, we are all the triple roles that we have for women. We have to periodically just give women and men that space to be able to breathe and just get re-energized.
And it has to be consistent.
Yes, exactly.
Virginia, unajua ulikuwa unapitia mengi kwa ndoa.
Yeah.
Na hata ukaambiwa wewe si ule mke ambaye alikuwa anafaa kuwa na yeye.
Yes.
Na hata ukaanza kupigwa, ukaanza kuambiwa mambo ambayo ulikuwa unaona inakuumiza kiroho. Kwa nini haungetoka? Ungeamua tu seme sawa, kama mimi si mke wako basi wacha mimi niende zangu. Wakati vita ilianza na ukaona kwamba uko katika ile hali ya hatari, watu uliza mbona usitoke? Wewe kwa nini ulivumilia?
Okay, that is a very good kuuliza swali. One thing, wakati mambo ilianza kukua magumu, one thing walinifungia. Na maybe mtu atauliza, mtu mkubwa ulifungiwa namna gani? Ulifungiwa namna gani? Let me tell you, kuna kuwaga na brainwash. I came to understand that some things zenye zinakufanyikia kwa maisha hata sigine wewe uelewi, because right today even mimi naweza uliza mtu hiyo swali. But walinifungia. Na mahali walinifungia, what they were doing, hata si kuwa nikiona kama naumizwa, because I was there. Unaona kama unangojea mambo ikuwe mazuri. Sababu hata wakati niliumizwa pale, umeumizwa pale, unaangalia tunakufa tukiangalia watoto. Sababu like Virginia kuna watoto 12. Then mimi nikiwa ile nyumba nilifungiwa pale, ilifika mahali wakaninyang'anya kale katoto. Na wanakuja vizuri sababu wanasema ni prophecy. Mungu amesema usinyonyeshe huyo mtoto tena. Sababu kuna vitu unajipaka, unataka kuwa ule mtoto. Kwa hivyo unawekwa kama prison kwa nyumba yako. Unafugiwa huko, kuna ni nyumba imejengwa, kuna choo, kuna nini. But this kid wame brainwashiwa that hata wakikuletea food wanakurushia sababu wameambiwa kishwa yako imeharibika.
So watoto wako hawakuwa pia na wao wanakuona kama mama yao? Walikuwa wamekuogopa ama
walikuwa wananiogopa? Walikuwa wananiogopa, walikuwa wameambiwa hivyo, na wanaambiwa visu kila kitu waeke bali na mimi. So hakuna mtu, na wao wenyewe wanaangaliana wao wenyewe, nani anakaribia, nani ananikaribia. Kwa hivyo kuna mahali walikuwa wanafuga until wakati mother-in-law alikuja. Lakini kwa ile room nilikuwa nimefugiwa, ilikuwaga na changamoto za kila aina. Sababu by that time nikiwa na mtoto wa miezi 6, nilikuwa na mimba ya miezi 2. Sababu mzee alikuwa ananipata pale.
Uko na mtoto wa miezi 6 na uko na mimba ya miezi
2, the 12th the born now. Na mzee alikuwa anaingia kwa ile nyumba. Akiingia kwa ile nyumba na kuja huko ni vita, ni kunilepu, ni kunisodomize kwa hiyo nyumba. That is when nilipata mimba. Na singejua niko na mimba. Huyu mama tunamuita Tabitha, huyu best friend. Sababu pengine kuna vile walikuwa wanaongea ile sikujua. I came to realize after kutoka. Ndiye alikuja siku moja, akakuja na hii ya kutest pregnancy. Akaja pale kwa baby, mzee alikuwa anamwambia maybe hatulalagi na yeye nini, lakini akashuku, akakuja kaniitisha makojo. That's why nakwambia sometimes sio wewe unafanyanga mambo, sababu you can't imagine mtu anatoka kwenye anatoka na kuja anakuitisha makojo na unampatia.
Wacha nikuulize Virginia, kwa kawaida huwa kama uko kwa familia, uko na nyumba, wale watu wanabisha, wanakuja kukutembelea, wazazi watakupigia simu kukujulia hali. Kuna kama ulikuwa kanisani, kuna wale waja kuona kanisani for a while, watauliza uko wapi. Haukuwa na watu kama hawa wakati ulikuwa umefungiwa? Ilifika mahali nikanyang'anywa simu, sina Biblia, siwezi omba. The only person mwenye alikuwa ananitembelea pale ni huyo. Sasa akikuja kuangalia watoto anaingia pale. Na huyo ndio nimekwambia alikuja akatesti, hapo ndio nilijulia niko na mimba.
na nikajulia hiyo mimba nimeipata nikiwa wapi. Kwa hivyo by that time hata ni Mungu alileta Mother-in-law, wali-invite Mother-in-law wakati wamenifungia for 3 months. Wakati Mother-in-law alikuja pale, sababu maybe tungeashana na hawajawahi sikia tukipelekana pale tunaongea nini, Mother-in-law angeuliza maswali. Lakini I thank God for Mother-in-law, sababu yeye ndiye alikuwa kama malaika mwenye alifanya hata nijulikana hata wakati nilitolewa kwa ile nyumba. Na Mother-in-law akaspread the gospel that sijui kali niko wapi na niko hatarini, sababu alikuja akaelewa ile changamoto yote nilipata.
So hii muda wote hakuwa amejua kinaendelea kwa ndoa yako?
Hakuna hata mtu.
Hakuwa ameambiwa na hata mtoto wake?
Hakuna hata mtu, hata jirani. Hata kuna kijana mmoja wangu anaitwa Jimmy. Huyo Jimmy ndiye alikuja akaniambia, "Mam, unajua kuna mambo baba anasema. Na anasema hapa kukikuja na Fred yako asifunguliwe na abiwe hauyuko." Kwa hivyo hata majirani ukiangalia kwa ile video iko pale, utasikia jirani akisema hata hatukudhani Virginia yako hapa.
Okay. Nitakuja unielezee tu ni nini hiyo sasa ilifanyika ukatoka, maana saa hizi tukiongea hauko kwa hiyo ndoa na umesonga mbele na maisha yako. Nataka kujua hili ilifanyika vipi ukaamua basi leo sasa ni hivyo nimetoka. Lakini Alberta, you hear her and there's the element of being brainwashed. Yes. There's the element of fear and that isolation. Nobody used to come to that house. I want you to talk to us about, what usually goes on, and even in the mind of the perpetrator, for them to get to that point that they can actually have an advantage over whoever, is the victim of violence in this particular scenario. Because many people who are outside the situation would ask, why would somebody allow themselves to go through something as ordeal as that? Mbona mtu aruhusu kitu kama hiyo mfanyikie?
Okay, there would be a number of reasons, and just to add, not just because she was, would I say, confined to a certain room. There are many others who would even leave, go to work, come back, and still be going through violence.
Why? That's what people need to know.
So the why are different reasons. One, you love this person and you hope that they'll change. Virginia mentioned, kwa naona ni kama atabadilika, kwa naona tu ni kwa muda. So you're hoping and wishing that this person will change. Again, you have the perpetrator making it look like it's your fault. So there's that blame. So you start thinking, nilichapwa kwa sababu food was not ready on time. There's that, nilichapwa kwa sababu he came home drunk. He was just drunk. He said sorry. There's the whole cycle of violence. So times you've been violated, then after that you're given gifts, then someone says, no, sorry, you provoked me and things like that. I won't do it again. It was the alcohol. I drank too much. So there are all those excuses. Against societal expectations and family expectations. This last, I think on Friday or Saturday, we had a client who I was called and I followed up, and this lady had taken poison for the third time. And now she had even come to the hospital, resuscitated and everything, trying to get a safe space. She actually just left and went back to the same house. And you're thinking, okay, let's try help you to a shelter, to your family, but doesn't want to go back. You wonder, for her it was ntarudiaje kwa familia yangu. What would people say? Bibia bishop. Itakuwaje. So there are a lot of these things where we look at status. I look like I'm the one who failed, I won't say which religions, but sometimes religions also play a part, where you're told a woman is to, and the different misinterpretation of religion, and that it's used again to abuse women or to abuse people. A woman does not shout about her problems and her marital problems, at the rooftop and things like that. So you stay quiet. Sometimes it's economical. You cannot afford. You're thinking, okay, with my children, how do I live? Where do I start? Nitanzaje, I don't have enough. So sometimes even when the woman has enough or the man has enough, you are so used to, you think your happiness is dependent on this other person. So you sit there and you're thinking, how will I start? So you're really made to feel very useless, you're not worth it, and you can't live without me, and you're also scared of, so those are some of the issues that come into play. Yeah.
Okay, Virginia, wakati ulikuwa unapitia na ukasema ulikuwa na ile matumaini kwamba mambo yatabadilika, atabadilika, pengine ulifikiria ni changamoto tu za muda tu na mambo yatakuwa sawa. Leo hauko kwa hiyo ndoa.
Ndio.
Nini ilifanyika ukaamua you had had enough and you just left?
Okay. Hata sikuamua. Mimi hata sikuamua kuenda. What happened wakati mother-in-law alikuja pale. Mother-in-law ndio naye mzee akawa akona mpango. Amepaga kunipeleka kwa mom, my biological mother. Na my biological mother bado alikuwa brainwashed that I'm a witch. Hata nikipelekwa pale aliambiwa that I isolate also. Kwa hivyo very early in the morning, sababu mother-in-law alilala, niliambiwa tomorrow I want to release you now. Sasa uende, sababu alikuwa amesema bado kuna watu naendaga na wao, kuna wazee natembea na wao. Nimekuwa there for worshiper, nimekuwa akasema sasa Mungu amesema uende for 3 good month kwa mama yako. Then tugoje Mungu aongee. Kwa hivyo very early in the morning mimi nilikibia, nikakuta mother-in-law mahali alikuwa amelala, na ndiye nilimjulisha niko na mimba. Na kanishauri akaniambia ukitoka usitoe hiyo mimba, sababu huyo mtoto atakusaidia sana. Hata nimeshindwa ulikuwa unafanya nini hapa, na nimeona ile jamaa watu walikuwa wamekubagia. Akaniambia eda mkae na mama yako, mulilianie na mama yako. Kwa hivyo hapo nje tulikuwa na gari, sikubebwa na gari, bodaboda mpaka kwa mama yangu by 5. Tukakuta mama yangu ni kama mtu mwenye alikuwa anajua ninakuja, sababu alikuwa ameamuka na hana mtoto. So kufika pale kwa mama nikaashwa huko, na mama akaambiwa nifugie. Kwa hivyo hata pale nifugiwa. Pale nilitolewa na chief. Na pale kwa mama yangu alinipatia instruction. Akaniambia hiyo kwa hiyo nyumba, hiyo kiti nilikuwa nimekalia, aliniambia nisiwahi kalia kiti kingine ni hapo. Nisiwahi muoshea nyumba, kumfulia.
Wait, this is your biological mother?
I'm talking to my biological mother.
Na anakuambiwa masharti anakupatia kwenu, na umekimbia huko, ulikuwa unataka usaidiwe.
Yes, nimepelekwa na mzee. Amenipeleka huko na bodaboda, amenirudisha.
Mama yako mbona anakutreat hivi?
Mama yangu sasa yeye ni Mkorino na wako pamoja. Sasa mama yangu aliambiwa hata yeye aniweke pale. Kwa hivyo my mom rest in peace.
Sorry. Pole. You see, it is something that actually concerns so many people, especially when you are in that situation, Alberta, and the people you think you can go to, you get that kind of it's like a wall. You know, you don't get to be accepted, especially when you're a woman and you've just run out of your marriage. You know, the stigma and the discrimination that comes. Just talk to us about the state of society in how they treat, victims of GBV and intimate partner violence. Are we sensitive to what role we need to play as families, as society in helping?
Thank you, Serfine. So one, unfortunately, when we're talking about, and not just IPVG, even gender-based violence, a big percentage of the perpetrators are people known to us and close to us. This also ties up with the initial question that you asked about why do women, to specific to women, why do women not walk out of their relationships? For the same reason, that you're looking at the people around you, close to you, and you feel and you know that they might not support you as much. Second, are we, before even society, even as family, how many times do we see the signs, in family meetings, and we know so-and-so is being beaten, so-and-so is being abused, so-and-so, I think this is, they're not happy. But we are not strong enough to call it out and ask, are you okay? So a lot of times we also have that bystander attitude within our own family. Because you can see, you can see your daughter has come to visit you, your son has come to visit you, they're not as happy as they were before. But do we sit, do we listen? Even when you're talking about family, even friends, and all these expectations, you'll meet for coffee, you'll meet for chama, you'll meet for all those things. Sometimes it's more about what do I have, what do you not have? But do we take time to really, when you ask somebody, how are you, really mean it and give them time to get an honest answer, exactly, how are you okay? How are you doing?
How's your family?
Yeah, not just as a formality of a greeting. And if there's a problem, we're able to call it out, whether it's my auntie, whether it's my uncle, whether it's my father, whoever that's making that abuse.
Speak to a society that...
So now, society, sorry.
Speak to a society that is... it's it's not a good brand or a good title when you leave your marriage and you go back home. Many parents are not they still have reservations in how they're going to accept their children who've come back from their marriages. I want you to talk to that society that is yet to accept that actually at the end of the day, sometimes somebody can actually make that decision and it could just save their life.
I totally agree, because then you don't want to be branded as the family that, oh, watoto wako they're not getting married, or your kids are the ones who are failing in marriages and things like that. So that's societal pressure, not to, one, speak out about it, two, it's like we've put this, there's a status and privilege, you know, to staying in that marriage. But as you say, we need to be more supportive, because do you want your kids to come back home when they're dead, you know, or do you want kids who, and one thing that we don't realize is that the family violence or the intimate partner violence, if there are children involved, it then goes back. It becomes a generational issue, because these kids are being brought up in an abusive, you know, family. So what perception is that they also have about relationships and things like that? So society has failed, and including that, even in terms of response mechanisms, you know, does, for example, the society, the community, apart from that, and that's the stigma, and that's the reason why people are staying in abusive relationships. But again, that same society, is it responsive enough? So for example, we hardly have shelters. The most of the shelters, a big percentage we have, for example, the halfway homes are privately owned, you know. When we go, for example, to, do we have economic stimuluses, for example? When you leave your marriage, you need that economic
maybe the husband was the breadwinner.
Exactly.
Maybe they're the ones who used to support the family.
Exactly.
How do you move on?
Yeah, so
I'll
how do you
come back
move
to you,
on from
Alberta,
that?
Virginia Pole, and you're such a strong woman.
Yes.
Yeah, just to come and share your story and be as plain as possible, because these are the real things that people go through. I want you to tell me a bit about your journey after you left your marriage. Even today, you're still struggling to get all your children back.
Yeah.
And that journey to seek justice, because what was done to you was not right. There is something you went through, ulipitia mengi ukijaribu kutafuta haki na ukijaribu kutafuta watoto wako wakuje waishi na wewe. Nieleze kidogo kuhusu hiyo.
Thank you so much. Journey haikuwa possible, haikuwa rahisi wakati nilikuwa nikitafuta watoto. Because wakati nilitoka pale mahali nilikuwa napata mtu wa provide everything, na nimesema nilioleka immediately kutoka shule. Kwa hivyo sikuwa nimejua mambo mingi sana. Kwa hivyo wakati nimetoka nje, na hata mama yangu ameniashiria, so nilifika pale Zimmerman, na kufika kule nilianza kuuza uji, kusuguka na uji. By that time nilikuwa na mimba. Ndio nilikuwa na kaa mahali kwa ghetto. It was not easy, sababu sikuwa nimezoea hiyo maisha, na especially ukiwa na mimba inakuwaga choose. Kwa hivyo kama ni toilet nini, so many time nilikuwa nalia sana, especially nikilia sababu ya vile niko pale na shida, nilikuwa nalilia watoto wangu. Nilienda mahali kwingi sana kutafuta wale watoto, sio polisi, nikaenda mpaka kwa CID, naingia kila mahali, kwa children's home, kwa children's officer, na sipati usaidizi. Then nikiwa pale watu wanajuaga, nikaambiwa na walimu kuja uangalia watoto wangu, mtoto tudogo, mtoto alikuwa pre-unit, mwingine alikuwa nursery, walikuwa wamekaa kama wameumauma na nilukata huko
hawako sawa.
Wako sawa. Nikaenda pale polisi na nikaripoti, na watoto lakini watoto kuniona wanatoroka, lakini pale mzee akaitishwa wale watoto na akuja na wale watoto. Lakini kufika pale, hata deputy OCS wakati aliona watoto aliamua mzee ndani mara moja, lakini after some minutes nakuja naambiwa mama, tumeona huyu mzee aende tu na watoto, tutaitana, tutaongea. I cried.
Reason, na kasema, walikupatia reason?
Wameniambia wataniita. Wataniita. So by that time mimi nilia, nikasema watoto wangu washa waende na serikali, waende hata kama ni children's home, lakini wasirudishwe huko kama mimi sitapewa. Watoto walipelekwa children's home. Watoto after 2 days nikaita huyu kijana yangu, tuko na yeye, tukatafuta fare, tukaenda kuangalia ile children's home. Kufika huko tukaambiwa turudi Thika, tukuje tuambiwe watoto wako wapi. Kufika pale kwa children officer ananiambia nikuje na barua ya koti na ya wakili ndio nikamwambia mimi nataka tu kujua watoto wako wapi, si kuambia watoto wako wapi. So nimeenda hata kwa vita vile unasikiaga wamama wanaenda, mimi ni mmoja najua, nimeingia hizo ofisi lakini sikusaidika hata siku moja na sikujua watoto wako wapi. Sasa hiyo watoto washatolewa children's home, tena wamepelekwa kwa huyo bibi kule Nyandarua kwa kina Tabitha.
Sasa hii back and forth, ulijua kwa nini ulikuwa unazungushwa? Ulikuja ukajua ni kwa nini?
Wanaenda kule, anasema kichwa yangu ni baya na sitaweza kuangalia hawa watoto. Kwa hivyo hiyo kusugushwa yote nilisugushwa hivyo, sikupewa watoto until huyo mama mwenye aliingia kule firstborn yake akafa. Wakati amekufa akatokea kwa Facebook kuomba usaidizi sababu ya bill. Hapo ndio mtu mmoja alimuona na akamjua, akasema this is the woman mwenye alifanya yule mama tulimuona kwa TV akililia watoto 12. So from there I thank God for Kagoni Edlin, wakanitafuta kwenye niko. So wakaja Kagoni ndiye alitangulia kukuja, akanitafuta na miguu mpaka akanipata.
Sasa wacha nikupeleke haraka kidogo kwa sababu ya muda. Sasa hizi vile tunazungumza leo, ulipata watoto wako wote, status iko vipi, maisha yako iko vipi? Maana hata nikikuangalia leo haukai vile ulikuwa unakaa. Kwa wale ambao wameinteract na hiyo clip yako siku ulikuwa umeenda kupigania watoto wako, you are totally different, you look different. Ni nini imefanyika na maisha yako, status yako iko vipi sasa? Uko na watoto wako, ulipata justice ama
sasa hivi? Mimi nafurahia sababu finally niko na watoto 11 unikuwa kwa mikono yangu. And I'm so happy for the social media. Nimeona the power of social media. Ndio tumeenda hivyo mpaka kotini. Thank you so much wakili Kiroko Degwa, sababu aliona hiyo story yangu na akasema atasimama na huyu mama without kunilipisha anything up to today. Kwa hivyo niko na watoto wangu 11 na mtoto mmoja wangu Dhoita. Yule kijana nimename after my brother. Dhoita nilianza kutafuta haki yake akiwa 13 years. Sasa yako 20 years. Hata kuingia nikiingia kwa serikali naambiwa nao kijana ako na right ya kuamua. Kwa hivyo niko bado na ile ushugu ya mtoto wangu. Hata kama huyo mtoto sio nini, akuje tu aniite mama, akuje tu anione, tuongee tu na yeye. Yes.
Kwa sababu ya muda tuko karibu kumalizia, kuna wengi ambao Alberta wanauliza, nikishatoka kuna hiyo jani tena ya kutafuta haki na just seeking justice and getting your life back on track. What usually happens? What are some of the challenges that victims who even knock your door cite as the biggest hurdles they have to go through in that journey of seeking justice and moving on?
Yes, so the biggest hurdle is the healing, whether physical and bigger psychological. So that support that one would need, and again sometimes it comes at a cost. So being able to have access to proper comprehensive care, that's medical and psychological. Again, in terms of how do I pick up from here, how do I get strong enough, and everyone is strong to be able to start off again, whether it's economical, put kids in school or myself to work and things like that. That economic bit of it. Sometimes survivors just need a safe space just to sit, breathe, upange maisha, a shelters. So now we have these shelter networks that has just recently started, where then we're having all these safe spaces that one can go. And interestingly and good enough is that they also have economic empowerment, or rather economic empowerment programs, and they also have programs for their children to go to school and things like that. Again, there's a lot of education to the society to be able to embrace, so because then you need to also reintegrate back to the community and get that support. So those are some of the things. There are different players in this. Another challenge is the access to justice. You've had, it takes a really long time, I think, but now we have GBV special courts that have come into place, so that to be able to fast track the cases, but they understand it better, so it's confidential, they understand the needs of the survivors, and they're able then to have friendly court sessions for the survivors and things like that. So there's some of the things that have come into place. We also have legislation around to be able to support.
I wanted to put up something basic, as basic as you can, for somebody who could be watching and they're feeling like, I need to know what steps do I take as soon as I leave. What is it? Which door do I knock? Which numbers can I call? Where are these shelters? You know, so that they know that there are options, that there is hope, and there's something that can be done. Do we have those?
Yes, let me just give one so I don't give an option of many numbers. 1195. This is a national GPV hotline. When you call this line, they'll be able to assess and know what the needs are and make the correct referrals, whether it's rescue, whether it's whatever it is. So some of them would be counseling that they need, some of them would be a shelter that they need. So the needs for survivors are very different. So 1195 is an easier number to call. Then we have a number of other hotlines like at GVRC or any hospital, any police station. So even if it's this one service point, they'll be able to listen to you and know what is this help that we need to give, you know, or what is this other referral place, or is it, sometimes it's just a call that you make and where you are, you cannot even move yourself to that police station or to a hospital. We'll be able to do the rescues.
What is being done to ensure that this information trickles down to the grassroots? Because I want to believe at that time Virginia hakujua ati kuna namba anaweza piga, kuna pahali anaweza enda. I mean, what is being done to make sure that that woman in some small corner of this country knows this and is able to be empowered enough?
Yes. So there's a lot of awareness and sensitization programs that are happening across uko mashinani kabisa, even in vernacular language. There are school programs, so there are different target programs. All these service providers have that information. Just 2 years ago, the National Police Service, for example, did short clips, and you know, and they have now this unit under gender-based violence to be able to share that information. The local leaders like the chiefs, I think she mentioned that once a chief also came and helped, are able to get that information, and in those local structures like chief barazas, community barazas, they're able to share that information. Still not good enough, because then we still have the stigma, we still have the discrimination, so we also need to work towards that. We need to promote these social norms and the good ones, you know, and really put a stop to the negative, you know, social norms, so that then some of these practices are able to be stopped immediately.
Karibu tumalizie, lakini Virginia, as we wind up, right now your biggest problem ni ya kupata huyo mtoto wa mwisho, lakini umesonga hadi umesamehea, hadi unakaa hivi leo. I mean, tell us a bit about siri ilikuwa nini na imekusaidia vipi to let go of that dark past na kupick up the pieces. You're a graduate today. I mean, I know it has not been easy for you. Just for you to instill hope kwa yule mwanamke ambaye anakutazama asubuhi, anasema, I mean, there is life. You can actually begin again. How did you begin again?
Okay. First of all, nilifika mahali nikajipenda sasa, na nikasema let it go. Nikajiangalia nikasema, by the way, this is the Virginia. At Virginia you can make it. So at Virginia finally you got your 11 a kid. Kwa hivyo from there mimi nikasimama na nikasema, washa nisimame kama mama sasa, na nisimame nikitazama Mungu, sababu nimeishi kutazama this God. Hata wakati tumefika pale kotini akaambiwa pea watoto chakula nini, hakuwapea na hata hawasomeshi. But I thank God for the social media. Ningetaka kuongea na mwanamke mwenye ako hapo, kuongea.
Mweleze tu atukimalizia ni jambo gani ungetaka kuambia mwanamke ambaye anakutazama na amepitia yale ambayo umepitia?
Mimi ningemwambia kuongea, sababu so many people wanaambiwa usitokee kwa social media, utajianika, utajulikana, kutaenda. But mimi nimesaidika through social media, sababu through kuongea nimepata marafiki wengi sana that they call me, wanani encourage. Some of them Virginia Wagari TV, wherever you are, huwa wanakuja na unga kwa wale watoto, wananirebesha the way I am, wamenifuata hata saidi, they are giving me the support ya kukua niko hapa. This social media, they are building wanajegea wale watoto 12, sababu wakati waliona tumewekwa nje, justice ikakosa, vile tunasema tunakosa justice, that nikafukuzwa na wale watoto, sina mahali pa kukaa. So mahali tunakaa kwa ile nyumba ya 2 bedroom tunafinyana sana. So this social media wengi walitembea pale na wakaamua let's build for this family, na wananichekea by now. Hata nyinyi na invite everyone who is watching, mwenye anaona hata yeye aingilie pale kwa mjengo, because hatujamaliza bado, tunaendelea na kujenga. Kwa hivyo those women, wacha mtu asemame na ujipende, na tena tusiende kwa mipango ya kado, because there are so many people mwenye anakuangalia na kuambia naweza kukuweka vizuri, sababu amekuona wakati umeoga, amekuona wakati umesimama. So you should also take care, sababu watu ni wengi. Kwa hivyo wamama waamuke na wamama waoge vizuri, na tukae na celebrate wa kitu. Unajua so many women wakati mwingi sana umewekwa nje na wale watoto, unachapa na unachukia wale watoto, sababu ni kama vidoda tuliashwa nayo maska. Unaangalia mtoto unaona macho ya baba, unakumbuka mambo mingi sana. But mimi nilisema nipende wale watoto, na kwambia nasimamaga na wale watoto. Sasa hii nikiambiwa ni edetho ita na mbeba na mgongo na mureta mpaka.
Virginia, najua wewe ukianza, you are so passionate about your story that we can stay here, but thank you for inspiring us and telling us as plainly as possible what you went through. One thing that nimefurahia ni kwamba you are actually you learned from it, and you're different, and you forgave, and you moved on. Na saizi unaishi maisha tofauti. Asante Virginia. I'm actually even now Albert, your parting shot as we bring this to a close.
Thank you so much. One, we should just end violence, as basic as it is. It's really bad. And the second thing, as Virginia mentions, we should learn to speak out. We shouldn't just sit there, die being violated, but we should also be supportive to survivors of gender-based violence and talk about it and break the taboo.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Virginia Wangari, a survivor of GBV, Alberta Wambua, the Executive Director of Gender Violence Recovery Center, for sharing your insights this morning. Thank you so much. We've run out of time, unfortunately. We've really run out of time, Virginia. Sorry for that. Secondary school head teachers are actually meeting in Mombasa any minute from now. President Uhuru Kenyatta is expected at this forum currently being convened in Mombasa for the 3rd day running to take stock on the gains made in basic education across over 10,000 secondary schools in the country. Any minute from now, we will be crossing over to that. But now we want to pave way for the Swahili version of the program. Tamrini and Kurunzi Mashinani, I see Nancy Okware already getting ready to take you through that. But from me and my panel this morning, thank you so much for watching. It's a wrap. Have a good day and God bless.
Thank you.
Like a lady, walks like a lady, laughs like a lady, dresses like a lady.
Dear Lord, if this is the sign you are giving me, your servant, Karamene Mwaluko, I am Lendi, I was born Lendi.
Usile, watu wanatuma 10,000, wewe unatuma 9,000. Shida yako ni nini? Hiyo 1,000 lazima nishukue sawa sawa. But anyway, nimepata.
No way Julia is getting married before me. No way.
Mr. Tisha, you have sent 80,000.
I know a good deal when I hear of one. Now, can we see the title deed?
Hey! I am going to own Shamba in Mombasa.
Classmates, every Saturday on KBC.
Are you an aspiring candidate in the upcoming general elections? Do you want your agenda and manifesto to reach your voters effectively? At KBC, we have the most comprehensive and credible online platform that has profiles of all prospective candidates. Log on to www.kbc.co.ke/2022 aspirants and let Kenyans know more about you, your past achievements, your manifesto, and your development agenda once you get elected to office. office. What's more, the website is easy to navigate. We will create your profile, post pictures and short videos with your campaign messages at affordable hosting fees. Log on to www.kbc.co.ke/2022 aspirants today and establish your brand authority as we lead towards the forthcoming general elections.
Remember that where there was fire, ashes remain.
Yes, but she's in love with someone else.
With whom you forced her to get married.
You're a murderer. My father died and it was all your fault.
I didn't kill your father. You're crazy.
I am not crazy.
Move away.
He's your son. Don't you treat him like that. I will protect you.
You know that I'll ruin you if I open my mouth.
Our dad ordered you to leave him, but you're rolling in the hay with him.
Just leave us alone. You know you never change.
I'm sure that their love won't last too long.
It's because of her, right? You leave me because of her.
Please leave your brother alone.
Someday you'll accept her.
What are you doing here? Get out of my house and get out of my daughter's life.
Gonzalo, please stop.
Get out of here.
Everyone is against us, but they can't make us stop from loving each other.
Dare to leave me.
Pia tunazungumzia fadhila za mwezi mtukufu wa Ramadhani, wanaombea msamaha watu wenye kutoa sadaka, wanaombea msamaha watu wenye kufuturisha, wanaombea msamaha kila mtu aliyekubali kufuata maamrisho ya Mwenyezi Mungu.
يراني نقولها قدام السامعين واللي متابعين الفرد وسنة يراني لنحاشم.
Log on to the KBC website at www.kbc.co.ke to get the latest breaking news, entertainment, sports, politics, lifestyle or business trends from Kenya and around the world. Never miss new episodes from your favorite TV shows, reruns and movies. Just stream online or watch live on your YouTube channel at KBC Channel 1 TV shows. For the day's biggest stories, trustworthy news and family entertainment, log on to KBC Channel 1. Watch what you want anytime, anywhere.
Na hujambo mtazamaji popote pale ulipo, leo hii ikiwa ni siku ya Jumatano
Tarehe 20 mwezi Aprili mwaka 2022. Karibu sana kwenye kipindi cha Kurunzi Mashinani. Mie naitwa Nancy Okware na mfasiri kwa upande wa ishara ni Anne Wangeshi. Na mtazamaji, ni kukufahamisha tu ya kwamba wakati wowote kuanzia sasa tunatarajia kwamba Rais Uhuru Kenyatta atakuwa na wasili pale Mombasa, ambapo kongamano la 45 la walimu wakuu wa shule za upili linaendelea, na leo hii limeingia siku ya 3. Na hivyo basi atakapowasili tutakuwa tunakupeleka pale moja kwa moja kupata taarifa hiyo. Lakini hata hivyo, kwa sasa tukianza na taarifa za siku, ni kwamba wanaume 3 walionaswa kwenye kanda ya video wakimchapo mwanamke mmoja anayedhaniwa kuwa shemeji yao na mwanawe huko Ringa, kaunti ya Homa Bay, wamekamatwa kufuatia shutuma kali kutoka kwa Wakenya baada ya video hiyo kuenea kwenye mitandao ya kijamii. Wakati huo mjane mmoja katika kijiji cha Koroba, kaunti ya Kisii, ameaga dunia kutokana na majeraha mabaya aliyopata baada ya kuvamiwa na mtu asiyejulikana aliyeingia kisiri kwenye nyumba yake.
Kamanda wa polisi katika kaunti ya Homa Bay, Samson Kine, alisema kuwa Dedan Kimathi, Enos Odhiambo na Lukio Okwiri wanazuiliwa katika kituo cha polisi cha Orio huko Kamboi kusubiri kufikishwa kwenye mahakama ya Homa Bay kujibu mashtaka ya uvamizi wa kimwili. Haikubainika kilichosababisha uvamizi huo, lakini mjadala kwenye kanda hiyo ya video unaashiria kwamba mwanamke huyo alishutumiwa kwa kuvunja mila fulani za jamii ya Waluo. Unyama uliotendewa wawili hao umeshutumiwa vikali, huku miito ikitolewa kwa hatua kali kuchukuliwa dhidi ya wahusika. Kwingineko, mwanamke wa umri wa miaka 60 katika kaunti ndogo ya Nyamache, kaunti ya Kisii, alipigwa hadi akaaga dunia na watu wasiojulikana. Hata hivyo, jamaa zake walidai kwamba mjane huyo aliyekuwa peke yake wakati kisa hicho kilipotokea aliaga dunia akiwa hospitalini, huku akitaja jina la aliyemvamia.
Nikampeleka Keroka akaitimiwa, nikaambiwa rudi kesho umpeleke wapi X-ray. Sasa kufika saa 1 hivi saida ninaita gari, dadangu akanipigia kwa heri na akaniambia mwenye aliua
Mjane huyo alipelekwa kwenye kituo cha afya cha kaunti ndogo ya Keroka baada ya jamaa zake kumpata akiwa amezimia nyumbani mwake, ambapo picha ya X-ray ilithibitisha kwamba alikuwa na alama za kunyongwa shingoni na majeraha kifuani.
Huyu mama amefariki, ni anti yangu na mshangao mkubwa kwa hiki kijiji chetu.
Walishtumu shambulizi hilo na hatimaye kifo cha mwanamke huyo, wakisema huenda ilitokana na mzozo wa ardhi na kuihimiza serikali ianzishe uchunguzi na kuwakamata wahusika.
Hiki kisa hakijawahi onekana kwa hii kijiji yetu, lakini hii ndio mara ya kwanza kuonekana. Sasa sisi tunaomba serikali ifuatilie hii maneno ili tujue ni nani alifanya hiki kitendo.
Kwingineko ni kwamba familia moja katika kijiji cha Bumwaya, eneo bunge la Butula, kaunti ya Busia, inataka haki itendeke baada ya jamaa wao Sinaida Awor wa umri wa miaka 27 aliyekuwa ametoweka kupatikana ameuawa na mwili wake kutupwa kwenye mto Sio.
Naida Awor mwenye umri wa miaka 27 aliripotiwa kutoweka, na siku chache baadaye maafisa wa upelelezi walipata mwili wake umetupwa katika mto wa Sio, eneo bunge la Matayos, na kuupeleka katika hifadhi ya maiti kwenye kaunti ya Busia.
Nikapigiwa simu ati amepotea, nikashtuka. Amepotea jana, nilikuwa na yeye juzi, nikamwambia amepotea, ndo jana nikapigiwa simu ati alikufa na patikana Busia mochari.
Kabla ya kutoweka kwake, Sinaida Awor alikuwa mwanafunzi katika shule maalum ya watu walio na matatizo ya kiakili ya St. Catherine. Familia yake ilijulishwa na vitengo vya usalama kuhusu mtu aliyetoweka ambaye walimtambua kuwa jamaa wao.
Tulionyeshwa kwanza manguo, tuone kama ni nguo zake, tukafahamu, tukajua kweli hizo ni nguo zake. Tukafunguliwa mlango kuona wafu, tukampata, lakini ile hali ambayo tulimpata haikutufurahisha.
Sasa wametoa wito kwa serikali kuchukua hatua kuhakikisha kwamba waliotekeleza uovu huo wanakamatwa.
kulingana na kifo chake venye walielezea hakukufa kwa njia mzuri, kwa ni kama alirepiwa na watu walimtumia sana.
Tungeomba idara ya upelelezi ifanye uchunguzi, haki ipatikane.
Ni Simano Koth, Kurunzi Mashinani.
Na mtazamaji, kwa sasa naarifiwa kwamba Rais Uhuru Kenyatta amewasili katika eneo la Mombasa ambapo kongamano la 45 la walimu wakuu linaendelea. Hivyo basi hebu tuelekee pale tupate taarifa hiyo.
And as we remain studying, Reverend Cyrus Wachira, Prince Pogaki Secondary School and Chairperson, Kenya Secondary School Hands Association Nyeri Chapter, will lead us in a word of prayer. Reverend, kindly.
Dear Heavenly Father, the creator of the heavens and the earth, we thank you for giving us this day and the opportunity to hold our 45th annual Conference of Principals after the COVID-19 period. We want to thank you for the people and the great nation of this country, Kenya. May you continue to make us one. May you continue to help us to live in unity. We pray for this country during this period of the electioneering year. Father, we are praying that as we continue with our campaigns and the season of the campaigns, that you shall grant unto us peace and oneness so that our country may remain as one. We are praying for our dear President and the entire leadership of this country. May you continue to grant them wisdom as they lead this nation so that Kenya can enjoy the blessings of eternity because of the harmony and the oneness that we shall have. We also want to thank you because of the rains that you have given to us this morning. This is an indicator of the great blessings that you have for our country, for we are looking forward to great plenty of a harvest for our people and even the removal of hunger and drought in our country. We thank you for all the delegates and the participants during this conference. As we continue the conference, Father, we are praying, be our guide and be together with us. As we come to the ending of the conference and as we travel back to our places of residence, we shall be careful to thank you and to give you praise. As we continue the program of this day, continue with us and lead us by your Holy Spirit. For this is our humble prayer of faith in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. And we all say amen.
Amen. Your Excellency, sir, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. The Republic of Kenya Cabinet Secretary is present.
Mtazamaji, utatuia radhi kwa hitilafu hiyo ya sauti, lakini tutakuwa tunarejea pale baada ya muda usiokuwa mrefu ambapo Rais Uhuru Kenyatta anaongoza lile kongamano la 3 la walimu wakuu. Kwamba kongamano la 45 ambalo leo hii limeingia siku ya 3. Walimu wakuu wa shule za upili wamekongamana pale katika kaunti ya Mombasa, na ni taarifa ambayo tutakuwa tunaipata baada ya muda usiokuwa mrefu. Lakini sasa hivi, mtazamaji, tukiendelea na taarifa nyinginezo kwenye Kurunzi Mashinani, ni kwamba wakazi wa eneo la Kiminini, kaunti ya Trans Nzoia, wamelalamikia kuhusu ongezeko la vifo vya Wakenya wanaofanya kazi katika eneo la Ghuba, hasa nchini Saudi Arabia. Wakazi hao wameitaka serikali kutoruhusu Wakenya kwenda nchini humo, wakisema nchi hiyo hakuna usalama wa raia wa nchi hii.
Hali ya huzuni ilitanda katika eneo la Kiminini, kaunti ya Trans Nzoia, wakati Stella Nafula alipokuwa akizikwa nyumbani kwake katika eneo la Hilario. Marehemu Stella alikuwa mhudumu wa nyumbani nchini Saudi Arabia. Aliondoka humo nchini mwezi Agosti mwaka 2021 kuelekea Saudi Arabia, akidai kuwa alikuwa amepata kazi kupitia kwa rafiki aliyekuwa akifanya kazi nchini Qatar.
Munasema ya kwamba huyu msichana alipata passport in the shortest time possible. Kumaanisha kuna ukora fulani inafanywa, hata vitu vingine inafanywa nyuma ya macho ya serikali. Kama kuna kazi ngambo, watoto wetu wafate the right procedure na tujue employer ni nani.
Familia ya Nafula inasema ripoti ya matibabu kutoka hospitali ya Seketa nchini Saudi Arabia inaonyesha kuwa Nafula alifariki kutokana na matatizo ya moyo.
Tunataka serikali ya Kenya kuanzia leo wadikilee watoto ambao wako Saudia warudishwe mara moja.
Mazazi, tafadhali, wacha tukae tu nyumbani na watoto wetu, hata kama tutaenda kibarua tukipata 100 na tukule na tukae tu tukiwa wazima.
Wenyeji sasa wametoa wito kwa serikali ya Kenya kutowaidhinisha Wakenya wanaotaka kuelekea Saudi Arabia, wakisema nchi hiyo sio salama kwa Wakenya. Jacqueline Masharia, Kurunzi Mashinani.
Baraza la Kitaifa la Makanisa NCCK katika eneo la South Rift limetoa wito kwa Wakenya kuishi kwa amani na umoja huku siasa za uchaguzi mkuu wa mwezi Agosti zikipamba moto. Baraza hilo likiongozwa na mwenyekiti wake katika kaunti ya Samburu, Askofu David Lebaleya, limewasihi wawaniaji wa vyeo vya kisiasa kuendesha siasa zao kwa amani bila kuzua rabsha. Hata hivyo, baraza hilo pia limetoa wito kwa serikali kuingilia kati kusaidia Wakenya ambao wamekumbwa na baa la njaa.
We know now there's a lot of campaigns around, and we have resolved that we will have to talk with our people, our Christians, and the public in general to ensure that they maintain unity and that the political class and the political players should conduct themselves in a way that respect the values of our nation, our county, and in our community. We expect everybody to seek votes peacefully without interfering at the peace and the harmony.
Mtazamaji, baada ya taarifa hiyo kuhusiana na kampeni za amani, sasa ningependa turejee katika kaunti ya Mombasa ambapo Rais Uhuru Kenyatta anaongoza kongamano la 45 la walimu wakuu wa shule za upili. Hivyo basi hebu tuelekee pale tuendelee kusikiza.
Your Excellency, this conference to us is a celebration of your legacy. For the time you've been in the helm of the leadership of this country to today, the education sector has seen a lot of and tremendous improvement. But before I mention it, I want to tell you that the conference brings together over 10,000 delegates. 9,000 of them are principals from all over the country seated before you and out there. Another 1,500 are here as exhibitors showing the various teaching learning material and various services they offer in learning. Amongst us also, we have all our country senior officers from the Ministry of Education headquarters, Teacher Service Commission headquarters, field officers across the country. So the entire education fraternity is here and we are thinking together. Apart from our own people, we have also delegates, international delegates. Allow me, with your permission, sir, just to introduce a few of these delegates. I'm happy to show you the President of the African Confederation of Principals, Mr. Anselm Izwage from Nigeria. He is accompanied with Principal Welcome Mulanga, the Vice President of the African Confederation of Principals, and is from the Kingdom of Eswatini. They are accompanied by Mr. Peter Mutweli from the Kingdom in the Sky, Lesotho. We also work very closely, sir, with our unions, and today we have NAT represented by the Secretary General here. Please wave. KUPPET represented also by the Secretary General, and KEWOTA represented by the CEO. And we have our sister association, the Kenya Primary School Heads Association, represented by their chair. Various universities and all other partners are also here. So organizing this conference would not have been easy for me without the support of our field officers, both TSC and Ministry of Education, and my very able members of the National Executive. Please, members of the National Executive, where you are, please stand and wave. The secretary is this side managing the secretariat. Thank you, that is the team. Sir, as I said, we are here to celebrate you. For the period you've been president, we've noticed a lot and tremendous improvement. And not only improvement, recognition of the teachers and the principals of this nation. You have picked from this team members that are today serving in our diplomatic missions out there. Over a period, and most recently, 2 have left us to join the diplomatic field. And we thank you for that. I want to tell you, before you is a big reservoir. Before you exit in August, pick more of them. They will support you. We want to appreciate the 100% transition, sir. Despite the challenges that it has, which we are equal to tackle, we want to say it has given an opportunity to children in vulnerable environments that would have missed secondary education. Coupled with the Elimu Scholars Program, every year you are supporting 9,000 children. And I'm happy that in this year's budget, money has been factored for that. Many of our children who would not have learned are able to go to school. And you've also ensured that as they go to school, they are able to be taken care of through the universal health care, the Edu Afya, which is managed by National Insurance. The textbook policy. Yes, the textbook policy has ensured that all the children have at least a book in their schools. We have shared a lot with our seniors, and we are now looking ahead on how do we improve further and what else can we do in addition to the textbooks. Kudos, Your Excellency. The government has ensured that those students who would not have been able to sit national examination because of lack of payment, you've done your best and ensured that every candidate in primary school and secondary school, both in public and private schools, you pay for them. And none of them can miss to sit an exam because of non-payment. It is upon them to ensure they perform well as to you and the government. We are preparing, sir, for the transition to junior secondary. We want to say that we are getting guidance. We are beginning to be trained as secondary school teachers to be ready for this. We want to thank you for the construction of over 5,000 phase 1 classroom for the CBC. And we are looking forward for very many more classes, as we've been told, will be rolled out in the second phase. Your Excellency, coronavirus exposed the underbelly of our education sector. But through your resilience, through your advice and direction given to us with the Ministry of Education, we were able to sit down and think, how do we get our students back to school? As I speak, sir, we are now transitioning 2 sets of students to go to the next level of learning, because you took a very bold step to ensure that we open school amidst the fears that very many people are having. So thank you for taking that step. Apart from that, many people lost their jobs. Many people had pay cuts. But the teaching fraternity of this nation continued to enjoy salary payment throughout the corona period. Who else would have done that apart from you? And we appreciate this. Your Excellency, it is not a laughing matter. It is only you who would have taken that bold step. So I want to assure you that as we gather in Mombasa and you hear the sentiments and you read about them, we are saying we support the government. We support the children of this nation to ensure that quality education is given to our children. Because we are at the helm. We are like you. As you deal with big national issues, sisi tunafanya yetu serikali ndogo ndogo kwa shule, kuhakikisha kuwa mambo yanaendelea vizuri. So I want to assure you of our support. I want to assure you the rollout will be taken very strongly by us and we will succeed. As you exit with your head high that you've done the best for this nation. In matters of education, nobody would have matched you. Exit with your head high that the teachers of this nation, you held their hand when other sectors let their people out and gave them a pay cut. Including yourself, you took a pay cut. So, sir, we celebrate you. And I want to take this opportunity, sir, to say that as we prepare for the double intake, and we are ready for it, we are simply saying that, yes, the budget has given a lot of money to the education sector, and we salute you. I've been the president of African Confederation, and I know how much other countries have been giving. I think we are the best in Africa, second to none. So it is upon us now to look at the money given in the sector. How can we reorganize it so that we get more teachers employed to be able to manage the double intake? That is now our responsibility, sir. In conclusion, I want to welcome you to continue being a member of Kenya Secondary School Heads Association. As a honorary member, you and I are the same. As you exit at national level, I will equally be exiting at my small government in school. So we should both remain honorary members of Kesha. Yeah? And with you being there, I know Kesha will grow. We have given you a book that prescribes the history of Kesha, because you are one of them. Please read it. And I'm happy to announce that the author and the person who put together all that document is here, Mr. John Awiti, our former national chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my pleasure to invite the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Education, Mr. George Magoha, to come and address us. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, the President, my colleague teachers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be a bit difficult to talk after Indimuli, but let me just say that, Your Excellency, you can allow me to say one or two things, even though they may look like a repetition. First of all, I would like to thank these ladies and gentlemen before you, with whom I have worked very closely. I believe I have visited between 500 and 1,000 schools over the last 6 years. And therefore, I know the environment you work in, the challenges and the sacrifices that you make. You don't make them for His Excellency the President. You don't make them for me. You make them for yourselves and your children and your country. And I want to applaud and congratulate you. The second point I want to make is on the small matter of examinations, and I also want to thank you all, especially those who have gone an extra mile each year to ensure that our children have their examination results on time. Forget about the 0.001% who are rotten, whose job is to attempt to expose the exam when it comes from the container. But unfortunately, that is what people remember. So I would like to celebrate center managers, deputy center managers. Your own integrity has ensured that the president's wisdom in allowing us to do the exam we have been doing since 2016 has come to fruition. We have not taken it for granted. Number 3, Your Excellency, there will only be 4. Number 3, I now want to turn to Your Excellency, and I don't praise people. That is the way I was created. But I would like to let the teachers know that I have been thoroughly privileged to serve you. Why? Because for those who have worked with you closely, you are straightforward, you give good orders, and they are one order, not one at night, not one during the day. So I've never had a situation where in public you pronounce and in the night you tell me go and do this. And I appreciate that. That actually has made you the Minister for Education. I'm just your agent. And most of the things they see me insisting on, the wisdom has come from you. What Indimuli does not know is that, for example, the Elimu Scholarship, your love for the poor urban minorities, you ordered me to ensure that a sizable number of those scholarships should go to the poor in the urban slums. People don't know this. And so I would not like to be president because you do your best and people don't care. Finally, Your Excellency, I would like to thank you before I invite you to come. This government, Indimuli has not said it with the weight that it deserves. This year, we have a budget of 544 billion Kenya shilling. That is 25.9%. And Indimuli is afraid to say that it is the first. I know the South African one, I know the Nigerian one, I know the Ugandan one. It is the first. And so, what is left for us who have the ability now to do the budget is to ensure that we get more from the budget. I am the first one who is guilty. Don't run away from it. You know that we have built classrooms at 788,000. And I also want to recognize many principals, Kapsabet girls, Kapsabet boys, and many others where I have been, where I have seen excellent work with a 6,000 portion of the 22,400. Do not even imagine that under my watch you will take that to another thing. Because I have seen infrastructural development that is beyond this world. And that is what is going to count. So can we agree and promise His Excellency the President before I invite him? I'm not accusing anybody that we should just get a little bit more for our money. A little bit more for our money. Because even if I was to go to cabinet to ask for 30%, the cabinet is made of 22 people. Which minister do you think is going to support me? No, you tell me. So let us be realistic. Let us look inwards and save money. In any case, don't accuse the president of not employing teachers. From when he took over, he has employed 120,000 teachers. What the hell do you want? 120,000 teachers. And even this year he's employing. So let us give to Caesar what belongs to him. Your Excellency, it is now my singular pleasure and pride to invite you to address your teachers who are actually heroes and gallants who have carried us through the transformation of the education system. Your Excellency.
Asante sana Prof. Juketi, nashukuru. Gavana wa jimbo letu la Mombasa, Gavana Ali Hassan Joho, Rais wa chama cha Secondary School Heads Association, Mr. Imudili Kahe, viongozi wa the association, walimu kutoka sehemu mbalimbali ama heads kutoka sehemu mbalimbali za taifa letu. Hamjambo. Hamjambo tena jameni. Walimu oye. Walimu oye. Wewe Gavana Joho, hata kama ni Ramadhani, kuna wengine hapa hata kama wewe umefunga tunaambiwa, inasemwa ya kwamba wakati unafunga, ukiwa unafunga na unaangalia wengine wakikula, hiyo maombi yako inaenda direct. Kwa hivyo chunga hii watu jameni, unasikia hii sauti yao bado iko chini. Labda ni njaa ndugu yangu. Walimu oye. Asanteni sana. Let me say that it is great to see you all again today, and I'm pleased really after a 2-year break due to the COVID-19 pandemic, we can finally once again meet in person. All of us, our education fraternity, the whole country has experienced widespread disruption in our lives during the last 2 years. And I am aware of the fact that even amongst this forum, you too have lost some of your members to the unfortunate coronavirus. I take this opportunity on my own behalf, on behalf of the government and people of Kenya, to convey to you all our heartfelt condolences, and to the families of members of this association, and in honor of all those from this association and the many other Kenyans who lost their lives during these 2 years of pandemic, I request all of you to be upstanding so that we observe a 1 minute of silence in their honor today. Asanteni sana. Ladies and gentlemen, our education sector was hard hit by the pandemic. Indeed, between March of 2020 and January of 2021, when our schools remained closed, the education process was disrupted, affecting about 17 million of our learners. But today, I am glad to note that despite the challenge, our teachers tirelessly facilitated learning during that period through a variety of measures such as radio broadcasts, online learning platforms, and group consultations. Indeed, today Kenya owes you a debt of gratitude for remaining true to your calling despite the disputed and disrupted learning environment and the adjusted school calendar. Indeed, throughout Kenya's history, teachers have continued to occupy a special place in the upbringing of our children. Teachers are builders of dreams, the crafters of careers, the discoverers of hidden talents, and the shining beacons that set a positive example within our local communities. Indeed, many decades after some of us have finished school, we still remember and treasure the teachers who contributed so much to making us who we are today. But let me say that never has the role of the teacher been as important as it is today as we recover from this COVID-19 disruptions. Despite government's efforts to keep pupils learning during the pandemic, many of them lost momentum, mainly because of poor learning environments. The pandemic, unfortunately, also widened education inequality and also led to an increase in teenage pregnancies as well as school dropout. Going forward, therefore, you, the teacher, must be a linchpin of the recovery process in this education sector, as well as in the overall social economic recovery journey. We are counting on you, our teachers, to help our learners recover the learning losses incurred during the pandemic and to ensure that all those who have dropped out get back to school, rebuild momentum on the education sector reforms that stalled during the pandemic, and more importantly, build on lessons learned during the pandemic to make our education sector that much more resilient. I am confident that you do not only have the capacity, but I also believe the will to rise to this challenge. And I am confident because I do believe that our teachers have proved to be amongst the finest in the world, considering only just 3 examples of teachers who have put Kenya on the global map. And allow me to mention today, once again, Peter Tabichi from Keriko Secondary School in Nakuru County, who emerged the winner of the Global Teacher Award in 2019. Mr. Eric Ademba, a teacher from Asumbi Girls Secondary School in Homa Bay County, who emerged the Continental Teacher of the Year in 2019, and the award organized by the African Union, while Jane Kimiti, the Chief Principal of Othaya Girls in Nyeri County, also scooped the same award in the year 2020. Tunawapongeza. This is just an example of the hard work that you head teachers put into ensuring the future of our children. So, ladies and gentlemen, today we note that the theme of this conference is re-examining our future together, a new era of education in Kenya. And I do believe that this is an appropriate theme because we are indeed at an inflection point, and we need to ensure that we do not lose the gains of the last 60 years. At the same time, the pandemic has also created opportunities for us to reimagine our education system and to transform it to meet future challenges. As we engage on the future of education, let us take a moment also to recall where we have come from. I am indeed proud of the gains that we have made in broadening access, especially in secondary education. Enrollment in our secondary schools has more than doubled, increasing from 1.3 million in the year 2008 to nearly 3.6 million in 2022. The 100% transition policy has ensured that all our learners who sit the KCPE examination obtain a place in a secondary school, and this has been a huge success. Since 2018, more than 90% of those who sat the KCPE transitioned to a secondary school. And it is notable that since day secondary education is free, over 70% of them are enrolled in our day schools. Second, to ensure that no child is left behind because of their social economic background, my administration has increased capitation per child in secondary schools to Kenya shillings 22,244. Furthermore, support is provided to needy students through various scholarship programs. For example, the one that has just been mentioned today, the Elimu Scholarship Program, which provides bursaries for bright but needy students. The government has also, in partnership with Equity Group Foundation, awarded approximately 9,000 scholarships for the 2019 KCPE candidates and an additional 9,000 scholarships for the 2020 KCPE candidates who joined Form 1 in July of 2021. In addition, the JKF Scholarship Program has also benefited over 4,500 needy students since 2013. The third aspect is that we are also reforming our education system to make it fit for purpose in the 21st century. Following the recommendation of various task forces, my administration initiated the competency-based curriculum reforms in 2016. CBC seeks to, number one, identify and nurture every learner's potential. Secondly, to emphasize practical learning as opposed to theoretical teaching. Thirdly, to emphasize application of knowledge and acquisition of competencies as opposed to just routine memorization of content. Fourthly, to provide opportunities for acquisition of values and participation in community service learning. Fifth, to provide pathways and tracks in senior secondary school that are aligned to the broad abilities and career interests of learners. And lastly, to balance formative and summative assessments in all our training curricula. The rollout of the CBC curriculum is on course. And indeed, when schools reopen next week, we shall have more than 9 million learners under the CBC curriculum. The next point is that my administration has also progressively expanded education infrastructure to accommodate the growing environment. This includes classrooms, desks, and chairs, as well as electricity connectivity. Indeed, since 2013, over 90% of our schools have been connected to the national electricity grid, while some of our schools in off-grid areas have been provided with solar installations. In keeping with my pronouncement during the Mashujaa Day of 2021 regarding the building of an additional 10,000 classrooms to support the establishment of junior secondary schools, I am pleased to inform you that so far 6,470 classrooms are due for completion by the end of this month, and the remaining classrooms will be completed in the second phase of the program. Point number 5 is that we have also remained focused on education quality. My administration has provided free books to every child, and we as a country have now achieved a pupil-to-book ratio of 1 in all our public and secondary, primary and secondary schools. Indeed, recognizing the centrality of teachers in raising education quality, we have also invested in a robust teacher training program and provided the budgetary allocation for teachers, as raising it from Kenya shillings 116.4 billion in 2013 to Kenya shillings 288.6 billion in the current financial year. We have hired a total of 153,000 teachers since 2013 and institutionalized the internship program within the TSC, supported a transparent and accountable promotion system for teachers, and also introduced a comprehensive medical cover for all teachers and their dependents. We have also implemented reforms in the administration of our national exams, and today we can see the results of some of those reforms. Ladies and gentlemen, so to drive our education boldly into the 21st century, my administration initiated the Digital Learning Program in 2013, and through DLP, public primary schools receive teacher and learner digital devices, digital content servers, and wireless routers and projectors. A total of 21,717 out of 22,988 primary schools have been supplied with these digital devices. We seek to ensure that by the time the student gets into secondary school, they are digitally literate and can harness digital technologies to broaden their learning experience beyond their immediate learning environment. So, ladies and gentlemen, we can confidently and proudly say that with such strong education foundations, our future is secure. The heavy education investments are paying off. Indeed, our education system is today recognized as one of the best on the African continent, and our students obtain some of the highest scores in regional standardized tests, and indeed our young people are highly competitive in regional and global labor markets thanks to our efforts. As we reflect and embark on a new education era, we can use these foundations as a major springboard for the future. The world faces major global challenges, some that are of an existential nature. They include pandemics such as the one we are trying to emerge from, that is COVID-19, climate change and biodiversity loss, huge intra- and inter-country poverty and inequality, as well as major disruptions of peace and security. To successfully manage the uncertain future requires individuals who are adaptive and resilient, who can adeptly apply their knowledge to new situations, who sees crisis as opportunities for innovation, and who have a thirst for learning and growing throughout their lives. To equip our young people with these skills requires a major transformation of our education systems. This is a new education course that we need to chart, and it is my hope and expectation that you will together deliberate on this during this week. As I conclude my remarks, I want to once again reiterate that my administration recognizes the important role that teachers play in advancing our development agenda. And in this regard, Bwana Mwalimu, as we exit, and as Madaraka Day 2022 approaches, I look forward to awarding national honors to outstanding and transformative teachers from the education sector, those who have distinguished themselves through superlative services to Kenya, and I therefore, through you, Bwana Chair, invite you to forward to the National Honors and Awards Committee, through the Cabinet Secretary for Education, suitable nominees for national honors and awards that will represent the very best of education in Kenya. Kwa hayo machache basi, mimi nawatakia nyote kila laheri. Tumefanya sisi kulingana na uwezo wetu. Haja yetu ni kuhakikisha ya kwamba tumeweka msingi wa kudumu na msingi ambao hauwezi kutingizika kwa watoto ambao ndio tuwaangalia kesho, wawe viongozi wetu, wawe wale ambao watasimamia various institutions, wale ambao watakuwa mawakili wetu, wale ambao watakuwa maengineer wetu, wale watakuwa walimu wetu, wale watakuwa madaktari, na wale pia, kwa sababu kwa muda mrefu tumefunza watoto yetu ya kwamba kufanya kazi na mikono ni kama ni kitu kibaya. Tunataka watoto wetu wajue ya kwamba ukiwa Mwenyezi Mungu amekubariki na kipawa cha kuwa welder mzuri, kukuwa plumber mzuri, kukuwa mkulima mzuri, all these are much needed efforts and services that a country that is developing requires. And we must start moving away from telling our children that the only job you can have is a white collar job, kuwa clerk kwa benki. Benki sasa zinaenda digital jameni. Leo hii kuna wakulima ambao wanatengeneza pesa hata kushinda nyinyi walimu, kushinda madaktari, kushinda maprofesa. Ama hamuelewi hiyo jameni? Leo hii as we progress in shipbuilding, tunatafuta quality welders, na wale wachache ambao tuko nao wengi ni wazee ambao walifundishwa zamani, na hata wale ambao tumepartner na wao kwa sababu wanaona kazi ya hawa wazee, wanasema wakimaliza kujenga huko Kisumu na hapa Mombasa, wanajaribu kuapproach warudi na wao huko kwao kwa sababu ya quality ya service yao. These are paying jobs. This is where we need to take our children, to encourage our children. Use that gift that God has given you, whatever it is. That is the future. Naambianga wengi, angalia mabilionea hawa wakina Bill Gates na wengine, wali drop out of high school, na leo hii pesa ile wako nazo inashinda pesa ya Kenya tukijumuisha na ya Uganda, ya Tanzania, ya Rwanda, ya Burundi, na mtu hakumaliza high school. Tunaelewana wenzangu? So sio kusema tu ati ni hiyo. It is your responsibility to help our children eke out what is best in them, because God has given each and every one of us a gift. And you teachers are privileged to be the ones who are supposed to pull that gift out of that child and to make him use that gift to benefit himself, to grow society, to develop his country, to develop his continent, and to be proud of himself as a citizen of the Republic for the service that he delivers, whatever that service may be. Sini namna hiyo wenzangu? Sasa jameni, msiseme mimi nimewasaidia, nimeandika walimu, mshahara niliongeza, jameni mko na insurance. Pigeni kelele kwa wale ambao watakuja, lakini mimi mnipigie makofi kwa yale nimefanya. Ama ni namna gani jameni? Ama ni namna gani? Tumeset msingi, wengine wajenge. Lakini shida ya Kenya hii, na ndio naambia mfundishe watoto, shida ya siku hizi Kenya hii, kiongozi anajua ku-identify problem lakini hana suluhu yake. So akiona kwa gazeti leo, unamuona kwa press conference, bei ya mahindi, bei ya mafuta. Sasa jameni, unatafuta uongozi, si kwanza utengeneze ile ambao uko naye. Unaenda kupiga nduru, unapiga nduru. Why do you want to be a leader? Si uachie basi wale wanataka kufanya kazi waendelee. Ama ni namna gani? Msiniletee bana. This country needs problem solvers, not problem talkers. Kuongea, unaongea pale kwa soko, unalia. Sasa mwananchi anakuangalia anasema, sasa unataka mimi nifanye namna gani? Unataka mimi nifanye namna gani? We need people who are willing and committed to providing solutions, because problems will never end. Utalala leo ukifikiri umesuluhisha ya jana, uamuke upate ingine mbele yako. Tunaelewana wenzangu? That is the way of life. So let us teach our people to be problem solvers, to recognize that problems come, but our objective, our duty is to resolve those problems, not to groan about them, because they will always be there. They will always be there. Kwa hivyo wenzangu, mimi nasema Mungu awabariki kwa majadiliano mtakuwa naye, muongee vyema. Mimi nitaendelea kusukuma Joho ahakikishe amewapeleka lunch, hata kama anataka mimi nimsukumie kwa kitu kidogo nitamsukumia. With those few remarks, I thank you and I wish you all very fruitful deliberations. Mungu awabariki, Mungu awalinde na Mungu alinde taifa letu la Kenya.
Asante, tupongeze tena mheshimiwa rais kwa makofi. Asante sana. Your Excellency, after the national anthem, Your Excellency, after the national anthem.
Well, that was President Uhuru Kenyatta, who was presiding over the 45th Kesha Annual Conference, which has been ongoing. Today is the third day. It has been ongoing at the Sheikh Khalifa bin Zayed Hall in Mombasa, whereby the president has reiterated that his administration is committed to improving education in the country. We shall be bringing you more details in our subsequent bulletin. For now, we shall be taking a short break. Up next is Lunchtime News. Let's take that break.
legendary run to Olympia Stadion in Berlin is now less crowded, with only 4 teams out of 64 still in contention. Something more outstanding is that all of the sides to have won the DFB Pokal over the last 29 years are already out this year.
And Leverkusen are knocked out by a Bundesliga 2 side.
In the first DFB Pokal semi-final, Hamburger SV will face Freiburg on Tuesday, the 19th of April 2022 at 9:45 p.m. While in the second semi-final, while RB Leipzig will lock horns with Union Berlin on Wednesday, the 20th April 2022 at 9:45 p.m. Having braced the turbulent journey and buoyed up with the trophy in sight, no team want to go down without a fight. You don't want to miss this adventurous football show, live and exclusive on KBC Channel 1. KBC Channel 1, your true sports partner.
Ili kupata mafuta kupanda kama skiza tune kwenye simu yako, bonyeza *811 397 hash.
Nashukuru serikali kwa kuongeza bei ya mafuta. Sasa niko kwa highway na kuna traffic hata kidogo. Naomba serikali iendelee hivyo, tubaki tu watu ya gasla na heavy machine peke yake. Pia mimi naomba huyu serikali waseme kama gari yako ni below 3000 cc, gari yako
ili kupata mafuta kupanda kama skiza tune, bonyeza *811 397 hash. *811 397 hash.
Sauti ya Kenya
92.9. Hii ni KBC Radio Taifa.
Kila kitu maishani kina sauti yaleta furaha.
Radio.
Sauti ya elimisha, yahimiza, yatuleta pamoja. Sauti ya Kenya
Radio Taifa.
I don't know much about your son. He's so timid. He wouldn't do anything desperate.
What are you trying to say, huh? Stop playing the sad card in front of me. What you did is unforgivable. You didn't even get half of what you deserve.
I heard it with my own ears. The woman who looks like Pinky was calling Mrs. Gao Mom.
Ah, come on. You must have gotten it wrong. That's impossible.
What I lost was more than my daughter and a piece of land. It's also my 30 years of life.
Good afternoon. This is Lunchtime News. I trust you're having a lovely Wednesday, and my name is Jackie Wimbiru. Our sign language interpreter is Byron Abule, and to kick us off this afternoon, we shall be taking a look at matters of politics, and we shall be crossing over to our reporter, who is Aiden, and he has been manning the ground whereby United Democratic Alliance is conducting party primaries for Roysambu constituency and the 19 wards in Nairobi. Now let's link up with our reporter Aiden so that we can get an insight on what is happening on the ground. Aiden, kindly bring us to speed. Well, we shall be bringing you that report when our reporter is ready. For now, we move on. The National Council of Churches of Kenya, NCCK, in the northeastern region has urged politicians to conduct a peaceful campaign devoid of any violence as Kenya heads to the polls on 9th August, led by their chairperson in Samburu County, Bishop David Lebarleyer. The leaders urged the government to deal decisively with a section of aspirants eyeing different positions whose agenda is to cause mayhem during the campaigns. At the same time, they called on the government to help in supplying food to hunger-stricken residents in the northeastern region who have been affected by the prolonged drought.
A lot of campaigns around, And we have resolved that we will have to talk with our people, our Christians, and the public in general to ensure that they maintain unity and that the political class and the political players should conduct themselves in a way that respect the values of our nation, our county, and in our community. We expect everybody to seek votes peacefully without interfering at the peace and the harmony.
And now, still on matters of politics, on matters the gubernatorial race of Nairobi County, we shall be crossing over, and let's listen in.
Atashinda hii kiti asubuhi na tunataka chama ya ODM ihakikishe ya kwamba amepewa hii nafasi ya Nairobi, na kuna haki ya kuuliza kwa nguvu. Don't shy off. Hii ni haki yenu, hii ni haki yetu kama jamii ya Mlembe Nation. Asante sana.
Sisi kama wanaweza
tunaenda tiketi saa hii.
Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Amen. Niona mkono juu. God is good all the time. And all the time God is good. Yangu ni fupi sana. Jambo la kwanza, mimi naitwa Andabwa Isaac. Na mimi nasimama kiti ya ubunge Lugari kwa chama ya DAP. Number 2, tumekuwa mstari wa mbele Nairobi hapa kusupport Dr. Kidero kama governor. Ukweli ama urongo? Mimi nimekuwa mstari wa mbele tukasupport Songo. Ukweli ama ni urongo? Kwa hivyo nataka ni support ile Mheshimiwa Kisi amesema. Yes. Mambo ya governor Nairobi, it is not negotiable. Yes. Muluya hajaweka makaratasi ya president, ndio? Yes. Tumesema tuna support nani? Baba, si kweli? Yes. Wengine wanapika manyoya, si ndio? Kabisa. Kwa mambo ya debit. Mmeona Muluya huko? So hapa ndio sisi tuko Muluya wote. Wale wako serikali, CS na wengine, si ndio? Hatujui yale ya mbele. Lakini sisi Waluya wote mvua yetu kujikinga ni wapi? Si mambo ya ODM, si mambo ya mambo ingine. Interest ya nani? Ya Waluya. Mungu awabariki sana.
Where is, oh, okay. Yeah, ladies, yeah. Ladies. Gender.
Bwana Yesu. Bwana Nayonge. Mama na mama. Mama for the mama. Hello.
Songa nyuma.
Hello. Habari zenu? Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Siku ya leo tuko hapa kama wamama wa Mlembe Nation, si ndio?
Well, that is a section of leaders calling on Azimio to throw their support for Team Wanyonyi, who aims to vie for the gubernatorial race here in Nairobi. And now we shall be crossing over, as earlier promised, to Aden, whereby the United Democratic Alliance is conducting party primaries for Roysambu constituency and the 19 wards in Nairobi. Now, Aden, kindly bring us to speed.
Thank you very much, Wambiru. We are now at Eastleigh North, in the Kamakunji constituency. This morning, residents of Istare and Kamakunji flocked to the several police stations to vote for the MCA candidate. Right now, we are in Eastleigh North, where you can see from my background that several voters now they are queuing there to vote for their leaders of their choice. At Isli, at Kamukunji constituency, in this Isli North, 5 MCS are in the race in a UDA ticket. Now we are joined by one of the voters who is here now. Tell us, how is the election?
My name is Ahmad Hassan Abdi, nickname Barros. I am a voter of Isli High. Also, I voted. I thank the UDA presidential candidate, what he did. We are peaceful, and we know what happened last time. An aspirant from UDA, an MP, he came with a passes from Kamaiko. We know what he did.
How is the election today?
Today we have a peaceful and we are good. What happened is this: there is no any line, and that MP is not around.
What do you expect? What do you expect? Now we have voted. What do you expect?
Well, I expect the area MCA was elected and peaceful, and we thank the UDA presidential candidate William Ruto, what he did and what action he did. What we want for him, we want our MP UDA as Adan.
How is the election today?
Election is a peaceful. There is a security in half everywhere. Of Isli North, we have 3 police stations: St. Teresa's, New Isli Primary, and we are now Isli High. We thank God, we thank UDA members, and we celebrate later.
Thank you very much. That is one of the voters in Isli North. This morning we are at Moi Avenue at Istare constituency, and now we are in Isli North where MCs and voters are voting here. And for today we have seen several police officers have been deployed. In the morning we have seen there was some cars around, somewhere around, people are moving up and down. But for now we have seen people are peacefully voting. Look at my back where you see voters are still voting. Back to the studio, Wambiru.
And that was our reporter Aidan giving us an update on the UDA nominations that are currently underway in Roysambu constituency and the 19 wards in Nairobi. Now we shall be crossing over to Narok County, whereby the Orange Democratic Movement is conducting its party primaries in Narok County in the ongoing primaries. And remember that ODM adopted the use of electronic voting, and now let's listen in.
That is by the party, after of course due consideration. And we have places that are going for elections, like for example you have got Narok North constituency. We also have Kilgoris, who I understand they are trying to come to an amiable settlement or a consensus. We have got Narok Town Ward, we have got Kilgoris Central Ward, and several others. But most agreed, most countries have agreed on consensus, and I think it's a very encouraging thing, because we really need to be together and to be united while facing the opposition, which is actually UDA. The good thing about the elections, ODM elections, is that we do not have ballot papers, which are prone to misuse, which are actually used for rigging. We actually we are using technology, modern technology. Voter will come, they verify whether he's a member, and then he'll just, kind of point out, or he himself kind of tick the person that he wants, and automatically that one is registered as a vote. And so there is no room for manipulation or rigging. So we are okay as ODM, and I think for the Narok people, they know the kind of leaders they want. We are a very straightforward community, and we normally believe in leadership, and we know who the real leaders are, we know who the conmen are, and that is it. So we are okay, and we are going to do it peacefully. We don't want the fiascos that, the kind of fiascos that we saw in the elections in UDA, which has been the worst in the history of this country. So I think we are okay.
Now, after the nominations...
Yes. After each party has actually decided who their candidates are, we'll also come together now as Narok Azimio family. We'll try to reach a further consensus. So that where possible, we actually field one candidate for Azimio coalition. So there is that still. There will be more talking before the time that, before the deadline set by the IBC. So we'll still do that because all we want is to get the best candidate for Azimio and for this country and for our county. That's what we want.
So we're not likely to see sister parties competing?
It is not the end. Where we see that there is need for competition or where we cannot reach consensus because it is a democratic party, then we let the people go from whichever party. But we'll try as much as possible to minimize the friction by actually reaching a consensus in each and every position. Such that if ODM is strong in a place like maybe Narok Town or elsewhere, then we actually talk to these people and tell them this is the party that is strong. This is the candidate who is strong. If it's Jubilee that is strong in a particular ward, then we'll agree to fill that candidate. That's what we intend to do as Narok.
My final question. Your influence in North area cannot be underrated. Now we are going to the nominations.
Yes.
Do you have a favorite candidate?
One thing is I like the way you have said it, that you cannot take me for granted, Narok North. People should remember that actually the people elected me and I took offer from the mama. I actually removed him, but we became very good friends thereafter. So for somebody to remove the mama, that person is actually supported by the community. I've been an MP for 10 years. The Maasai people came and said, leave that position. Now we want to be our governor. And they came and actually kind of anointed me as the governor for Narok. I have no favorite candidate. Because as a community, we have suffered a lot because of bad leadership. Now we want to get the best leaders. And it doesn't matter where they come from, as long as they are not from UDA. So I have no favorite. Whoever the people will bring, we'll work with them.
Well, that is Narok North Member of Parliament Moitalel Olekenta highlighting issues regarding the Orange Democratic Movement party primaries that are happening in both Narok and Kajiado counties. And remember that in this ongoing primaries, ODM has adopted the use of electronic voting. We shall now be crossing over to Busia, whereby a family in Bumwaya Village, Butula constituency, is seeking justice for the Achieng 27-year-old Senida War, who went missing only to be found sexually assaulted, murdered and body dumped in Rivasio. Elsewhere, another family in Museno Village, Ikolomani, Kakamega County, is also crying for justice after their daughter, who is expected to join Form 1 few days from now, was allegedly raped and impregnated by a police officer.
57-year-old Snyder Awor was reported missing on the 8th of April. Days later, DCI police officers found her body dumped in Rivasio, Matayos constituency.
Nikapigiwa simu ati amepotea, nikashtuka. Amepotea jana, nilikuwa na yeye juzi, nikamwambia amepotea, ndo jana nikapigiwa simu ati alikufa na alipatikana Busia mochari.
Until her death, Snyder Awor was a pupil at St. Catherine's Special School for the Mentally Challenged. Her body has been taken to the Busia County mortuary pending investigations.
Tulionyeshwa kwanza manguo tuone kama ni nguo zake, tukafahamu, tukajua kweli hizo ni nguo zake. Tukafunguliwa mlango kuona wafu, tukampata, lakini ile hali ambayo tulimpata haikutufurahisha.
She was allegedly sexually assaulted before she was murdered.
Kulingana na kifo chake venye walielezea, hakukufa kwa njia mzuri. Kwa ni kama alirepiwa na watu walimtumia sana.
Tungeomba idara ya upelelezi ifanye uchunguzi, haki ipatikane.
Elsewhere in Kakamega County, a family from Museno village, Ikolomani, is crying for justice after their daughter, who sat for the 2021 KCPE and is expected to join Form 1, was allegedly raped and impregnated by a police officer.
Juzi niliona mtoto mwili yake si mzuri. Nilimuuliza kusema kitu. Alafu nilipeleka wapi? Hospitali. Tulipata mtoto yuko na mimba.
Nilishangaa sana. Mtoto yangu mwenye alikuwa anafanya class 8 amepata mimba na nitakana aende form 1. Na nikatoka huko nikakuja hapa nikaambia madhe, uliza mtoto nani alimpea mimba. Na mtoto akasema alikuwa askari wa Ikolomani anaitwa Victor.
The family of the girl, who is now 2 months pregnant, says police have told them to wait until she gives birth to determine the father of the child.
Tunataka tuone serikali ikichukulia haya maneno umuhimu na sheria ichukue mkondo wake. Tuone huyu askari akichukuliwa hatua haraka.
For Lunchtime News, Amnesty Imano Okoth.
And now we cross over to Kajiado County, where the Orange Democratic Movement Party is conducting its party primaries. And remember that in the Kajiado County race, this has attracted individuals including former Governor David Nkedianye and incumbent Joseph Olelenku, who is defending his seat. Now we link up with our reporter Zainab Said for more details. Zainab.
Yes, Wambiru, we are here in Bulbul Primary School in Kajiado North, in Kajiado County, where ODM are conducting their primaries. Remember, only Kajiado North and Kajiado East are the ones who are conducting the ODM primaries. The other constituencies had agreed on a consensus way. We've been here following the exercise. Some of the stations we followed, the numbers are not so big, but the Kenyans keep coming in to vote, to exercise their right. We've have reports of the stations being opened late because of miscommunication between the party and the institutions. Those are the primary schools. But however, in most stations or in most primary schools, the exercise started at 9 a.m. We're expecting them to close at 5. So I'll just interview one of the aspirants who has already voted and is here just to express his views on how the exercise has been. Karibu sana. Thank you so much for agreeing to speak to KBC.
Asante.
Your name?
Asante.
Na utuambie unawania kiti gani?
Kwa majina yangu ni Eligor na ninawania kiti cha udiwani ama MCA Ololo Ward ndani ya Kajiado North.
Naam.
Ndio.
Kumekuwa na taarifa kwamba vituo vilifunguliwa kuchelewa kutokana na kutokuwepo mawasiliano mema kati ya chama na institutions ama taasisi ambazo ni shule. Je, hili mnalichukuliaje kama mwaniaji?
Well, kumekuwa na vituo vimefunguliwa imechelewa kidogo, ila kawaida pia tunajua wapiga kura pia sio sana huwa wanakuja kwa mapema ikifika wakati wa mchujo kama wakati huu. Kwa hivyo haijathiri sana, manake nikiangalia flow ingewaji iko chini, lakini tunasonga mbele. Ndio.
Pia kumekuwa na taarifa kwamba majina ya wapiga kura hayaeni, manake mfumo huu unafanya kidijitali. Kuna wale ambao wanasema kwamba nambari zao za vitambulisho hazipatikani kwenye mashine zile na kwa hivyo hawezi kupiga kura. Je, hili linawapa tashwishi yote kwamba huenda likaathiri kwa njia moja?
Unajua hii process ambayo inatumika hapa sio ile ya IBC kwamba kila mtu mpiga kura yoyote yuko ndani. Kulingana na chama ilikuwa ni wale ambao tu wamejisajili kama wafuasi wa chama cha ODM ndio walikuwa wanaruhusiwa kupiga. So ile kidogo unapata watu wanakuja na wakienda wapate majina zao ni kulingana na wale ambao walipokuwa majina zao ziko pale na wale wako wamejisajili. Wakati tulikuwa tunafanya hii process sio kila mtu alikuwa anakubali kulingana na vyama tofauti na kulikuwa na rumors kadha wa kadha kwamba ukiwa kwa ODM pengine huwezi ukapiga kura wakati fulani ama huwezi ukapigia mtu fulani kwa mchujo maybe UDA ama ama chama nyingine yoyote ya pale. So kwa hiyo ilifanya watu wakaweza kuogopa kidogo kujisajili kama memba. Basi wale ambao walijisajili kwa kweli ninaona wanapiga kura na wanaenda nyumbani wakiwa wamefurahia. Ndio.
Na Bwana Eli, ni Kajiado North na East pekee ambao wanaendelesha zoezi hile. Constituencies zingine ama maeneo bunge mengine yaliamua kuenda ile nilio makubaliano. Pengine wewe kati ya mifumo hii miwili unaona ni ipi ambayo ni bora sana zaidi kwako wewe kama mwaniaji?
Ile masikizano ni bora zaidi kwa sababu ina reduce fallout. Lakini pia tukikuja hapa unapata tunapatia fursa wale wapinzani kuingilia kati na kuvuruga shughuli ya kupiga kura ya mchujo. Kwangu mimi ningeulizwa, hiyo ya kuzungumza inakuwa ni bora zaidi. Inafanya watu wanabaki kwa chama na chama inaweza kujijenga. Yes.
Sasa una matumaini ya kushinda?
Mimi nasema watu wa Ololo wote tukutane tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8 inshallah, Mungu akipenda.
Kila laheri.
Asante.
Yes, Jackie, it's the one of the aspirants for the MCA in Ololo Ward, Bana Eli Ogor. Remember, it's the position that has attracted 4 aspirants, 2 women and 4 men. And for the MP, also has seen 4 aspirants. All of them are men. The incumbent is not one of the ones who are vying for the ticket via ODM. So we'll be here following the exercise and we'll sure be update our viewers on how the exercise will be ongoing. Thank you. Back to you in studio, Jackie.
Zainab Said for that update. Bring us an update on the ODM party primaries which are ongoing in Kajiado North and Kajiado East, while the other 4 MP seats have been, or rather will be, decided through a consensus. Remember, this comes even as ODM party will hold its party primaries in Nairobi Thursday. Now, we shall be taking a short break. Don't go too far. We still have more news coming up.
Do you have a news story to share with KBC? Get in touch swiftly on email news@kbc.co.ke or call 0723-892-654 or 0734-780-124.
A true love in which family will be the main hardship to achieve happiness.
Well, I understand it, Mom, but I don't want to break up with Adrian.
Paulina will have to confront her own father. And Adrian will suffer due to his sister Julieta's obsession.
No! Not with her! No! Not with her! No!
Paulina is the woman I truly love!
No.
But regardless of jealousy and intrigue,
Karen, open the door, please!
They will fight for their love until the end.
The legendary run to Olympia Stadion in Berlin is now less crowded, with only 4 teams out of 64 still in contention. Something more outstanding is that all of the sides to have won the DFB Pokal over the last 29 years are already out this year.
And Leverkusen are knocked out by a Bundesliga 2 side.
In the first DFB Pokal semi-final, Hamburger SV will face Freiburg on Tuesday, the 19th of April 2022 at 9:45 p.m. While in the second semi-final, RB Leipzig will lock horns with Union Berlin on Wednesday, the 20th April 2022 at 9:45 p.m. Having braced the turbulent journey and buoyed up with the trophy in sight, no team want to go down without a fight. You don't want to miss this adventurous football show, live and exclusive on KBC Channel 1. KBC Channel 1, your true sports partner.
And welcome back. Now, still In the political arena, a section of Pamoja Africa Alliance party members in Kilifi County want the party's nomination exercise conducted. The aggrieved party members took to the streets in protest of the party's move to have the National Elections Board conduct interviews among aspirants and made public announcements that were not positively received by party members.
Political row is brewing at the Pamoja African Alliance Party Kilifi chapter. A section of politicians in the region want the party to resort to party nominations as opposed to appointments by the National Elections Board after vigorous interviews by the board.
Tumeafikiana kuwa kama kutakuwa na mchujo na hiyo ni lazima ukue. Manake hao wote wametumia rasilimali zao, wametumia wakati wao na wameuza chama kila mahali kufikia hapa penye imefika. Na kama tutaenda kwa mchujo, tutumie njia ya universal suffrage ambayo kila mwananchi apatiwe ruhusa ya kuchagua kiongozi wake.
The party is said to have halted its nomination exercises in the region after alleged election irregularities were reported at given polling stations.
Usiweke wiki candidates pale uka-expect kwamba utapata matokeo mazuri na bunge lako kama hutakuwa na MCA wa kutosha ama wabunge wa kutosha, wamama wa kutosha katika chama chako, je utakuwa na sauti?
Residents of Kilgoris constituency took to the street to protest a move by the United Democratic Alliance Party to postpone nominations. The locals were angered by the move by the party top organs to cancel the primaries despite waking up early and attending to polling stations to exercise their democratic rights, only to find the exercise was not taking place.
President wetu wa UDA alitueleza election ya UDA itakuwa fair. Itakuwa free and fair. Tulikuja kuambiwa nomination ilikuwa ingekuwa tarehe 14 lakini haikufanyika. Mpaka wa leo bado hatujasikia nomination ya Kilgoris constituency.
The demonstrations were witnessed in Enosian, Angata, Barikoi, Kilgoris town and Esoit areas within the constituency. Meanwhile, NAK Kenya party leader Martha Karua was in Laikipia County to drum support for the Azimio la Umoja presidential candidate Raila Odinga. Karua, who was officiating the launch of Laikipia's Gitonga Kaburu gubernatorial bid, asked Kenyans to give each and every person an opportunity to exercise their democratic right in the August 9th elections.
Kama mtu hajawahi kupigania Mkenya hata siku moja, kama mtu hana hiyo rekodi, hata akikuahidi nini, ujue kesho anaweza kukugeuka.
According to Karua, Raila Odinga is best suited to unite and lead the country. Elsewhere, Kisii woman representative Janet Ongera has lauded ODM party leader for issuing direct nominations to a section of women leaders in the country. According to Ongera, women are equally fit for elective posts and should not be underrated on the country's development agenda.
Restore our confidence, kuonyesha kwa chama kama wewe uko loyal, uko na fidelity na uko trustworthy, he'll reward you. Na hiyo tunamwambia asante sana Mheshimiwa Raila.
Irene Mchuma, Odim, The Lunchtime News.
At least one person was arrested and crude weapons recovered as ODM party concluded its primaries in Kisumu County. In a largely peaceful activity, Tom Ojenda will fly the ODM flag in the senatorial contest, while Raila Odinga's younger sister Ruth Odinga will fly the party ticket in the women representative contest. Ochola Simon with the details.
The only results that the Electoral Board of ODM recognizes for these primaries are the results that will be displayed by the gadgets here. It was an electronic process, and so the results will be electronic.
After a day long of a largely peaceful nomination process, Professor Tom Ojenda will fly the ODM ticket as senatorial candidate after beating his closest competitor, nominated Senator Rose Nyamunga. Ojenda managed to garner 39,386 votes against Rose Nyamunga's 18,319. Ruth Odinga, the younger sister to Raila Odinga, will fly the party's flag in the women rep contest after she emerged the winner in a flooded field. Ruth managed 23,665 against her nearest competitor, Rose Kisia, who managed 13,999. James Onyango Koyo and Aduma War retained their MP's party ticket in Moroni and Nyakach constituencies respectively, and will now join Nyando's Jared Okello and Semes Dr. James Nyikal, who all got direct tickets. Vocal and controversial Kisumu Central MP Fred Ouda was floored by philanthropist James Oron. Oron got 6,842 votes against Ouda's 5,342. Nicholas Ondiambo Oricho will fight the party's ticket in Kisumu East. Achola Simon, Line 10 News, Kisumu County.
In other news, President Uhuru Kenyatta has warned leaders to stop whining over problems citizens are facing and to provide solutions. Speaking in Mombasa when he officially opened the Kenya Secondary School Heads Association annual conference, the president said it was hypocritical for leaders elected and mandated for interest of citizens to turn around and lament at every forum about the same problems. The head of state urged head teachers to strive and mold future leaders who can offer solutions and take the country forward.
Responsibility to help our children eke out what is best in them, because God has given each and every one of us a gift. And you teachers are privileged to be the ones who are supposed to pull that gift out of that child and to make him use that gift to benefit himself, to grow society, to develop his country, to develop his continent, and to be proud of himself as a citizen of the Republic for the service that he delivers, whatever that service may be. Sini namna hiyo wenzangu. Sasa jameni, msiseme mimi nimewasaidia, mwaandika walimu, mshahara niliongeza, jameni mko na insurance. Pigeni kelele kwa wale ambao watakuja, lakini mimi mnipigie makofi kwa yale nimefanya. Ama ni namna gani jameni? Ama ni namna gani? Tumeset msingi, wengine wajenge. Lakini shida ya Kenya hii, na ndio naambia mfundishe watoto. Shida ya siku hizi Kenya hii, kiongozi anajua ku-identify problem lakini hana suluhu yake. So akiona kwa gazeti leo, unamuona kwa press conference, bei ya mahindi, bei ya mafuta. Sasa jameni, unatafuta uongozi, si kwanza utengeneze ile ambao uko naye. Unaenda kupiga nduru, unapiga nduru, why do you want to be a leader? Si uachie basi wale wanataka kufanya kazi waendelee. Ama ni namna gani? Msiniletee bana. This country needs problem solvers, not problem talkers. Kuongea, unaongea pale kwa soko, unalia. Sasa mwananchi anakuangalia anasema, sasa unataka mimi nifanye namna gani? Unataka mimi nifanye namna gani? We need people who are willing and committed to providing solutions, because problems will never end.
Residents of Kiminini area of Trans Nzoia County now want the government to assure them of the Acheng's safety while working in the Middle East. Speaking during the burial of Stella Nafula, who died in Saudi Arabia, allegedly in the hands of her employer, the mourners urged the government to put in place measures to cushion its citizens working abroad.
In Kiminini, Trans Nzoia County, Stella Nafula was laid to rest at her home in Hilario area. The late Stella was working as a domestic worker in Saudi Arabia. She left the country on August 2021 to Saudi Arabia, claiming she had been connected to a job opportunity by a friend working in Qatar.
Munasema ya kwamba huyu msichana alipata passport in the shortest time possible. Kumaanisha kuna ukora fulani inafanywa, hata vitu vingine inafanywa nyuma ya macho ya serikali. Kama kuna kazi ngambo, watoto wetu wafate the right procedure na tujue employer ni nani.
The family says a medical report from Saketa Hospital in Saudi Arabia showed their kin succumbed to cardiac pulmonary arrest.
Tunataka serikali ya Kenya kuanzia leo wadikileo watoto ambao wako Saudia warudishwe mara moja.
Wazazi, tafadhali, wacha tukae tu nyumbani watoto wetu, hata kama tutaenda kibarua tukipata 100 na tukule na tukae tu tukiwa wazima.
The residents are now calling upon the Kenyan government to stop clearing Kenyans who want to go to Saudi Arabia, terming the country unsafe for Kenyans. Jacqueline Masharia for Lunchtime News.
And now on news-making headlines in the business world, reform is underway at the National Oil Corporation of Kenya to give the state oil entity more influence in the local upstream business. This will see the part of the reform. This will see NOC being granted tender to ship in 30% of Kenya's monthly fuel imports. Interior Cabinet Secretary Fred Matiang'i says the planned turnaround at the state-owned petroleum company is meant to reduce fuel dependency on independent oil marketers.
Corruption, competition and mismanagement have reduced the National Oil Corporation of Kenya to a shell, struggling with mounting debts running into billions of shillings. NOC is currently battling a liquidation battle with a local lender. The corporation, which used to control more than 20% of the local oil business, has seen this drop to the current 9%. Interior Cabinet Secretary Dr. Fred Matiang'i says the proposed law aims at giving NOC exclusive rights to import a third of all fuel products into the country.
If we had a vibrant and effective working National Oil Corporation, they would be supplying fuel and selling fuel at a lower price, and the cartels will not be able to exact the impact that they were exacting on us, to the extent that as government we have to resort to tough action to bring them to line. But what happened to the organization? It was looted clean. Because of corruption, it died. We have to address this issue, and it's got to be an issue Kenyans must focus on in this election.
So far, the Ministry of Petroleum has published the Draft Petroleum Importation Quota Allocations Regulations 2022 in the Kenya Gazette for public comments. NOC Chief Executive has in the past said corporation is in talks with the National Treasury for 13.5 billion shillings to pay bank loans and meet operation costs.
The conversations we are having about poverty are fine, but we are not going to fight it and deal with it if we don't address the corruption in this country. Those of us in the public sector need to be very honest and candid and tell you the challenges we've faced over the years.
The agency was formed in the 1970s to tackle fuel shortages during the oil crisis of 1970. Matiang'i says corruption and oil hoarding by oil marketers are to blame for the current fuel shortage gripping the country. Irene Mchuma Odim, The Lunchtime News.
Moving on, Kenya is targeting to rake in 1 trillion shillings by exporting a skilled labor force to the regional markets. This will be done through the National Productivity Center and the National Industrial Training Centers. Labour Ministry Cabinet Secretary Simon Chelugui says the government plans to take advantage of the shortage of ICT skills in the region, which is expected to expand with the admission of the Democratic Republic of Congo into the East African community.
According to the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, the East African community faces significant labor shortages in information technology, engineering, finance, hospitality, and management. This has fueled the migration of professionals from the region, with Kenya becoming a major supplier of skilled labor in the region. According to the UNCTAD report, Kenya is a major exporter of skilled labor to Rwanda, Tanzania, South Sudan, and Burundi. Labour Cabinet Secretary Simon Chelugui says Kenya is targeting to tap the Democratic Republic of Congo as a major destination for skilled labourers.
Skills gaps across the world so that we can encourage our training institution, encourage our young people to focus on those skills gaps.
The admission of DR Congo makes EAC the largest business bloc in Africa. The Labour CS further says Kenya will take advantage of the latest business development to showcase its talents and harness the gains.
We need to share skills and training across our region. We need to begin to look at our region as one. We need to break barriers, boundaries, and create one harmonious community.
Chelugui says regional leaders are keen to break trade barriers within the bloc, which still poses a major integration threat to the region. The Ministry of Labour is in the process of updating its skilled labour register in an effort to upgrade its human resource development policies and strategies. Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, however, says implementing the skilled labour register lies in the ability to measure progress to respond to data needs.
We really need to domesticate what we are getting at the international level so that we are well covered. Anything that is new in the industry, we are able to bring it on board.
Hibak Saeed for Lunchtime News.
And now in the sports arena, Confederation of African Football (CAF) has included Kenya and Zimbabwe in the 2023 Africa Cup of Nations qualifier matches despite being banned indefinitely from international soccer by World Soccer Governing Body FIFA. Kenya has been grouped alongside East African neighbors Burundi, Namibia and Cameroon in the qualifiers. CAF hopes Kenya and Zimbabwe will be cleared in time by FIFA to participate in the qualifiers set to start in June. Should Kenya or Zimbabwe fail to have their suspensions lifted, the group they are placed in will shrink from 4 nations to 3, with the top 2 finishers still qualifying for the finals. FIFA suspended Kenya from international soccer after the government disbanded Football Kenya Federation due to misappropriation of funds. Well, that brings us to the end of our bulletin this afternoon. Thank you for choosing Lunchtime News. For more news, check out our website at kbc.co.ke. Our sign language interpreter is Lensa Odingo. My name is Jackie Mbiru. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Much about your son. He's so timid. He wouldn't do anything desperate.
What are you trying to say, huh? Stop playing the sad card in front of me. What you did is unforgivable. You didn't even get half of what you deserve.
I heard it with my own ears. The woman who looks like Pinky was calling Mrs. Gao mom.
Ah, come on. You must have gotten it wrong. That's impossible.
What I lost